I think my I have to move my headset. It does that if it's over somebody with the headset, like it'll pick up. It's underneath my keyboard. Is it gone?
Still there every now and then.
Right here, I moved it just off the desk completely. How's that?
Better.
Okay. It's weird, yeah. It's like somehow the electrical current in one device can, mess with the other one through the cable. It's good to say something too, because I don't hear it. Like even when the sound plays back through the headset, it's only my voice I'm hearing.
Is Owlish muted?
No, she went to bed.
Oh,
She couldn't. She just couldn't go to bed until QE left first.
wanted to show her my globe proof. Look at this right here. Where's the bottom of the trees, Flurfs?
Must be. Gotta be.
There
Damn
you
it.
go.
Damn
Join
it,
that.
Jerry.
Excuse me.
Yeah, the bottom of the trees are missing. I can't find them.
Well, you better call Fessy Gordon. Get it bring his theodolite over here.
Add some refraction and make the tree go up, over, and around the tree.
Man. It's like 300 words a minute.
Oh, I thought he was like chowing down on something.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I got unmuted.
Oh, hey, what's your
Yeah.
explanation for that? For that picture? Is the ground a ball or what?
Sorry. This picture?
Yeah.
What about it?
How do you explain that on a flat Earth?
A hill?
The hell?
Not
No.
the hill.
No.
Those damn hills.
No, the ground is a ball. Look at that. You can't explain that.
Uh, I don't get it. It's like it's a hill. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, I guess so. Because the water would fall, right? Because there's a drop from horizontal, right?
The water would fall.
Yeah, the water would run off of that because that's what happens when there's a drop from horizontal. The water flows down, doesn't it? I guess
Yes.
you're right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so if water doesn't flow, then it must be horizontal or contained.
I don't know where we're
Right.
going with this.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with this. You showed me a
Not
picture
going
of a
anywhere.
hill. You showed me a picture of a hill with a tree circled, and
Yeah.
there's an arrow even pointing to that circle, which
Yeah.
is completely unnecessary. You don't need it to point an arrow to a circle.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're talking about water running off of a hill. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, when there's a drop from horizontal.
Okay.
Right. So when a ball person comes in here and says, "Well, we could measure a drop over distance," I could tell them, "Oh, owl is shed that the water will flow if that happens." Right? Or no?
Are you talking about because earlier I said that you live on a slide earth, you live on a slope earth?
No. I just want to know if I could quote you on that.
I'm sure they'll know exactly who I am,
Okay.
right? No.
Is that a
they're not.
yes or no?
You can do whatever you want, man.
Okay.
You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
You can
Well,
say
I'm sure.
that
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say you could say that I said I live in like a fantasy treasure planet land, if you'd like.
No. Everybody lives in reality where the water flows high to low. All normal people would agree. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's only
Anyway,
weirdos in small parts of the internet that come in here and say, "Oh no, water doesn't do that. Water sticks to it."
I
But no one ever sees that. Water always flows high to low.
I'm getting like really confused, so I'm
Yeah.
just gonna go to bed because I'm like really
Uh,
confused.
good game.
Yeah, I don't think I have like the energy for this. So
Exactly. Go to sleep.
yeah,
I'm
so
going to sleep. Quantum Racer went to sleep. What's not to love about going to sleep? It's great.
Oh, this is a great night then. Thank you. Bye,
Yeah.
all.
Go to sleep.
okay, good night everybody. Have a good night.
Make sure you deworm the cat and yourself. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make sure I do that. Thanks for the reminder.
Plain confused. She's saying that she doesn't get it. I don't get it. Water flows to its level. It
She
is
gets it.
confusing.
She
But
gets it.
she admitted today
All, all,
she's a federal agent. So yeah, maybe that has something to do for her to not admit that she's not a participant of the heliocentric religion. She has to participate, not her choice. Maybe she
oh,
has
so
to.
it's like MK Ultra.
No, maybe. Who knows? She works for daddy government, so yeah. Better stick to the religion.
You see what happened there is I made it so simple that she got confused. That's called cogdis.
Yeah, simple is confusing. Even if it makes sense, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, reality is confusing for globe believers, especially the ones that have to defend it.
Yeah, see,
They
when you
double
take
speak
them
a
off
lot.
the script, right? When you take them off the script, they get confused and sleepy. But if you keep on giving them ways out, talk about gravity and refraction and all that, then they're never gonna they're never gonna get it. They'll never see reality.
Just imagine, let's go to Fantasyland, and then over there in that place that we've never been to and we will never be, over there, reality is different. Therefore, it's true.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's always somewhere beyond you happens. It's never local. You can never see it right there, right in front of you. Whatever they're talking about, it's always somewhere out there, somewhere you can never go to, somewhere far away.
You see, one day we will go there, and then I'll show you it's true. Because one day it's gonna be available for the average person to go to Fantasyland.
Hmm.
I guess everybody's sleeping, huh?
No, I'm here.
What's up, Crit?
Eh,
Quiet tonight, huh?
yeah, I was just watching a video about the Star Wars canvas for the name Osaka.
Yeah. Cool. Everybody still loves space, man, but it's but it's not
Yeah,
real.
but it seems like people either like they love the show. I haven't seen it. I don't have Disney Plus, but I know the character from the Clone Wars. It was like Darth Vader's apprentice or Padawan, and
Mhm.
at some point she got framed for some crime that she didn't do. But because the Jedi Order was like all this bureaucracy at the time, so she
Mhm.
leaves the Jedi Order, and at some point gets trapped in some sort of time continuum, and then breaks out of it, and then that now she's in like the current time. They find some sort of giant space whales.
I see.
Yeah, I was like, huh.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, man. One of my favorite movie. It's still a space movie. Fucking Chronicle Riddick. You seen that movie? It's still a
Yeah,
badass movie. Yeah.
yeah. Have you seen Pitch Black?
I seen Pitch Black.
Oh,
Pitch
okay.
Black was badass too.
Yeah. That's the prequel.
Yeah.
And is there one after it? Right. So it's like, yeah, because so there's Pitch Black, and then he takes the Chronicles of Riddick, and then
Mhm.
there's one more where he's like marooned on some sort of planet, and he's got to kill out some bounty hunters and then get away.
Yeah, that one was badass too, man. You know, but it cannot beat the Chronicle Riddick, the Chronicle Riddick. That one. Oh my god. I think they're trying to come out with another one, the last one. When Riddick gonna go to the Underverse to find Marco, the guy that took his throne.
Yeah,
But yeah,
because he's trying to find his home world, like Imperion or something like that. But he does.
but
No
yeah,
one knows where his home world is,
yeah,
except for the guy he killed. He killed the one guy who knew where it was.
yeah, Lord Marshall. Yeah,
Yeah, I liked it. It has a real what they call it Warhammer 40K sort of feel to it. It's like this,
yeah,
a little bit different than other sort of space operas.
yeah, yep. I mean, you seen the Mandalorian?
I saw part like season one. I saw part of it just at
Uh,
friend's house and stuff. Yeah, I don't have Disney Plus, so I haven't. Yeah, I kind of there's a lot of spoilers out there, so I feel like I've seen the show even though I haven't seen it.
yeah,
I'm pretty sure I've seen some. There's probably some scenes here and there that no one's talked about,
hmm
but I got the whole gist of it.
yeah, bro, it's badass too, man. I mean, I seen the second season, but then I stopped. I stopped watching. I got distracted with something else, but it was badass, really good. Um, I mean, I wish it was true. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, if any globies that have evidence to show us that we live on a spinning ball, we don't have no problem going back to the ball, man.
Yeah, it'd be so. I mean, it would be what a wonderful world it would be if heliocentric and space were true. I mean, just imagine the stuff out there, the discoveries, and the different cultures and people and places and like ideas. But it's just not. It's a flat, stationary world, and all that meth fueled symposium about it's just it just sucks. But that's just the way life is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for the most part, we here, we're trying to spread the truth. Um, and I think you guys doing a good job because there's a lot of people from politics, a pretty good amount that I check them in the VC check-in. They come from here.
You do a good job over there, man. You're holding the fort down and shit. It's like a lot of people are too busy over here, and then now here you are over there, just like rocking it, man.
I mean, we tried, we try our best. Sully was also putting in a lot of work too. Just trying to help people to check them in. Ether, Secret Asian
Yeah,
Man.
and
Yeah,
crap, I'm the one drawing the blank now. Sunny, right? Is it Sully or Sunny we're talking about?
Sully. My
Oh,
bad.
okay.
Sully.
Just
Yeah.
yeah, I saw Sunny over there too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Sunny, the guy from California, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Sunny's cool as shit. Yeah, but we kind of get bad news because Ether right now, Ether Grass, he's in the hospital right now.
Oh, I didn't
It's a
know
lot of
that.
things. Yeah, it's a lot of thing happened to him. But yeah, it's unfortunate. The only thing we can do is just pray for him. Um, at the moment. So But yeah. But for the most part, man, I think we alright. We doing okay. Just trying to be there, keep the server going. The chill chat at the same time. Hey, Chris, can you answer a couple of my question, bro? I got a couple questions, right?
Yeah, like for me
So
or just in,
no, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's the globe arguments,
oh yeah, okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So okay, so they say that we spinning 1,000 miles per hour, right? And the Earth also chasing the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, and not only that, the sun is moving in one direction, right? Up
Yeah.
almost half a million miles per hour. Well, how the fuck? Like, how does that even work? Like, I mean, even like if the sun is moving, you know, around that speed, right? At that speed, wouldn't the Earth get left behind? Because it's only going chasing the sun at 67,000 miles per hour when the sun is just like um going so fast, like half a million miles per hour. I mean, what's their backup claim on this part? Like, wouldn't the Earth get left behind because the sun going too fast?
Yeah, I guess so. It seems interesting, right? At some point, the sun would just get too far when you got to the backside, right? I've heard people talk about this, where you get to the where the Earth is on the backside and the sun's still moving to the right or whatever, or way. It's like each time that happens, you would like supposedly like the moon. They say why the moon is slowly drifting away, like a couple whatever, a small amount, but somehow detectable, like inches, whatever it is, or like 2 inches every year. So yeah, that would be the same thing should be happening with the Earth, like every year or every cycle when it's back there, it gets a little bit further away. Like so yeah, it seems like at some point it would happen, but it doesn't. It just doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, like, I mean, I'm just curious. Like, I just want to know what the globe would say. This part, like the sun is like going like almost half a million miles per hour, and the Earth is only going at 67,000 miles per hour, chasing the sun. But how is that even possible? I mean, the Earth would get left behind. Just couple of days, man. That's it. Just couple of days. We're not even talking about hours. The Earth would get left behind. Like, so basically, if the sun is moving about half a million miles per hour and the Earth is chasing the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, that don't make sense. So that means the Earth's also moving at half a million miles per hour too. It has to be. But you see what I'm saying right there, right?
Yeah, I'm totally tracking.
And also the math don't work out. Like, okay, the Earth is going 67,000 miles per hour, and the ISS is, it's supposedly orbiting the Earth right now, right? At I think it's 17,500 miles per hour. How is that even possible? It would have get left behind. But if the ISS is going at 67,000 miles per hour, or even around 60,000 miles per hour, then yes, the argument would be okay. It's also going as fast because the Earth has to catch up with the sun at that rate. But it's only going 17,500, so that don't make sense. The ISS would have got left behind too. I'm just, I just want to know what the globe would say on this part, man.
The globe?
What's up? What's up, Rick? You want to say something? Go ahead.
Shit, boys. Sorry about that. I'm at the dump. I'm listening in. Making a racket in the background. I'll mic down. Apologies.
It's all good, bro. Well, welcome.
What's up, Tarek? What's up, Kembo? Everybody else?
What's up, man?
What up? I'm at the gym.
Cool.
Yeah, you made a good point there, Kembo. Like, that shit would have been left behind, bro. But, you know, because of George Bush, no child left behind. That's why it works.
Motherfucking grizzly gorilla. What the fuck?
Just kidding.
Dude, what's up? Dude, that guy
What
is
up?
funny as hell, man. You ever heard of Grizzly?
Funny, it's
No.
overbearing and it's fucking soul sucking.
Oh, God.
It'd be like, so you like grizzly, do you? You like bears? You like endangered species? You fucking animal fucking destroyer? You know, like the environment? That's like every fucking thing that he'll say. He'll just go escalate.
He's
Like
the
really
British
quickly.
or Australian guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, he's
All right, so you're talking about me again, guys. Nice, nice. Keep talking
yeah.
about me. Let's go.
What's up, man?
Here it comes.
Grizzly, what's up? Remember me? I remember you.
Yeah, I remember you did, yeah.
Yeah, man. What's up? How you been?
Yeah, good, man. Not bad.
Yeah, awesome. Dude, you're funny as you do. You crack me up. You're right.
If you really want to have fun, get this guy a Glover.
I miss AU
I
big time.
know.
I don't know what happened to that guy. That guy was funny as fuck.
Dude, Grizzly used to make the funniest
Yeah,
memes.
just don't listen. Just don't listen to what Claw says about me. He's a homosexual.
No, you're okay.
Yeah, I remember those memes, bro. I remember those days.
Yeah, man. Those were the days, man. I look back fondly on that. It was pretty fun. We had some good times. Even though like everything was a lot smaller, it was pretty fun. Remember who was that dude? Remember that pilot guy? The 787 pilot? What was it called? Ready something? We used to rag on that guy so bad. It was so funny.
Yeah, the pilot guy. I remember him. He used to come in. We used to just always just have, so-called debates, but really the guy was just a show or something. I don't know what.
Yeah, he just vanished. Like he just disappeared. I don't think he was actually a pilot. I mean, maybe he was, but at least he heard us out. It was like Ready
No, exactly.
Cam or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah.
Wow, that's when I was just like a virgin to this, man. It was now I'm just like a jaded, with partial PTSD from Globers.
I was gonna say because I haven't spoken to you at all. Like I left the other server before COVID, so it's like all you guys went through COVID. How did that go?
Oh goodness gracious, man! Discord was just deleting servers like left and right, so we basically had to yeah, you can kind of talk about it in VC, but since we live stream, we were like, keep it minimum. But we had to use the bot to if anybody types COVID or CV19 in any of the chats, it just automatically deletes it because Discord was like, well, you're deleting your server for medical misinformation. Okay, what was the medical misinformation? Well, we're not telling you. So you didn't even know what it was that you couldn't even say.
Yeah, so I got banned off loads of social media platforms for just commenting, not even big things. I'll just say what about this? Like they'll post something, and I'd be like, yeah, but, just raise questions, I get it, and then I'll get banned. I'll get warnings, and then a ban of whatever it was, Instagram, whatever it was, Facebook, whatever. It's just what the fuck, man? It's impossible.
Even if you
I thought it was the end of the world.
Yeah, even if you posted a mainstream news article, if it just even remotely disagreed with their narrative, man, boom, you're gone.
Yeah. there's just loads of like now it's like all kind of under the bridge, I suppose. But there was lots of little cases where like this guy said this, or some guy had a heart attack on TV, whatever, and everything was just shut. Like you couldn't say anything about it.
Yeah, that was pretty. I mean, when you look back on it, it seems like almost like it didn't happen, but yeah, it did happen.
Dude, I was literally, I'm not even joking, bro. I was literally had my bag ready, right? I had my like camping bag and my hiking gear all ready. And I was literally like expecting like a knock on the door, say, look, mate, your vaccination schedule's coming. We're going to come and vaccinate. I was literally ready to go in the woods. I had my bag ready, had all my food ready. Literally, I was going to go in the woods and say bye to the light, to the world, whatever. So I was ready for that in
Yeah,
2021.
so that's kind of the funny thing here. Well, I live in Boston, so like that's how I could tell they weren't really serious because like the homeless population like went up by like a factor of 10, and they weren't like rounding up homeless people. The homeless people were pretty like because everybody else was like locked down, right? The homeless people weren't locked down. They were basically running the city. They just do whatever they wanted. Like people shooting up on the train, people smoking crack in broad daylight. Like they're just doing whatever. Cops won't do anything because they're scared of catching COVID. So like that's how I knew they weren't serious. Like because like if they really thought there was something bad being spread around, they would quarantine the homeless people because they're not washing their hands, they're not social distancing, they're not doing all the things right. But why isn't it like spreading like wildfire through the homeless community? Why aren't they all dropping dead? It didn't make any
Exactly.
sense to me.
And you're right, dude. You're right. I saw a lot of like, because I got myself an exemption, right? Just like made myself a letter, whatever. So, and I was just riding around, like just on my bike, just like getting some exercise, whatever. And guess who I'd see out on the streets? Like, who would I see out in different towns? You'd be homeless, some travelers, like in some vans or whatever, some long range hikers, or like but really basically like the dregs, you wouldn't see normal people out. You know?
Yeah, no, I remember I was walking up the sidewalk when this like kind of this first happened in Boston. I wasn't wearing a mask. I had a chick almost jump in front of a car so she did not have to walk near me without a mask on. She literally jumped off the sidewalk into traffic and almost got hit by a car. That's how psychotic people were.
Dude, and I saw lots of people, like for example, it's a sunny day, right? Whatever, sun's shining, it's hot, and there's a guy on his own in the car with a mask on, with all the windows up, and he's driving. I'm like, and he stops at the traffic lights. I'm like, bro, are you all right in there? Is everything okay? You know?
Uh, yeah, it was, but like I always think that at the beginning, right? Like when they first started pushing the COVID thing. Remember they were showing like videos of people in China just like dropping dead and like having convulsions like instantly. Oh my God, I got COVID, and they just drop dead like instantly. Like that was the first propaganda that they were like
Yeah,
spreading.
yeah. Remember the PVC suits, like all the, like supposedly corpses, like lying on the streets. So, like these people in PVC suits would come along and take them away. It's just
Yeah,
literally
and they were like spraying like a gas everywhere. Like it's
so
funny
fucked.
now, right? But people believe
Yeah.
that. Like people drop dead like instantly. Like because that was a big red flag to me because I know any disease has an incubation period. You don't catch a virus and drop dead instantly. Not even hemorrhagic fever is that quick, right? So like it
Yeah,
didn't make none
yeah.
of it made sense, man. It was almost comedic in a way.
And the thing is, what they don't, whenever they do these little like kind of like powwows, they don't really realize like the mistake they're making. Because think about it, if there's all these dead bodies lying around, okay, there should be at least double that amount of people who are just moving slowly, about to die, right? There should be double of those. So the amount of injured is always more than the amount of dead. So you
Oh,
could
of
have a bunch
course.
of injuries moving around really slowly, about to die, and then some dead over here. But no, the injured would be too difficult to film, right? Because you'd need support workers, emergency crews, all that, right? So in the end, they just show you the dolls, the fake bodies, instead.
Well, I'll tell you what I did about COVID. Absolutely fucking nothing. I didn't do anything. I didn't social distance. I didn't wear a mask. I never got tested. I just did my normal thing. I didn't change
Yeah,
anything. Not
yeah,
anything. Other than what I was forced to change, right? So they won't even let me in the store unless you got a mask on. So like, I want to eat food, so I'm gonna go to the store. Right. So other than that, like I wear a mask in the store if they won't let me in the store without it. But other than that, I didn't do anything.
Yeah, but I was the same, bro. I just got myself some exemptions, like got myself some letters printed out. So, like, you know, if the popo stop you on the streets, you see, I had an exemption saying I was a journalist. They had another one saying I had asthma, so I can't wear a mask. I had another one saying I'm allergic to vaccines because of previous medical treatment. All that sort of shit ready to go.
Yeah.
You know, so anyone who asks me, like, no, for you this letter, for you that one, for you this one. You know, here you go.
Yeah, but I mean, I took a lot of pictures because I was just wandering the city and I was taking pictures of everything because of how empty it was.
Yeah, like
Like
ghost
so,
towns, bro.
I'll be like in the main subway hub. It's called Park Street Station. So it's like where like 3 train lines meet and plus buses and all that. And like it's always packed with people, like always. Like 100 people on the platform, whatever. Going in there in the middle of rush hour, completely empty. Only person in there. Get on the train, you're the only person on the entire train that has 10 cars. Like it's it was pretty wild, man. It was
And I was riding the motorways, bro, because I like riding in it. So I was like riding between the little towns, and like the motorways would be absolutely empty, like just
yeah,
after
that's
you, it was
awesome.
surreal, bro. I'll be riding on my bicycle on a motorway because I thought, let's have a go. Let's just go on there. If the cars come, I'll just go on the hard shoulder, whatever. It'll be nothing. I'll be on the middle lane, bro.
I should
Nothing
have
around.
filmed a movie, man. I should have
Yeah,
filmed a
it's
movie
crazy.
about like where everybody dies or something. I wouldn't even need to like rent any space or like clear the streets, right? They were already pre-emptied.
Yeah. And I remember this one time I'm like climbing up this hill, right? And it was pretty hot at the time, right? And I'm like sweating my ass off, like climbing up this hill, right? And I wasn't looking behind me. I'm just like focusing ahead of me, right? And all of a sudden, this police car like driving next to me. They're looking at me like out the side of the window, like, "Are you all right, mate? Like, where you going? No, why are you out here? Like, this middle of nowhere, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got showing my exemption letter, whatever. Like, yeah, mate, I'm a journalist on patrol kind of thing. I'm doing my work, whatever. Leave me alone, kind of thing, you know." But they were just it was like literally just you see the odd police car and then nothing, and then like the odd farmer or something would be doing his tractor or something. That's it. That's it. All you had.
Yeah, the cops here were too scared to do anything to anybody. Like they wouldn't come near anybody. They would like yell at you from like across the street. They didn't want to like touch you or anything because all the courts were kind of closed down and like they were letting people out of jail and they like everything kind of just like shut down. Like all the normies, right, that run so-called civil society, they were all hiding in their houses. And like the only people out, like you said, the dregs, those were the people that like it's like all the people went away and the rats came out of the woodwork. I guess I'm one of the rats because I was one of the people that are out there.
Yeah, and I remember seeing wild boars as well. A little town where I was living at the time, there's literally they don't usually have wild boars around the town, but in 2021 they had wild boars. Like you'd see them at night, like walking around sometimes
No,
and that.
that's
And all,
very funny that you say that because I saw like coyotes, turkeys. What else did I see? I saw some other wild animal that you never see. Can't remember what to tell.
yeah, they were
Foxes.
encroaching. Yeah, they were
Yeah.
encroaching out of the wilderness or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was just
coyotes aren't
intense.
like a thing around here. Like a coyote in Boston. Like, what the hell is a coyote doing here? Like, it had to travel a pretty long ways because coyotes aren't even. There's even a lot of them in Massachusetts. Period. So how did one get to the city? It's just very, very weird.
But it looks like things, it looks like just like they had a massive breeding, like 2020, 2021 was like the breeding year of the century for most animals. So they probably like bred more than they ever did in the past 100 years in that one year. Because there's nothing to
Uh,
stop them from breeding. No people, nothing to disturb them, nothing to like get in the way. So.
well, yeah, and if a person sees a coyote, typically, right, they'll call the animal control, and the animal control will take care of it, right?
Yeah,
But
none
there's
of that was
nobody around
working, I'm
to
supposing.
report
Yeah.
it, right? It's just like there's nobody around to even see the coyote.
Yeah, all the animal control people are on Zoom or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah, they're
getting
trying
their
to talk to the
paychecks.
coyote over Zoom. Put yourself in a cage.
They're still getting paid, but they're on Zoom. That's it, chilling out. But it just shows, like, imagine if we had that constantly. Imagine we had that like a permanent, like, it's almost like imagine what would nature look like if we didn't repress it that much and we just let it kind of flourish. There'd be a lot more animals around, maybe. all kinds of other animals don't even know exist yet. Maybe.
Yeah, probably. I remember another thing. I think I got a picture of this too. So, there's a medical complex called Longwood, and it's like shitloads of hospitals. It's like 6 hospitals in like a 10-block area. But it's completely dead, empty. I remember seeing a dude like sleeping on the sidewalk in the middle of the pouring rain. There's nobody around. But normally, if you went down there now, there'd be like, even this time of night, like there'd be 100 people on the sidewalk walking, like going to different hospitals. So there's like Boston Children's Hospital, Beth Israel, Brigham and Women's, like all these, like there's also like a Harvard Teaching School. So there's like it's a medical area. So there's tons of people all the time, just packed. There's no people during COVID, and I saw a goose looking in a window. Right, he saw his reflection in a window, and he was like talking to himself in his reflection, dude. Like checking himself out, quacking at himself. It was very cool. But he would have never been there if there was a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a full-grown goose. I never seen a bird do that, like to their own reflection.
Mm.
Because he
It's
was
just amazing.
there. Yeah, he's there a while, man. He was like looking at himself for like 5 minutes. Like he was checking himself out, man. He's like, I damn, I look good.
Well, at least now we know what to do for the next pandemic, dude. Now it's all the procedures, like in my own personal life, all the procedures I got to follow to avoid the next bullshit. It's all clear now. Beautiful. All my letters are done. I just need to adjust it. Like next time, whatever the virus name they give, I just need to adjust all my letters with the new virus name, and then I'm good to go. Free as a bee.
Yeah, well, hopefully that don't happen again.
Unfortunately, probably will. They probably will leave it for a couple of years. Let it, let people's mentalities recover. Right, go with some other shit. But then eventually, the medical thing will come back.
20
Like a few
years
years
maybe.
time.
So they'll
Yeah,
get
who
the
knows?
kids. So they'll get the kids, the people that were kids now during this one. When those kids get older,
Yeah, maybe.
they're going to get them then, right? Because they'll already have been conditioned that this is normal.
Exactly. It seems like every generation gets a big war. Every generation gets a big virus. Every generation gets a big geopolitical crisis. Right, at least one for each generation. So for this generation, current generation, that was their medical crisis. See, they're going to get this, and that generation is going to get a political. So the war thing, they're going to get a big war as well, which is like being very gently brewed over in the Ukraine.
I don't want to be a party crasher, but I think Teos is still streaming. I don't know
Oh,
if
yeah,
we're
that's
safe with
probably.
this topic or not, but yeah.
Yeah, good.
I don't.
Yeah, I forgot about.
I mean, it's a politics server, and they have a whole Ukraine room, so I don't know if it matters, but
Oh, I thought you were
They,
talking about COVID.
well, I
You get
was
oh, we
talking
got,
about that, but Grizzly was about to go to Ukraine, and yeah, just the whole thing, I guess.
Is Ukraine as bad as COVID? That's a good question. I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, I guess not really. I don't know.
I
I
suppose
think it
there's
is
far more
now,
leeway.
but I don't think.
I don't want Teos to get a strike, is all.
Yeah.
I say, but it seems like there's far more leeway discussing Ukraine than COVID, just generally.
It depends on what you're talking about because Scott Ritter just got vaporized off of YouTube. So,
Well,
but
what was he saying? Well, bad stuff
well,
about the war or something.
well, he was basically saying Ukraine's getting their ass kicked and yada yada yada. But his mistake was he was interviewing Russians that like
Right.
either served that were serving in the army on that side, or there was some politician in Russia. So he had like a translator. So he was basically getting the Russian viewpoint on everything that's going on, and that's not permitted. You're not allowed to
All
hear
right.
the other side.
Yeah. So that would be like they're gonna the charge they'd give for that is to like oh, he's a traitor. He's helping the enemy. He's embellishing terrorism. All this other shit they would say. Okay.
Yeah, you're Putin's puppet or something stupid.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Scott Ritter was the UN weapons inspector that blew the whistle on the lack of weapons of mass destruction. Let's put it before the invasion. He blew the whistle and said, "This invasion's stupid. There's no evidence that Iraq has any of these things."
Well, you see, no matter which subject we look into, whether it's politics, medicine, whatever it is, you see a bunch of lies come out everywhere. I mean, you can pick a subject and there's going to be some lies at the end of it.
Yeah. Well, if it's on the TV set, then it's a bunch of lies, pretty much.
So like I mean, for example, what about like the cyber thing, like the cyber warfare bullshit? That's coming down the pipe. It's going to be a big cyber warfare event as well. Where the internet will go down, all everyone's bank accounts won't be accessible for a couple of days. They'll do that as well at some point. And they're going to blame it on China. Someone like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have to create these enemies,
Yeah, that's the thing. And the reality is there won't be any cyber like actual problem. They'll just literally switch off the internet for a couple of days, put out the stories, get everyone scared, and then the solution will be stricter controls to access the internet, and we've got to protect the kids.
Yeah. Now we need our biological ID to make our computer come on.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Stuff like
With
that.
your
And it's all to protect the
fingerprint,
kids.
retina scan. We need a saliva sample.
Yeah. And all of it will be done to protect the kids, of course, because that's why we're really doing it. Not it's not really censorship, no, it's to protect the kids because there's so much bullying going on online. That's the real reason. You see, so in the end, everyone's just going to accept these new paradigms, just like with the medicine, just like with the politics, just like with history, whatever you want. Pretty sad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't really know how to feel about that. Sometimes I feel people are asking for it, that that's what they want, by being lazy and not figuring out what's going on, not even trying to. Because everybody knows something's rotten in Denmark, right? And it's only a matter of, are you going to be willfully ignorant, or are you going to, educate yourself on what is probably wrong, right? Like they said in the Matrix, like splinter in your mind, right? So everybody knows, other than like the hardcore brainwash, that like something's wrong with the world, or at least with the West, and it's like it's not hard to figure out what it is. You just have to look.
I don't know, but going from that, let's say, that general sense of like something is wrong to that specific sense of this is wrong and this is what I must do about it, that's a massive shift. Let's say a passageway which most people aren't taking. Like it's like a lot of people work out some things are wrong, but what specifically is wrong and how you're going to deal with it is really important, and no one's thinking about that.
I mean, there's so many things wrong, and you can point to a lot of different things, but I would say all of it. Like every single bit of it.
Starting with what we're told by officialdom.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like basically, if it came out of the government, or if it came over the TV, or if it's a mainstream idea, it's a crock of shit.
Yeah, some sort of trick, basically. But sometimes they'll be tricky. Sometimes they'll give you the truth, but they'll spin it in such a way where it's like, well, are you going to deny this? It's the obvious truth. Come on, you're going to deny that. You're like, no, I'm not going to deny that. And then they'll catch you on the next entailment, So a lot of the time they'll even put the truth out there just to get you enticed,
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. And just to like segue kind of like the platter, because that's like there's always a sliver of truth in stuff. There has to be, right? Because if there's a sliver of truth, then when people see one of those slivers of truth, right, the pieces of evidence that support some claim, they fixate on that, and they don't see all the other things that are wrong. So a good example of this is, we have a Glober say, oh, so you think gravity is fake? And that implies that we're like denying that like things fall. Things don't fall, right? When we say gravity's fake, they're implying that we think that things don't fall to the ground. No, we obviously see things fall to the ground. And mainstream science conflates that idea that gravity is things falling to the ground. But that's actually not the theory of gravity. The theory of gravity is mass attracts mass, right? That things are like a bunch of particles are pulling themselves together into the form of a ball. That's a lot different than things falling down. That's not the same thing. But they conflate, they conflate the two so that they have that so-called sliver of truth. So it's almost like a bait and switch, right? Oh, gravity exists because things fall down. Oh, gravity is mass attracts mass and planets orbit each other, like planets orbit the sun and yada yada yada. So it's just a trick. It's just another magician's trick while you're not paying attention.
Yeah. Yeah, they do that. Like they'll Trojan horse different stuff like that, very very sneakily.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, the Trojan horse.
Yeah.
Are there any crazy Globers in here? I need to flat smack somebody.
I'll be in here at some
Who
point.
thinks they're living on a ball? Tell us why.
Oh, we have Zero Stock Criminal. Well, get kind of internet famous, man, for being the most freaking unself-aware person on Earth.
Um,
Well, I mean, you're trying to get flat Earth banned from this.
On planet Earth.
Yeah, on planet Earth. Yeah, on planet Earth, because that's where you think you live, right? You tried to get us. You had a petition to get us banned for a thought crime, and your name is Thought Criminal.
It's hypocritical. I'll be the first to admit that I'm a hypocrite.
Okay, thank you. That's probably the best I'm gonna get, so I'll take it.
No, I got more.
Oh, you got more mea culpas? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Let's
you
hear it.
said
Let's
I'm not.
go
You
to the
said
confessional.
You said I lack. Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I should repent some more. I
Oh,
probably
Zeros. By the way,
repent
Zeros,
enough.
how's your campaign going or your crusade going to shut down this chat room?
Very slowly.
Well, you
Yeah, because
see,
I thought you started. He started
Go
the
ahead.
crusade, but it didn't. He started the crusade, but it's not working out well for him because most people seem to like the chat as opposed to not. So
Well, the mods really love it because it brings in traffic.
yeah, but you don't like it, obviously.
I don't think there's any petition large enough to shut you guys down. I mean, not on this server.
I wouldn't say that. There's always a threshold.
I know, but don't forget the importance of intentions, Zeros, because your intention to shut it down—that's the key thing here. You don't like people who don't agree with you or who don't agree with the majority, do you?
No, that isn't his real reason. He let out his true feelings in his little Wolfgang interview. So he started off with, I think it's misinformation, but what it really ended up being is because you got the truth slip out that you think we're a bunch of assholes. Remember? That's
Something
really
like
why
that.
you let the channel shut down. Because we're a bunch of assholes and
I
we're
don't like
jerks.
the-
And we
I don't
mute
like-
people and you don't like the way we mod the VC. So you don't think we should be here. That's the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do. We could be talking about berries. You wouldn't give a fuck.
Or there could even be a deeper reason. He's seeing a bunch of people seeing the truth of the flat Earth and moving away from the consensus and the lies of the globe Earth, and he doesn't like it. He sees a lot of people leaving the party. He doesn't like people leaving
What?
the
You're
party.
Grizzly? You're a flat earther.
That's right.
Oh my word.
You didn't know Grizzly was a flat earther? He's old school, man.
Oh no, I knew that. I just forgot. I guess.
Yeah. I wonder what else he forgotten did.
So it's odd. Like your profile has all this stuff about 1984. Did you actually read that book? Like, do you know what that means?
Yeah, I could probably recite the book by heart. It's like my Bible.
So,
I
like,
doubt it.
out of all the people on this server, you say you could read the 1984 and recite it like a Bible, and you find flat Earth ludicrous.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
You'd have to find 1984 ridiculous and ludicrous. Did you know that George Orwell said something about flat Earth? That he wrote an article about it?
No, I did not know that.
Okay, well he did.
But can you
And it's
post that? It'd be
about
interesting.
and it's about I can't, I have to go off the top of my head, but it's about how people just believe it because they've been told it, and that nobody actually knows for themselves. And that it's just an idea that just keeps getting passed on from person to person. I'll find it.
That's profound.
Well, I mean, George Orwell is pretty slick.
Yeah, didn't he say something like similar to like, well, if you ask somebody once why they think that the Earth is a globe, at first they'll laugh, but then if you keep on asking, they'll start to get angry.
Yes, it's something like that.
I
Yeah.
posted it. I posted that little quote.
No, I'm not.
Thanks,
I'm
man.
not
You guys are
angry.
awesome, man.
I'm not angry at your ideas. Just, I guess, some of the conduct, but it's not fair to say that it's all flat earthers or anything like this.
Think George Orwell was a flat earther?
And even my conduct is not above reproach. I like to be edgy. I like to, be argumentative, whatever.
There's no edge on a ball.
Argumentative was correct. There is an edge on a ball. Ball is 100% edge.
It's all edge. It's all edge. It's the edgiest.
Edge, the definition of edge is farthest distance from the center.
That's
So
where I
ball,
live on the globe. I live on the edge.
I mean,
So
zeros.
1984.
Damn it, I was being
Oh,
too
sorry, go
colorful. I
ahead,
forgot
Gio.
what I was thinking.
Who was? Sorry, I interrupted somebody. Whoever was talking.
No. We just spoke at the same time, bro. You're good. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I ask like you guys, a lot of Globers that like don't really know this topic and think that it's ludicrous and think that there's some scientist out there that proved it a long time ago, and but we've talked to those scientists, dude. Whether you believe it or not, we've talked to those people, and you know what they do? They do the same thing you do. They point to somebody else that has the evidence. Then when we ask them, they point to somebody else that they have the evidence, and it's this circle jerk of everybody pointing at each other. That somebody else has the evidence
like
that they don't know
hot
what it is, but somebody else has it somewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah, there are a lot of
Justin.
interlocutors that are not well educated on the topic.
Now, let's
Well,
go.
can you
We've
show
talked
us?
to
Wait, can you?
PhDs in cosmology, physicists, people, satellite engineers, pilots, sailors, you name it.
Yeah, can you?
Astrophysicists. I mean, I could just go down the list. The geologists, surveyors, like you name it. We've talked to them.
Yeah, can you bring someone in here that knows their shit?
Yeah, we want the guy that everybody's pointing to, that everybody thinks exists. That guy.
No, that's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You don't know.
Yeah, man,
jack shit
I got a
either.
question. 1984 guy. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're talking about me? I'm the 1984 guy. I like it.
Yeah. So, have you heard of neuro-linguistic programming, NLP?
I can't say that I've heard of it. Maybe.
Okay, well, it's kind of like Orwellian doublespeak, to put it in perspective. Anytime you bring up a certain subject about the globe, you'll start to notice the patterns of this like programming that's in people. Like you'll say, why do things fall? Oh, gravity. So what about helium balloons? Well, gravity's selective, and it's just like gravity's one of those programmed words. Same thing with let's say Coriolis effect or what's another one? Someone help me out. Atmospheric refraction. That's another one.
Or corpuscular rays.
Corpuscular rays, right? People just parrot these things without actually looking into them, and that's very in line with Orwellian society. So that's
right.
It's pretty weird to me that you like Orwell to that extent and not realize you're in an Orwellian society already.
Yeah, unless he's like a really governmental type and he wants the Orwellian dystopia.
Yeah, or the term Orwellian has been. I think you could say it's been overused.
I don't think it has been overused at all.
It's not used enough. No, but I mean, it's been used in many various contexts, so that it doesn't really have any clear definition. Or
it has a very clear definition. It has a very clear definition. Is it? Bro, what are you talking about?
Well, it's
Yeah,
often
it's misused. That's the problem.
sure. Yeah, that's what I mean. I guess. Yeah, it's misused.
Well, hold on. It's a very clear definition. That's why you have multiple books on the same topic, like Fahrenheit 451, Brave New World, a bunch of others, where the definition is very clear. The question is, what flavor does that definition have? Is it Brave New World style? Is it 1984 style? Is it Fahrenheit style? Is it like the Equilibrium style? There's another
Wait, what's
Equilibrium one.
Fahrenheit? What's
I know, but
Fahrenheit?
I get
Fahrenheit 451 is a dystopian novel. You can read it.
About book burning.
He's
It's
basically
about
saying
it's about book burning. There's a guy, he's a fireman, but fireman in this dystopian society is somebody that burns books with a flamethrower.
yeah,
That sounds awesome.
but
I hate book burning. I think it's one of the greatest crimes.
correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying that people have used it in so many different ways and diluted it that it's lost a little bit of its
Yeah,
oomph.
yeah. People misuse it a lot.
Yeah. So it's one of those things, they just muddy the waters. They get people both organically and like in a planned way, people muddy the waters with these terms and make them lose their fucking, I don't know, juice. Whatever. How
Well, it's like Godwin's law, right? So like any argument on the internet, if long enough, the probability that someone uses a Hitler or Nazi analogy against their opponent approaches 1. So it's like the word Nazi almost becomes meaningless because eventually someone's going to get called a Nazi.
Yeah, that's called Godwin's law, by the way.
Yeah, I like that law. I think it's fun.
It's accurate. I'll say that.
I mean, to be honest, like the whole thing is like it literally is a groundbreaking thing, but they've used it so many times in so many different ways. It's become a meme. But
Of course it's a meme.
it is
Yeah.
the truth. It'll never die though. It's the truth. But like,
Well, eventually, what my point is that Orwellian. Eventually, any argument is going to turn into like that's like whatever the person is saying. If they are some sort of smooth talker or whatever, like they're going to be called Orwellian, or any government actions can be called Orwellian, no matter what it is. Eventually,
But
even though it doesn't really matter, it doesn't really even relate to the book in any way.
But when it's something is deceptively oppressive from an authority, that's when it becomes Orwellian. So like this big overarching authority forces something upon people by lying to them, and that's clear what it means.
I got a question. What's the difference between draconian and Orwellian?
Draconian is talking about very harsh physical punishment, right? So like torturing people for crimes, for example, that would be draconian, something very harsh. Orwellian includes, doesn't have to be harsh. Orwellian can be very soft, but it's a question of lying, manipulating people into hurting themselves. You see,
Kind of like Dostoevsky's point about like live not by lies, kind of thing. Like that would be more along the lines.
Draconian is like almost like strict liability. Like if you do something that's prohibited, there's no excuse, right? There is no extenuating circumstances. Like I stole food to feed my starving kids. It don't matter. You're getting your hands chopped off. Like that would be a draconian law.
So draconian basically means very harsh punishment for something, basically.
Draco Malfoy.
Or strict legalisms.
Yeah, but the idea is you can't do something wrong, otherwise it's strict. You see, so the question is, the draconian basically means there's going to be a reaction, an overly high reaction to something mundane, basically.
Like in Islam.
So I don't know, a good example would be, for example, just quickly going back to the COVID thing, when people were saying, when they were saying, well, if you go outside of your house, you're going to get fined, you're going to get put in jail. That would be a draconian policy if it was enacted, because you're locking someone up because they left their house. That's draconian.
I would love to talk about the
Nope.
yeah, but I'm not going to.
Because
Can I ask you something, Mr. Orwell?
Fuckers, TOS.
Yeah, you can't talk about anything on the 24/7 cocked Earth server, right? Especially math.
I think the COVID vaccine is fake.
Oh
And
my God.
I'm horrible about it. Man.
What if someone's streaming right now? You can't say that.
Shut up, bro.
Yeah. I got a question for you.
Who said you can't talk about math? The guy that can't do any math?
Yeah, fuck you, bro.
I find that the people that say shit about math are the ones least capable of actually doing any math.
I can agree with that.
Bro, the thing is, bro, it's like doing math. It's like saying, "Oh, I do English." You know, it's like you have to do English with a purpose. You have to do math with a purpose. You know, because just doing it on its own isn't anything.
Yeah, it's like doing pull-ups or something. No one gives a fuck, bro. Okay, flex your muscle. Who the fuck cares?
Well, I mean, you
You know,
can
'cause for
string
example,
random English words together, right? But that doesn't mean it has a meaning, right? And I can string
exactly,
random
and I could
problems
make
and
up.
equations together, and they don't necessarily relate to the real world.
Yeah, that's
It, it,
literally
it,
the definition of this room, right? It's literally just stringing
exactly, I could
random
take
bullshit together.
I could take mathematics and make up a story about how elephants are making everyone move around right now, right? With mathematics, and would it make it true? No, it would just be a model I made with mathematics. I could make a model with English. I could make a model with symbols as well. Doesn't make it true though.
You don't even have to use numbers and symbols. You could just write out the entire word, right? You can write out 6
Yep.
plus equals. You could write out all the words.
Yep.
And technically that would be math, except for he's using words.
I think the
It's the language.
Orwellian thing, I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword. I know that you're using it to apply to
Dystopia.
the education system and somewhat the indoctrination system of
No,
the
that's not really how I was referring to it, but the ability to shape people's perception of reality.
yeah.
Because that's what Big Brother did, right? They shaped people's perception of reality through the TV set by telling them this is the world
The
outside your
telescreens.
purview,
Yeah.
and this is what's happening beyond your experience.
With the propaganda, right?
Yeah, yeah. So what's the difference, right? On the TV, you see a globe, and they say, "Well, you can't perceive this locally. Somewhere else, it's curving. You have to go to this special place, and then you can see it's curving." Well, what happens if they decide to change their mind in 20 years?
But I think it's also a double-edged sword. Like when you refer to double speak or even double think, like I think I feel like there's an argument and a case to be made that that's what could be perceived as what's going on here.
I'm gonna do my
Well,
global.
make that case, dude. I'd like to hear this one.
It's very difficult to calculate how much refraction is going to happen. We have to take into consideration all the variables of the column of air. It's just not possible to find out how much it's refracting. Oh, but it's like way beyond like the curve. Like, oh well, we don't know. It's just very complicated. We don't know how much it's refracting. We can't tell.
Yeah, because it's not anyway.
Yeah.
Just don't know. It's like
No, because it's not, dude. Listen, it's not refracting. So
are you denying refraction?
as a general, as there's a general phenomenon of refraction. Terrestrial refraction is a bullshit.
So it's
Yeah.
possible that refraction is happening.
Well, no, there's a general phenomenon of refraction. Terrestrial refraction's bullshit. Do you know how I know this? Because we've tested it in the real world with data and telescopes and lasers and shit.
How do you test it?
So one way that was tested using 2-frequency LiDAR was done in the Alps. So they surveyed a landslide, right, to see if it shifted over a period of time, right? So they take a LiDAR image of it, and then they measure, because they have 2 frequencies now, they can tell the angle of arrival of the reflected LiDAR array, right? And they can measure how is the angle of arrival different from the actual geometric angle, and they can measure that angle of separation. So what they found is the maximum separation that they ever measured was 4 mgon, and mgon is a European unit for angles and surveying. That equals 0.009 degree deflection. So over a distance of 25 miles, that would equal 8 feet.
Okay, actually, I was memeing for all, but like, actually explain that to me. I'm interested actually. Like,
Yeah.
no.
Well, I mean, that's just I'll post a link to it in chat. So all this stuff has been tested.
So
like, there's
LiDAR?
no. Well, let me just say this. I've asked lots of Globers this.
Yeah.
Okay, you say refraction exists. Things
Yeah.
are being refracted over curve. I want to believe you. Give me the model to use to make accurate predictions of this refraction. Because if you say it's physics, that refraction's happening, picking things up over the curve and not letting us see too far, then there must be a physics model that predicts this happening. Let's have that. And nobody has
Okay,
that
so
because
one of
that
my
does not exist. Well, go ahead. You think it exists?
So what is the light at?
One of my issues is this, right? I'm not like I don't know a lot about like all the mathematics surrounding refraction, right? I did take college physics 1 and 2 at some point, years ago, but I don't remember obviously, right? So, but my counter argument for flat Earth is usually revolves around like accretion and gravity, right? So, for example, like a protoplanetary disk, right, which is a rotating disk of like dense gas and cosmic dust that surrounds like a star, like a young star. And these like protoplanetary disks essentially through gravity, right, they accrete the gases and space material into like a disk shape. And okay, which is again, this is a little different. I mean, it's all based on gravity, right? But this is a slightly different from the accretion process that builds up planets themselves, right? But essentially,
way ahead.
Just
Bro,
let him
what
continue,
fuck are
because
you
just let
talking
him
about?
finish, man. I hate cutting people out. Just
Yeah,
let him
okay.
finish.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, sorry.
right.
Continue.
So right, they're related. They're separate, but they're related. But essentially, these molecular clouds, they're made up of carbon and hydrogen and a bunch of other elements. They begin to collapse in under gravity, right? Like gravity implies sphericism, right? A sphere, right? Like our everything that we know
Why do you
about
think that? Well, let me ask you, why do you
everything,
think that?
because everything we know about planetary formation, right? And
Has
spheres and geometry in general, right? About stars, right? About how the sun's heat is able to radiate towards Earth, right? Like the fact that the sun radiates energy towards the Earth, and the Earth is dark for half the day and light for the other half the day, and it depends on which side of the Earth at which time it's rotate, right? And it's like all these rotational factors, right? It's like it makes no sense for the Earth to be flat, right? There's so flat Earthers always have to refer to like this 1.2 mile black swan. It's like this
not
and
the only one.
refraction, right? It's like a couple of different theories that they always refer back to, whereas science and physics has literally hundreds of years, right? It's like you have to ignore so much science and math, right?
Okay.
Just to focus on
What
these
science? Because
two.
you didn't name any science at all. You told us a long story, a nice bedtime story, but there's literally
Yeah,
no evidence.
about
So
planetary
yeah.
formation.
So who watched? Has a planet ever been observed to form? Yes or no?
That's awesome.
Yes.
That's a great
Yes or
argument.
no? Yes or no?
Oh god, that's funny.
So
How
has a
do I
planet
how
ever been observed? Listen, you claim planets form into spheres from protoplanetary disks. Has this ever actually been observed?
I mean,
Yes or no? It's a simple
how do you
fucking
respond
question,
to that?
dude. Yes or
Obviously
no?
not. That's such a stupid
Obviously not.
question,
So you have a story with no evidence.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
go
Technically,
for
you're
it.
right.
you
Right?
referred to it.
Okay.
You referred
So
to it
no,
as an
hold on. Let me finish
understanding.
because I hear this bullshit all the time. This idea that gravity
Yeah.
forms things into spheres, right? Okay. So has this ever been observed? No. Has there ever been an experiment that shows this? No. Is it a prediction of the physics model? No.
Of course, there's
It's
been
not even.
experiments.
No. It's oh, what experiment? What experiment
W-
shows a bunch of particles form into a sphere? What
We
experiment is that?
literally send multi-billion-dollar telescopes out into space, right? We
Yeah,
send
and
satellites into space, right? There's all types of experiments that allow
no,
us
I'm talking
to
about a
measure.
experiment that shows particles forming into a sphere from gravity. That
Okay, but
experiment.
it doesn't. It's irrelevant, right? What's
No,
relevant
it's
is
not
that there
irrelevant
are.
because the claim is particles form into a sphere because of gravity, because of mass attracts mass. It's never been observed. Check that off. What's the experiment? Has it been
But
observed experimentally? Yes or no?
you're just
Has it been observed
denying.
No, I know. I'm asking you a question. Has it been observed? Yes or no?
I mean,
Yes or no?
what has been observed is that we have observed and measured certain properties of space-time. right? We have observed and measured gravity. We have observed
Yeah.
and measured elemental right elements.
More claims, little evidence,
Right?
no
We've
evidence.
observed. Do you believe that we've observed and
I
measured
don't.
anything?
It's not about what I believe. It's about
Do
what
you believe that
exists.
anything? Do you believe that any instruments have been invented to measure and observe anything? Like, do you believe in telescopes or?
how?
Yeah,
In,
telescopes. Yeah, telescopes. I believe in telescopes. Yeah, for
okay.
sure.
How was it
Why?
measured?
Do
No,
you
I want to
believe
get.
in like?
Listen, I have 3 points here, and I want to get through all of them. So I want to get to the like. Has gravity forming spheres been seen experimentally? So it hasn't been observed in nature. Has it been observed experimentally? No. Is it a prediction of Newtonian gravity? The answer is fucking no. See, this is where you guys fuck up. You think it's an actual prediction of the physics, but it's not because they've run it in simulation. Astrophysics physicists have run it in simulation, and they can't get a sphere to actually form. In simulation, when they apply Newton's law to every freaking particle in their simulation, it doesn't form a sphere. And I will post a reference to that. So all you have is a story. There's actually no evidence from it. There isn't even a physics model that predicts it.
Let me
They say
see.
that formation.
Post. Hold on. Just post what you said you're going to post.
Okay,
I'm
hold on. Give
interested.
me a second.
Again, I'm not overly familiar with the flat Earth theories,
And so
right?
here's the funny thing is I got this from a Glober because he didn't read the article. Because I asked him, I said, well, what's your evidence for like gravity forming things into spheres? So he just sent me an article, and I was like, dude, this shows that it doesn't form into a sphere. He just read the title. He was so sure that if they applied Newtonian physics to a bunch of particles in a simulation, that a sphere would form, that he didn't bother to read the article.
Okay, so
This happens all the time, dude. All the time.
But like, so my issue in general, I guess, with flat Earth is that
What do you think we think the sun is doing, by the way?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think that we think the Earth is a disk in space? That we
I
just
know.
like
I really don't know, right? Because everything that I know supports a spherical planet model, right? And a
when you say no, what do you mean no? Like what you read in school or something?
Well, it's not that I read it in school, right? It's that I like spent like years of my life devoted to studying like math and science and physics, right? Like I majored in computer science, right? So because of that, I had to take a lot of prerequisite classes, right? In
Yeah.
math and in
Me
physics
too.
and all the stuff, right? So it's like
Me too.
you know,
But
it's so right. So it's like it seems like a strong argument, right? Like I am way more convinced by the Glober argument than I am by the flat Earth argument, right? As an impartial third party, right? I am insufficiently convinced by the flat Earth hypothesis.
You're not
Right?
impartial though, dude. You've been taught that since birth.
Yeah, you're impartial. I'm impartial. You're not. You're impartial. I'm not impartial.
I'm
Right?
not
That's
saying I
totally.
am either,
no
dude,
one's
but I'm just
impartial.
saying we've all been taught that from birth, man. Like, how can you be impartial?
You've also been taught from birth that shit comes out of your ass and food goes in your mouth, right? But I don't hear
And
you
you can
debating.
see that, dude. Like, fuck,
That's a
man.
false that's a false equivalence, man. You literally experience that, dude. You've never
Is
experienced
the
the Earth
Earth?
as a globe.
Is the sun round? Is the sun round?
Yeah, it's round and
What's a 3D projection of a circle? Just literally just project a circle into 3 dimensions, right? Which is literally the basis for our understanding of the space time.
No, circles aren't 3D, dude.
Right, but projected, right? I mean, they're not, right? But they
yeah,
can
well,
be
if you look at
projected.
things from certain angles, they look like a circle, even though they're not. So, what's your
There you go.
point?
So you're just denying.
So,
You're
if I look at
ignoring
an
the
egg
obvious.
from a certain angle, it doesn't look like a circle, right?
You're
Or a
ignoring the
cylinder,
obvious.
or a cylinder,
Yeah,
or a
I mean,
hole,
do you have any
or a
do you
light
have
source.
extensive data supporting that the sun is a cylinder? Because I know there's extensive data supporting that it's a sphere.
Oh yeah, what's that?
I mean, I'm not. It's just an endless amount of data, right? There's just
Yeah,
literally
like
endless
where?
experiments.
Like where is that
Well,
data?
I talked about the protoplanetary disks and
Yeah, that was
accretion,
a
right?
story. You didn't give us any data. See, stories are not. See, there's claims and then there's evidence. See, we're concerned with the evidence for the claim, not really the claim itself. So you're
Mhm.
making claims, and I don't see any evidence. So I was going to ask you, you're college educated.
and they taught you like all these physics. But the question is, what was the evidence they showed you? Because they didn't actually show you any data, and they didn't show you any evidence. They didn't show you anything.
Well,
All
so
you
what they
did,
do is essentially they do is they give you, like you said, they give you a bunch of different models, right? And so, for example, you can calculate, right, what would the gravitational pull be at a certain distance away from the sun and from the earth, right? For example, right? Like what are the,
yeah,
you know,
Kepler's
like
second law. Yeah, great. And like,
exactly, right?
what's your point?
So like okay, so now if you acknowledge that gravity exists and that like planets orbit other planets and that we're orbiting the sun, right? Which I don't know if you deny that or not, right? But I
No,
assume you're
no,
not
there's no
denying that.
evidence for any of that shit.
There's no evidence that we are orbiting the sun.
No, there isn't.
Okay. And so I would just say to the people listening to you, right, that you are just simply not a very credible source of information, right? You can say that
Okay,
modern
so what
science
is
is
the? Well, I'm going to
happening.
ask you, what's the evidence then? Correct me. What's the evidence then?
How can I teach you
Yeah, no, dude. What's the evidence? I didn't
physics
ask you.
on
Listen, you
Discord?
don't need to teach me physics. You need to tell me what the
Wouldn't.
evidence is, because regardless of whatever your physics equations are, you have to punch actual measured real world numbers into those variables.
Listen, if I
Right?
was speaking
Yes or no? Do you have
Lebanese,
to actually punch real world numbers into those variables? Yes or no?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Do you have the evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Okay,
Yes
so
or no?
the evidence would be we went out into the real world and we made measurements of certain things, and then we took our physics model and we took those measurement variables, right, those measurement values, and we put them into the variables of our model to test if the model was correct.
Well, I mean, that's like that's a way oversimplification, right? So let's start, for example,
How is that a
with
simplification, dude?
because you're just like reducing like hundreds of years of
Well,
scientific
how do you do the
discovery.
equation, right? You need the mass
Gotta
and
start
size of the
somewhere.
Earth, you need the mass and size of the Sun, then you need the distance between them, right? And then you also need to know the ellipse of the orbit, right? So that's using Kepler's law. So that's how you're going to figure it out. That's how you're going to predict how you're going to post-stick the orbit. You know, it's not even a prediction. Where'd you get the mass of the Earth? Where'd you get the distance of the Sun? Where'd you get the size of the Earth? Where'd you get the size of the Sun? Where'd you get any of these values?
Well, so that's the thing, right? Is that I am not an astronomer. All right, I took an
Appeal to
astronomy
authority.
business class, right? Again,
But there's endless data.
There's endless data for thousands of years, but you just don't happen to know what it is, and you're in here shilling for something when you don't even know
Hold on,
what it
sorry,
is.
say that again. Endless data. What is that? I'm
There's
interested.
endless data, but you don't know what that data is. Okay, you just said
Well, I
it. You don't
know
know.
it to some degree, or I know calculus, for example, or I could tell you that
Calculus isn't data. Calculus is calculations. Like
well,
there's a difference between a
hold on.
calculation and a measurement, right?
What about the apple? What about the apple falling on Newton's head?
What about it? Apple falls on head, therefore orbits.
Well, no, therefore gravity.
Therefore gravity. So things fall because of orbits. So okay, let's. So we were just talking about this unironically, Grizz. So I think you remember. So things fall. Is things falling
fall.
gravity? Is that what gravity is? Is that the model of gravity? Things fall to the ground. Apple falls on Newton's head. That's gravity. Or is gravity mass attracts mass inversely proportional to the square of the distance? Is
Well, there
that
you go.
gravity?
So that's perfect, right? I'm
So you're
glad that
trying
you
to
brought that
conflate
equation
big
up.
G with little g, right? You're trying to conflate the two things. How do you get from something falls to the ground to an orbit, logically? Just walk me through those steps.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, walk me through those steps. Apple falls on Newton's head. How did I get to Earth is orbiting the sun from that?
I will say this, right? I could do that, right? I would have to do some refreshers. Right? I would have to do a refresher, honestly. I'd have to go get my old college textbook out
So
and
then
dust
you
them
shouldn't
off.
be talking to these dudes. They're way more educated than you, brother.
Space deniers.
They're not though, because I've already done them. I've already done it,
You
right?
think
Like
you're
we've
the first
already.
one that's come in here that's fucking
No,
Mr.
I
You
don't.
know?
No,
Holy
I mean,
shit,
I
dude,
was.
I've seen these guys blow guys apart way smarter than you, man.
I was here the other day when Neon did
Let's
his
not attack this
whole.
guy.
Yeah, don't attack me. I'm trying to be
Rockets
good
are
faith,
real,
right?
man. They really have rockets. There's such a thing. It's a real thing.
Yeah,
I
the
was here.
rockets.
Rockets
I was
really
here.
exist.
I was
Yeah.
here when
Right.
that guy
Cool.
did like the
Rockets
came
existed
into
in
the
1400s. Whoopie do.
Yeah, they actually Space Shuttle Challenger actually disassembled itself in space, coming back into the Earth. It's real. It happened. They made
Yeah.
it to space. Wow.
Yeah. Sure.
There's
I
space out
watched.
there.
So I
So you
watched
see how
so
these
I
guys
watched the
do it,
There's
right?
medium-range
actually
ballistic
space out
missile
there.
that only goes 500 miles. Look, the same as a rocket
There's
that goes to
actually
space.
space
Why is
out
that?
there.
Why is that? If I
There's
watch a
really a
500,
moon.
yeah, dude, you can try to just talk over me. That's fine. So I'm gonna
Well,
ask you a
there's such
question.
things as galaxies. They really
Yeah,
exist.
yeah. There's little smears in the sky, and we name them galaxies.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
galaxies are
Whoopee.
real.
Yeah, and they're full of stars too, right? Full of stars too, right? Are they full of stars?
There's no such thing as bears. That's a myth.
You're just a troll. I'm just gonna mute you. You have nothing objective to say. You're not gonna answer anything. Okay.
Yeah, go back to the conversation, India, with
Yeah,
Chris. That guy just
off from the circus sideshow, dude, throwing them into the gears to stop the production. Anyway, the point is, we're concerned about evidence for the evidence for the claims, right? So, think about
I gave you accretion. You didn't do anything to disprove accretion theory.
yeah,
And
I posted in the chat. I posted in the chat, dude. I don't have to disprove it. You have no evidence.
I'm gonna check. Hold on, let me see what you
So,
posted.
what if you came in here and said, "Yeah, I saw Santa's real," and you told me a whole bunch of Santa stories, and I was like, "Yeah, okay, what's the evidence for any of this?" And you're like, "Well, I'm not a Santa expert, so I can't tell you." You're
Well,
like, "I
I'm
don't have to
deferring.
disprove Santa,
I'm
dude."
deferring to basic physics, right?
What physics? You don't have any physics.
So where's the thing you posted? Sorry.
As you scroll up a little bit, it's called Simulating Asteroid Rubble Piles with Self-Gravitating Soft Sphere Distinct Element Method
Oh,
Model.
I see. Okay.
So in the country, do you have a measurement for the Earth's curvature or not?
Is this a link or is this just you literally copying?
take it as
Yeah,
a no.
I can give you the link if you want. I think
Oh, I
it's
see.
somewhere.
Okay, I'll just Google it. Hold on.
Yeah, just look at Google Scholar; it'll pop up.
Even better, try and Google some Earth's curvature measurements because you seem to think the Earth's a globe.
So here's the funny thing: so when they did this simulation, if you read through it, when they just used Newtonian gravity, it didn't work at all. They couldn't get anything to form. So they had to add what they called a non-physical spring model to get their little particles to kind of like stick to each other in like a spring-like fashion, so that they had like a adhesion stickiness to it. Otherwise, they didn't get anything to form at all. And even when they added that, they still couldn't get a sphere to form.
So you're saying that
and if
just
you,
because their shitty model was incapable of
now it's their
mimicking,
shitty model. They use Newtonian gravity.
it's
You
just some
haven't all.
random guy. It's just some random person, right?
It's a
These aren't
random
like
person in the Astrophysical Journal.
all right. It's just some random
Yeah,
person in an astrophysical journal,
the
right?
American Astronomical Society. Just some random guy.
So you think that if you can't simulate something, it doesn't exist?
No, dude.
That's your argument, right?
Don't straw man. That's not my argument at all.
You're saying because
I'm
they
saying
failed to
there's no
simulate.
evidence for your claim. There's no physics model that predicts it.
No, but you're saying that they failed to simulate like
That's
planetary
right.
accretion.
So, because
So therefore, planetary accretion is impossible.
No, I'm saying the claim that gravity forms things into spheres is a baseless claim. It's never been observed. There's no experiment to demonstrate it, and it doesn't happen as a prediction of the physics model that you're appealing to. Right? The model of Newtonian gravity. If you use that as a model and run it in a simulation, spheres don't form. Okay? The only way they can actually.
But they do exist.
But what are you talking about? What are you
Do
talking about?
spheres exist? Are there any
Do spheres
sphere?
exist in reality? Yeah, I
Do spheres
guess
exist in
abstractly.
reality?
Technically, spheres in abstract form, which can never actually have any real existence.
Really? So you
Well, I
just
mean,
think that
well,
we can deduce that the moon is round?
Is there a perfect sphere in existence?
But I'm okay. A spheroid. All right. I'm not talking. You know
Technically,
what I
it's a
mean?
ball. If you really want to get super technical,
It's a
technically a ball.
spheroid.
A
Right?
sphere
It's a
is only the
spheroid.
surface.
Okay, it's a ball. Whatever. Okay, whatever. Are you saying that there is is there more evidence for the moon being a spheroid or less evidence?
Okay. There's no evidence either way.
There's no evidence either way.
No, because the moon has no parallax, and the sun has no parallax, and none of the celestial bodies have any parallax. And because of this fact that they have no parallax, now you can go as far apart on Earth as you want. You could take a picture with a telescope, right? And you can measure the angle that you have to look at the moon. And that angle does not change of the two telescopes. You can't measure, like you're not looking at the moon from the side, are you? Right? If I go from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, I don't see the moon shift position, right? As if like there's a building some distance away and I stand on the left side of it, then the right side of it, and my viewpoint changes. The viewpoint never changes because there's no parallax. That's why
Well,
you sit there and you just
you can't
offhand
say
say
that.
planets are spheres, the moon's a sphere,
Yeah.
the sun's a sphere. How do you objectively tell there's a sphere?
It depends on
Is
your point of
parallax.
reference. It
You
depends
need
on your point of reference.
you need
Beg the
stereoscopic
question.
vision, right? You need stereoscopic vision to perceive a sphere objectively, right?
Do you deny that we have stereoscopic vision?
Don't ask me what I do. We have stereoscopic vision, but when something's too far away and the angle's too small, we have no depth perception at that distance. We have other
Exactly.
distance
So
cues.
you have two-dimensional vision, right? You see a
You don't
circle
have
instead of a
three-dimensional
sphere.
vision because the
Right, you see
angle
a
is so
circle.
small. Look, when
You
the
see a
angle
two-dimensional projection of a three-dimensional object, right? It's very simple, right? You just explained it yourself. Literally just explained it
Wait,
yourself.
what the fuck are you talking about?
You just explained why
Okay,
after a certain
no,
distance.
maybe you're not understanding. Take your thumb, stick it up, extend your hand, close your right eye, and open your left eye. Look at your thumb. Now
Yes, I
open your other
understand.
eye and close your eye and watch your thumb shift.
Yeah, I
See
did that in
that
fifth grade too.
yeah, see your thumb shift? That's parallax.
All right.
Right.
Now, if we do this with, say, we have two telescopes and we put them very far apart, and we do this with a moon, the moon won't shift. There will be no parallax shift. There'll be no angle shift. We look at the sun, there'll be no angle shift. So either it's very far away,
Mm-hmm.
or
Which it is. Which it is.
or it's not a sphere.
It's very far away, right?
Is it?
Either way, you can tell. That's the
Is
point.
it? How do you know how far away it is? How do you know it
How
isn't
do you,
half the distance and twice and half the size, or twice
how
the
do
distance and twice the size? Because that's
well,
how
I'm
linear
saying
perspective works, right? We can just add any value, right? We just add a constant. We just multiply it by it, right? So that you can
I
100
agree.
times the distance, 100 times the size.
Listen, I just prefer to listen to other people's opinion, right? Like I just hold other people's opinion in higher regard than your opinion on this topic,
I
right?
don't have an opinion.
That
I'm just
doesn't
telling you
mean
facts, dude. This isn't my opinion.
doesn't
Is
mean you're
linear
a bad person.
perspective my opinion?
It's okay, dude. It's all right.
Is
Listen,
linear perspective my opinion? If
I actually
something
like this server, right?
visually appears, if you move it twice as far away, it appears half the size. That's my opinion.
I like this server because it forces me to
Yeah,
like
why
think.
don't you answer my question? Is that my opinion? That linear perspective with something twice the distance away appears half the size. That's my opinion. So if it's 10 miles away and it's 1 degree, by moving 20 miles away, it's going to be half a degree. But it could be 20 miles away and be 2 degrees, and it will look the same size as something that's 10 miles away and 1 degree.
Are you saying that you believe that's true, or you're debating?
No, it is true.
Okay,
it's objectively true.
So that's objectively true because some
Yes,
guy
it's
made an
objectively true.
observation and codified it using mathematics, right? There's like a mathematical process where you can derive those relationships, right?
Oh, first they made the observations, and then they did data fitting to some equations to see
Exactly.
to get the relationship. They didn't do the math
Exactly.
first, and then look out
But
into the world. The math simulated the real world, right? But anybody can do this, right? You can just take a ruler and just do this test with yourself, right?
Well, it's
And
not just that the math simulated the world; it's both ways, right? It's that either way works, right? It goes back and forth, right? It's a full circle, right? Where
yes,
the
but check it out.
so
You think the moon is 300,000 miles away in 1,500 mile radius or whatever they say it is. It could be a 3,000 mile radius and be 600,000 miles away. It could
It
be
could.
93 million miles away and 800,000 miles in diameter, and the sun could be freaking 400 times further.
Sure,
You
sure.
can't
But
tell
why?
by simply
Why?
looking at it.
But why do so many people think that it's this value and not another value? Why do people who actually care about the numbers, right? Who actually like invest all their time trying to like think about these things, right? Which you clearly don't, right? You're not like a professional physicist, you're not a professional astronomer, which isn't necessarily bad,
I've talked
right?
to
But you,
professional astronomers. They don't know shit either.
yeah, I'm
I have an
willing to.
astrophysicist in our other Discord. He's a grad student in astrophysics.
Hello, dude.
I asked him a simple question. How'd they
Is he a
measure the
flat
distance
earther?
of this? No,
Okay, there you
he's
go.
a
He's a flat
glober.
boober.
Shut
There
the
you go.
fuck up.
They
He's a
can't prove their
globe.
claims either.
Yeah, so he can't prove his claims either. Ask him a simple question. How'd they get the distance of the sun? He don't know. They just look it up. 93 million miles. That's the distance of the sun. That's
So
all they know.
you're saying he's a PhD in astrophysics,
He's
and
a
he has.
PhD candidate. He's a grad student.
So you're telling me that a lowly computer science major like me, who you're like bashing me for having to have to refer to like source material and
Bashing
equations
you,
on,
dude.
on Wikipedia, right? But an astrophysicist can't even do it, right? Like it's not that easy, right? Like, that's what I'm
You don't
saying.
get
It's
it.
not trivial mathematics. It's a long chain of compounding like mathematical concepts that can, through understanding algebra and geometry and trigonometry and then calculus and then physics, right? Like all those concepts
Didn't need a
build on
flat
each
Earth for
other,
that.
right? So you have to it's like a long chain of.
Assumptions?
Well, it's
Huh?
not though, because it's like you said,
They're
right? It's like
not.
they're observations that are then codified into models, right? Just like your model of, the whatever parallax, right? Where it's like the
It's not a
distance
model,
depending
dude.
on
It's
the
how we
distance.
get distance, right? It's how we can actually figure out like the distance of how far a ship is out to sea, right? Or
Right.
how far a
And
tree
those,
is
and we
away.
right. And so once as we build up more complicated models about our own reality, right? They can describe phenomena
Yeah, but those
around us,
methods
right?
that we used on the terrestrial realm, right?
Why would they
These
not apply?
parallax, they don't work when you look in the sky because there's
Why do
no
you say that?
parallax. What aren't you understanding?
There's
There's
no
no
parallax.
parallax. That parallax angle shift that I talked about with your thumb, that's not observed. It's not my opinion. They admit it.
So the thumb experiment is your way of disproving round Earth.
No, it's my way of talking to you like a child so that you understand what parallax is.
Okay.
Because you
Right,
don't
but you said,
understand what it is,
no,
dude. You
no, but
don't
you said it.
understand like
No, I do understand because you yourself admitted that it could just be the case that it's too far away for the parallax effect to take place, right? You said
yes,
that,
it
right?
could
That
be.
that
Yes.
right. So thank you. Okay,
It's
there you
not the
go.
only option. But the
So
thing
the Earth isn't.
is there a
So the Earth could be round, is what you're saying. The Earth could be round.
no, no, dude. How
That's
do you
what you
get
just
from
said.
that to that? Yo,
That's what
you're
you
an
just
idiot, dude.
said.
You're just
That's what you
trolling.
said.
No,
You're
we're talking
saying
about
it
the
could be
moon.
round.
Idiot. We're talking about the moon. We're talking about the
I'm
moon.
not right.
The
So you're
moon,
saying the moon
look,
could
the
be
moon
round.
could be a sphere. That doesn't matter if the moon's a sphere. What does that
So
say about
you're
the Earth?
okay. So you're acknowledging that it could be right. That there's a
Yeah. So
possibility
what?
that it's
Yeah.
not.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter. It says nothing
That's all I
about the
needed.
Earth.
That's all I needed to
Why
hear.
does
Right?
the
I'm happy
moon
with
be
that.
like? How does the moon be in a sphere? How's that evidence the Earth is a sphere?
You know what? We're gonna put a bookmark in it. That's enough for me today. Right? We at least agreed that it's possible for the moon to be a sphere, and then I will do some more research and I will pick it up later. Right?
Yeah, it's
But thank
possible
you.
because the observation is ambiguous.
I am trying to engage in good faith. Right? I'm not
Well,
using
I'm
swear
just trying
words.
to
I'm
tell
not
you, if you
trying
have
to
an
say
ambiguous
anything.
observation, then you can't make a definitive statement one way or the other.
Well,
Because
okay,
you don't see it. Do you see
that'll
the
be my
side?
job.
Well,
My
let
job
me
will
ask you.
be
Do you
to
see
make
the
it less
sides of the moon?
ambiguous.
Have you
I
ever
will
seen
do
the
my
moon from?
best
Have you ever
to
seen the
remove
moon
the
from the side,
ambiguity.
dude? Have you ever seen the moon from the side like you see a normal 3D sphere? Ever? And what do they say? You don't see the moon from the side because somehow coincidentally the face is always facing Earth perfectly in its orbit. and it just
That's
happens
not
to.
true.
Oh,
The moon.
that's what they
The,
say. They say it's tidally locked to the Earth's gravity, and that the face of the moon is pointing at the Earth perfectly in the direction, so you never see the moon from the side. This is what they say.
okay. So what's the issue with that?
So here's other evidence that it's not a sphere. There's no specular reflections.
Mayhem brought up an interesting point. He pointed out the craters that you can see on the moon, and he asked when did those craters get there, seeing as the moon's tidally locked? Like, did they come from Earth? Like, that kind of thing, right?
That's the other problem. And they claim that there's craters has a problem because how come they're all round and none of them are oblong? What did all the meteorites hit the moon at a 90-degree angle? You know what their excuse for that is? And I'm going to quote Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said, all the asteroids that hit the moon go at a magic speed. That is a direct quote. Magic. Now think about that for a second. A so-called astrophysicist scientist says the craters on the moon are all round because of magic. And you wonder why the flat earthers running around when you got idiots like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that horse shit. And I'm going to post that goddamn video in the chat too, because that's just embarrassing for all humanity.
I want to see that. I've never seen that. It's hilarious. Did anyone else hear that thumb example and was like, "Oh shit, that makes sense"? For me, it did. For parallax.
Yeah, that's what it is. And you can measure this angle, right? This change, this shift, right? You can measure it if you know the distance between like your eyes. And this is how like a virtual reality device works. Like you need your what's called your interocular distance, so it knows how to render the image in the virtual reality headset.
Mm-hmm. Yo,
Yeah, so you get
have you seen that, by the way, Indio?
what?
Oh my god, look at this, man. So they just had Lex Friedman and Mark Zuckerberg just had a podcast in the Quest 3 metaverse, and it's photorealistic Kodak avatars. It's fucking wild, man. It's actually
No, I saw that up, man, but it's hard for me to like click on anything that has Mark Zuckerberg
It's
in
actually
it.
not even that cool, right? It's actually really not even like Mortal Kombat had like photorealistic graphics technically, right? Like that was from 1998. So the fact that we can just do it in VR now is not like a huge leap in technology, in my opinion. But
So I
what do I
set
know?
up a couple Oculus Rift headsets when they were like in the developer version for a couple game companies, because they couldn't get them to work on their computers, basically, because they're development versions and the drivers had issues and all that stuff. So I know a lot about the VR shit.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I know a lot about the VR shit and how it works, like on a technical level. Yeah,
right, like
it's
6 degrees of
cool.
freedom, FOV, all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, more like how
it
it's
is
like
very
how it works
cool.
and how it renders it and projects it into the eye and how the computer renders it out and like all that stuff. Because we're a game developer, you kind of gotta know that crap. I wasn't the game developer; I'm the hardware guy. So
Oh, so you basically did drivers and stuff like that.
yeah, because like it was a development version, right? So when they first they didn't sell the Oculus Rift as like a consumer product because they didn't want to do technical support. So they sold it as a developer version. So they didn't have to like guarantee any level of, functionality.
Right.
So the thing with
I
this
got hired to
Chris,
make it work.
They're perfect or circles. Here you go. You ready?
The thing with this like Oculus tech is that it's a new iteration of old technology, right? It's not really.
If you send it at an angle, it will make an elongated
I mean, I guess no technology is.
This will happen.
I mean,
So they're saying,
modern
let's
language
send it in faster.
language models are pretty novel, right? But like
Turns
this
out
graphic stuff,
there
I'm
is
not a
a magic
graphics
speed.
engineer. Like, I don't. Maybe this is not my area.
With which
Yeah,
you
it's not
can
my area of
send in
expertise.
an
The
asteroid.
first VR headset goes back to
And
the
on
60s.
collision will
That
make a
old.
perfect circle no matter the angle.
It's called the Sensorama.
I honestly think this whole like Apple Pro Vision Pro and like the Quest and all this stuff, like all this VR stuff is literally just a techno geek like circle jerk, right? To try and like get them to buy into what is clearly a dumb idea, right? Like, yeah, I get that it's like fun to like hang around and be.
It's just not. Yeah, it's not gonna sell. It's not gonna. It's never gonna be popular.
Look,
Like,
someone.
they're just trying to turn, like, just trying to like create the next phase of like invasive marketing, right? They're just trying to like create a new way for them to like display ads into your retina, right? That's really all it is.
Yeah, at this point, listen, VR isn't going to take off until they don't know how to use it yet, right? So it's like the movies in the beginning, right? Or just like figuring out how to paint for the first time. Like you don't really know how to use the medium in a productive way. They don't know how to. They don't know, like, you know, the so-called killer app. Nobody has thought of a way to make the so-called killer app that makes VR like, because it has like this
it's Ready
unlimited
Player One.
potential.
It's
But
Ready Player One. That's what it is.
yeah, well, people are still thinking of it like, so there's people that try to make games, and games don't work too good because, I mean, maybe they'll work good in the future, but like the fidelity isn't good enough, right? And then like, who actually wants to like exercise during a video game, and then you're walking into walls and hitting shit. Then there's that problem, and like, it doesn't really work for video games. And then okay, so maybe you want to make a movie or something like that. Well, don't really work for that. So someone needs to like think of a way to make some sort of movie
Real-world
hybrid video game type thing where it's like, it's not a movie exactly, but it's also not a video game exactly. It's something that is unique to a VR headset that you can't do on anything else. But it's like, what it is, I don't know, dude. I haven't invented it. If I was, I'd probably be a billionaire. But like, someone is gonna eventually, some artist or some genius is gonna figure out how to like maximize this, and then it'll take off.
Yeah, I didn't mean to take it too off topic. I just, talking about interocular distance and stuff like that. That's
Yeah, I mean,
that always
I'm just
interested me
a
because
fucking
I
nerd,
want.
man.
Me too,
That's all there
bro.
is to it.
I just can't articulate as well as you, man.
Yeah, I'm just a retarded nerd, man. Like I've been into like computers, like and fucking shit like that for a long goddamn time. Like computer graphics, dude. Just for a long time. It's just like a thing. Like I'm always like kind of up on like just like how it all works. So
Yeah,
I mean,
it's fascinating.
because we see we see the 3D world projected onto a 2D surface, and we like jump to conclusions about like what we see or what it is. Like
Right.
pareidolia, right? I see a Jesus Christ in a piece of toast. Like,
Right.
And I'm selling it on eBay.
That's the thing. No Country for Old Men didn't quite understand. Your point was the fact that it's so ambiguous that we have to make inferences about what it actually is. We can't actually define what it is and say, like, claim and prove that claim. You know what I mean? Like, that's the point you were trying to make.
Yeah. Like the only point I was trying to make is like, you can't objectively say from objective like measurements, right? So I can take a tape measure and be like, okay, that's a foot. I can objectively determine that this is a foot. But from just simply looking at the moon, you can't objectively say that's a sphere, because the things that you see that compose a sphere, specular highlights, you don't actually see any like roundedness to the surface. You don't see it to the sides. The only inference you get that it's a sphere really is the so-called shadows of the craters that make it, but that could just be pareidolia, right? because we're just looking at it. We're not making any like measurements of it.
Right.
So what about our satellite systems? Aren't those based on a spherical model of the Earth?
Well, you would need a radius
Like,
to
how
have
do we?
satellites.
That's a great question though. No Country for Old Men. That's kind of why the Earth's circumference is the first thing we go after in terms of seeing its validity, because if the Earth's circumference is wrong, then everything else falls apart afterwards. That's why it's so important. And that's why the black swan is so important, because it basically throws the geometric horizon as a physical thing out the window.
So then satellite technology is a scam?
No, they're still satellites, just not what they depict them to be. Have you
There's
seen
not
Satelloons?
there's not things
or anything?
orbiting the Earth in a vacuum of space.
So you think all those people that like corporations are paying to like
I've
get
talked to them.
advanced degrees?
Dude, I used to work at Dish Network. Bro, I'm telling you. When you think about geostationary satellites, you know how they say that? Ever heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
Just think about that term for a second.
Right. Geostationary, the Earth is not moving.
Correct.
So
Okay.
let me ask you a question. Why do you think satellites are necessary? Because we can't talk to the other side of the world because the Earth's a big ball, right? So if I want to, if I'm in the United Kingdom and I want to talk to someone in Australia, right? I have to bounce it off a satellite to talk to them, right?
Well, it just makes more sense. I mean, there's more factors, right? It's like basically propagating. You can't propagate. You can't propagate radio waves through like dense matter.
I mean,
yeah.
through
So
certain
that,
types of.
yeah. So they
certain
can't. The
types of
radio waves
waves.
can't go through the Earth, right? I can't like shoot from UK to Australia through the Earth with radio waves, right?
Exactly.
So what if I told you in 1918 that they were talking to Australia from the United Kingdom with radio waves?
Okay.
Yeah, this was done. There was no
Marconi.
satellites. Yeah, Marconi. And the idea of satellites wasn't even thought
Well,
of.
I mean,
Arthur C. Clarke, a science fiction writer, invented the idea of satellites.
It's like saying, well, that's just to be clear. Like, you know, if you wanted to speak to someone from the United States and the United Kingdom, you could obviously just, you know, they had wires under the sea and so on to speak to them. However, you know, you could do it, right? But you know, the idea of a satellite is that, you know, it's much more, it's a better quality of communication, right? You know, less interference, less problems, right?
Exactly.
Over what?
Over like having your wires under the sea and relying on them.
No, listen, wire has way more bandwidth than electromagnetic radiation. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, okay, so
You're gonna have a higher quality with wire, dude. Like,
well, satellite
satellite
technology is observational technology too, right? It's mainly, I think, observational technology.
You could have better communication with just like connecting everyone via wire, right? But one, yeah, that requires maintenance, and it has to be sustained, right? Two, it's not always better, right? And
It is
three,
always better.
And three, having a satellite in space, which requires less maintenance, less control, less prone to damage than under the sea, is cheaper overall.
Wait, what? Did you just say the harshness of space?
The harshness of space? Who said that?
Me, I did. So you just said the harshness of space.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, what did you say?
I said that the maintenance required for a satellite overall, you know, could be cheaper than having to constantly maintain a wire under the sea, right?
How would you catch up to a satellite to do maintenance on it if it's in space? Just curious.
Well, you can usually, I mean, like, let's say for instance, the Earth is a globe, right? And you can predict exactly where the satellite will be at any particular time. Yeah, you could shoot a rocket and meet it where it's supposed to be at a particular time, right?
And you think that's easier?
I like how you had the incredulous laugh, like, you can do that?
Yeah,
bro. How's that, bro? How's that easier than just having something under the ground that's already been built and inputted there? You have to think about it.
You saying you can do that is just you saying something. What do you mean incredulous? Incredulous to your baseless claim?
Well, the
I
issue
can calculate
here,
how
what,
fast
no,
Superman
no
has
India,
to fly to
no
catch
India,
up to the sun.
no India,
right?
right? The issue on both sides of this debate has always been, right, one of inference and one of guesswork, somewhat, right,
Lyricism.
based on a series of evidence, right. The issue here is that if I say you could do this, and you say, well, yep, I guess you could, right? I guess it could be cheaper overall, or whatever, right? Or maybe it could actually have more power, right? Like in more efficient communication. If I had to say you could do that, yeah, we could both agree on that. Now, whether or not it is, and what I'm saying is actually true, that would be something we'd have to research. But the issue here is that what's the point of me saying it's true when all you're going to then go and say is that actually the Earth is a flat
could be a
disk. So
millionaire
what's the
one
point?
day, and I could be this, and I could be that.
Yeah, but the issue is that we're just going to go back into the
Let's
curvature
get
of
back
the
to
Earth,
the real
right?
issue because because you created like you kind of straw man the argument. Actually, you did, because I wasn't talking about undersea cables. I was talking about radio communication UK to Australia in 1918. Radio communication.
Was it as powerful as satellite communication today?
What does that mean? What
Well,
does how
I mean,
powerful mean?
as quality of communication, right? Like for instance, like
Well,
how
I
long it
mean,
takes.
they were using some pretty ancient technology, right? The
Yeah.
transistor didn't exist, right? That wasn't a thing yet. Like, so they're using some pretty antiquated thing. But the thing is, we know that there were no repeaters because radio was brand new. There wasn't
Yeah.
like repeaters in Africa they were bouncing the signal off of. But the reason they even tried to do it was because an amateur radio guy who ended up setting it all up with Marconi, his radio was picking up radio transmissions from Berlin, and they said
Okay.
they lasted all day.
So,
And they were like, well,
look,
that's
I
interesting.
agree with you. I agree with you. There's lots
Well,
of
that-
technology involved, right? But the issue here is that, look, you
Yeah, but
agree
how do they
satellites
do that if a
exist.
ball's in the way?
You agree satellites exist because you can
How do they
basically
do that if a ball's in the way?
doesn't matter, right? What
It
matters
does
is
matter.
what matters
It
here
matters
is
because why are they necessary? That's the
Let
point.
him make his point.
this
Let
is
him make
what we're
his
gonna
point.
this is what we're gonna get to, right? So we both
He's trying
agree.
to straw man my
You and I
point.
both
I'm not gonna
agree
allow it.
that satellites exist because you can just get a telescope and see them, right? You don't need to work that hard, right? So
You guys don't agree.
So let's be like, whether or not they're in space or if they're in the atmosphere, it doesn't matter. I'm not even into that right now. What's important here is to say, like, okay, so what would their motivation be for having a satellite in the atmosphere? You know, spending all that money on it. Well, you know, you could simply say that, look, you know, companies want to profit, maximize their profit, and increase it, and governments want to have good infrastructure, right? Typically, right? That's what they try to do, right? So having a satellite, if it was the case, all the technology involved in creating a satellite was better, right, than just communicating radio waves around the curvature of the Earth or the flatness of the Earth, whatever it is, right? Doesn't matter. Then yeah, there'd be a profit motive there, right? There's a motive.
Bro,
I don't know all the technology behind a satellite.
motives, dude. Stop thinking about people's motives when deciding upon.
Well, like, look, I doubt very much, right, that anyone in here has any particular expertise on a satellite or
That's
compared
irrelevant.
to. Well, it is when it's being invoked, right?
Well, they're also denying.
That's no fact.
So I'm just giving you the motivation to say, like, it's not
You don't need to know
necessarily
motivation.
it won't necessarily. That's not even obviously the case. Just because we could talk to people in the 30s without satellite,
You don't
that
need
means
to know about people's
I didn't say the
motivation.
30s. I said 1918.
Doesn't even 30s, 20s, 10s. I don't.
We're
Doesn't
even
matter what
fucking
decade.
automobiles,
Doesn't
dude.
matter what decade it is. What matters is whether or not we can find a motive for why they would even introduce a satellite in the atmosphere or otherwise.
No one's trying
that
to find
wasn't
the motive,
productive.
bro.
No,
Just
I
empty abductions
didn't
about
say
motives.
motive.
Doesn't matter.
I didn't say motive. I said why
I
are
know
they
you didn't.
necessary? I said why are they necessary?
Well, I'm just saying it could be profitable, right? More profitable, better communication, whatever. Better.
It doesn't. Why are you talking about the motives? Why?
Yeah, why?
Well,
I'm saying
because
it's not a
direct-
necessary
Okay.
technology because the technology could already exists, right?
Yeah.
The technology already existed in 1918. Existed in the 30s. It existed. They knew it existed. But Arthur C. Clarke wrote a science fiction article in Wireless World in 1934, I think. He said, "Hey, we can set satellites up and use them as telecommunication things." He coined the term satellite. And it went from science fiction to what you guys think is science-backed. It's kind of funny how all the so-called science-backed started in science fiction.
Does it matter, right? What I mean, I agree. You're not talking about motivation. What I'm talking about, though, right, is
So the iPad
because you and
started
I,
in Star
because you and I are sitting on either side of,
the
we don't really
iPad
know
phase?
the tech. because you and I are talking on either side of we don't really understand the technology of a satellite or makes it better, right? The only thing we can appeal to is what
who's
you and
we, bro?
I assume you don't know the
Stop assuming,
intricacies
bro.
of a
You know what they
satellite,
say
right?
about assumptions, bro.
The
I used to
intricacies.
work
What
at
makes
Dish
you think they're?
Network, bro. What are you
That's a
What
talking
makes you
bad
about?
think
faith.
they're
Don't be like
intricate,
that.
dude? What makes
Okay,
you think they're intricate? They're just a repeater, technically. That's all they would ever be, right? They're gonna get a signal from the ground, right, and
So
send
why
it back to the earth.
what do you think the
Maybe they'll
argument
amplify it. Maybe they won't.
India, what do you think their case would be for why a satellite might be better than just shooting a radio across the planet?
I can't think
Yeah,
of one.
you couldn't name one because you don't know, right? There you go,
Because
right?
there isn't
It's
one.
not an assumption, it's just been proven.
Dude, no, because there isn't one.
Okay, that's an assumption, right?
No,
you don't
it
know that. You don't know that, Indio. You're assuming
Yes,
that.
I do know that.
Okay, well, you're retarded. Anyway, next.
Well, yeah, that's a great argument. So compelling. You're retarded. Yeah, I do know that. Because I've worked in telecommunications. My father was
Oh,
a
yeah, that must mean you know
He
all about
graduated.
satellites. Yeah. There you go.
What do you think satellites do? Telecommunications,
Doesn't mean you know all
you
about
fucking
satellites
retard.
just because you worked in telecommunications.
Okay.
Bro,
When
use your
you
brain.
work in telecommunications, you know things like
Don't get upset.
how
Hey, don't
much
get
bandwidth,
upset.
how much bandwidth is at a
Don't let
certain
them trigger you.
frequency, and how much throughput you can fit in a certain amount of space, right? With the electronics. You know basic things like this. Maybe you don't know these things, but I actually do know these things. Okay.
So,
and
okay.
how much data you can push out depends on your transmit power. Now, you can set up an array on Earth with a fucking million megawatts.
Let's say,
Right? A million
for-
megawatts, and you have crazy
Yeah.
transmit power, and you can send fucking signals far and fucking wide. Whereas with a
Yeah.
satellite, you're going to have a limited power source. So that means you're going to need a very directional antenna. That means you have a low area coverage. And because of power constraints and the size of the satellite, you're going to have problems when you're actually receiving the signal. So you're going to have a limited throughput.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think at
So
any
there's
point
no advantage.
do you think there was at any point, right, a reason for why a satellite might just be better at any point in history? So let's say, like, for instance,
No, dude.
okay. Well,
If you can transmit effectively from the North to South Pole with a fucking radio anchored to the ground, there's no benefit to a satellite because satellites exist because the Earth's supposed to be in the way.
And yet somehow Elon Musk made a fortune launching satellites into orbit. What an idiot! What an idiot! Like if only he knew the Earth
Not
was
very
flat,
profitable,
right? Like, he
apparently.
wouldn't have wasted all this time.
First of
Yeah,
all,
he didn't make a
Right,
fortune
he's
off of
clearly
Starlink,
dumb.
dude.
yeah, he didn't make a fortune off of that. Second of all, he was funded by
Losing
Sequoia
money with that.
Capital. Sequoia Capital is a government-subsidized firm. That's where he got all his money
So
from. So
there's
don't insult
there's
on
loads
us.
of reasons for why satellites have some sort of usefulness, right? Utility.
so give us a couple.
And it's not just purely on communication, but it is to some extent, right? A utility. But for instance, like if you want to be a state, right, and you want to maximize your power across the world, you
That's
know,
true.
having a satellite in up either in orbit or in the atmosphere, whatever it is, right, is useful in for instance, like controlling the battle space and all that sort of stuff, right? Yes, there are other
Like a
ways you can
spy
do that.
satellite?
There are other ways you
Space
can do that.
Force.
But satellites are,
Brought
you
to you
know,
by Trump.
they have multiple sort of utilities, and one of them is communication.
Bro,
right?
listen, you can go ahead and use your satellite. Me and India, we're gonna use fiber optics. How about that?
Okay, whatever you say. By the way, the guy in text chat who said we're not making a claim about a flat disk. I mean, like I
We are
know
not.
that I know that that's often like a commonly sort of cited thing, but like I just want to say one thing, right? You aren't saying it because you can't, right? You can't know that it's a flat disk, right? In the same way that I can't know a globular Earth is globular, right? All you can do is make inductive inferences, right?
Yeah,
So
but no
you
one
saying
here
that
is
we're not
making
claiming a
flat-
flat
Oh my
Earth is
God,
just
dude.
a rhetorical trick, nothing
We're
more.
getting angry.
Not
here.
even
No.
making an inference.
Look,
Yeah.
dude, we're not claiming the Earth is a space disk.
No one's claiming that.
I
We
know.
didn't just,
Did you
we
hear what I
didn't take
said?
the solar system. Okay, so what do you mean? Like, how is it a rhetorical trick? By
So
saying
the
we're not
rhet-
claiming the Earth is a space
So
disk.
the rhetorical trick here is that if you on the one hand say, well, you know, I'm going to be skeptical of the globular Earth, right, and I'm not going to posit anything because if I posit something, I can obviously be quite easily
does this
BTFO'd,
every
big time, right? And you know, I hear sometimes while I observe flatness and like a sort of like disk or whatever, right? it's interesting that you'll say that as a critic of the globular Earth, right? But then you won't actually affirm it as a positive claim. Very interesting rhetorical trick, you know.
I'm confused about what you're talking about because you inserted disk again. Where is that in here?
Oh, it doesn't matter if it's a cube, it's a square, triangle. I don't care what you think it is. It's like the flatness is what's important here.
Yeah, that's right, because not everything has an idealized shape, right? Not everything
Yeah,
is
of
a
course.
Platonic solid or a Neoplatonic or non-Platonic solid, right? So a rock, what shape is a rock? Doesn't have a shape, right? If I say, what's the shape of a rock? It's rock shape. Like, it doesn't have a shape. So we're not saying the Earth is any particular shape because we're not fucking goddamn idealist Platonists.
Well, that's
that
what
live
he's
in our
saying.
head.
He's saying that you're being lazy by not actually
So
taking
you're
any
saying
position.
the only things that it's stupid to claim that
I'm not
something
saying that.
exists in nature
No, what is-
that is
sorry,
an
I
idealized shape.
misunderstood what he said.
I'm not saying that you have to affirm if it's a circular disc or if it's a square or a triangle, but the flatness part is what's important here. So if
Yeah,
I
that's
say
right.
so if I say to you like okay, like do you think the Earth is curved or not? You're going to probably say, well, you know, the onus is on you to prove the curvature, whatever, right? The
Right.
idea that nobody here would ever be brave enough to say the Earth is flat is a positive claim and prove it.
The Earth is flat.
We have proven it. We don't have to prove it anymore.
Demonstrate that. I'll be looking forward
Oh,
to
okay.
this.
So I'll give you about 100. It'll be in the chat in 2
I'm
seconds.
looking forward to this. Demonstrate it.
Okay,
Dude,
no problem.
You've been doing this like I've seen you in here
Dude,
so many times.
first of all, I already
Yeah.
gave you one.
Oh,
I
wait, no,
already
no,
gave
stop.
you proof.
No, don't obfuscate. I want the
hold on.
demonstration. The
Yeah,
deductive
yeah,
demonstration,
dude.
please.
Oh, dude, it's no problem, dude.
Yeah,
No
I'm waiting.
problem, dude. Easy.
I'm waiting. I'll wait. I've been doing this for about a month
don't
now, and I'm
hold-
still
don't hold your
waiting
breath.
for one, a deductive proof.
Don't hold your breath.
You literally never asked for evidence ever.
I have asked several times for a deductive proof of a flat Earth.
Okay, so here's a deductive. So here's a deductive proof, right? So we got 25-mile. Like this is simple.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Connected
You're gonna-
water has one property on the surface, right?
Okay. Yeah, flatness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Horizontal. Yeah.
So if A equals B, right, and B equals C, A also equals C, right?
Yeah. Following.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So give me the argument.
So if you take a laser and you shine it over the surface of water, and those surface of the water and the laser are parallel, the laser's flat. That means the water's also flat.
Okay. So
right, if the laser's straight, that means the water is
So-
also straight.
So first of all,
Because
there's
the
a few
laser
pre-
is
there's a
equal
few
to
shaky
straight. Listen,
premises.
dude, hold on. The
Okay.
laser is equal to straight, and the surface of the water is equal to the laser. That means the water is also equal to being straight. That's a deductive proof.
Okay. So first of all, with the laser, what laser are you aware of that is completely straight and does not bend in any sort of way possible?
All of them.
Oh,
What are you talking
so,
about?
So the issue is that you know
What a laser is,
in your
bro.
premise about a laser, right, implies, right, you know that such a thing like refraction does
Well,
not exist,
conservation
right?
of momentum.
It
Do you not believe in
implies-
momentum?
It
The lasers have a
implies
momentum.
it implies a flat Earth, right? So what you're doing is question begging, right? So
No,
what you're
no,
well, the actual
no,
issue
no.
the actual issue here is right is that you don't know, right? Because in a globular Earth, you might say that a laser could bend, and you could say actually lasers can expand at the end, right? So yes, you have not proved a flat Earth there. Try again.
Britnat. Wait,
Okay.
real quick.
All you just said was nuh-uh, nuh-uh, and
And
nuh-uh.
I told you why, and I told you why. So that's not a nuh-uh.
What is?
Britnat,
Look.
what's a laser, bro?
Well, a
Britnat.
laser is light.
Yeah, but what is
Yeah.
it? What kind of
What
technology
what
is
Focus
makes
it?
light,
it?
it's
Like, what
focus
makes
light.
it? It's not focused light.
Well, I mean, basically, I don't know what the
It's
scientific term is
coherent.
for it.
It's coherent light. So that means the light is all one wavelength, and
Right.
it
Yeah.
shoots out a diode typically.
So,
And
are you?
in the case of the guy's experience I posted, there's a collimator, so that makes the light
Yeah.
all go in parallel.
Just to be clear,
So hold on, because you don't even know what the equipment was, and you're just making stupid
does it matter?
claims.
Because we know
Yes, it does matter.
Oh, okay.
It does.
I am aware already because I've heard this argument before. I don't know if it was from you or someone else that
just don't wanna
lasers
accept it.
aren't always going to behave in this way. That they go straight, horizontal, and they don't bend according to like refraction or they don't expand at the end or those sorts of things, right? They actually do, right? So in that sense, right? When you use a laser test and I go, oh, I'm this far away and I'll shine a laser over, right, or whatever, right? Yeah, like it's already been, I guess, responded to many a time, right?
Okay.
And so that's
those
why I think it's a
responses
shaky
are
premise.
ad hoc. They're all horseshit.
Okay, but you agree that it could be the
And
case.
I'll tell you
that-
why they're horseshit,
Okay.
because there's no. Listen, what if they said, well, the lasers can't go straight because magic elves come down and frickin' get in the way of the laser every time a laser's shown? And they go, well, you don't have a deductive proof because they said magic elves. That's ridiculous, dude. Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Did
the
you
issue
listen to what I
here
just
is-
said?
the
When
issue
you
here
say
is that we're gonna
refraction,
do-
you're just invoking magic
No,
elves.
that's fine. That's fine.
Because
But-
there's no evidence for that shit.
But what the issue is here is that we're going to say one way or the other, right? When I say, for instance, a globular Earth evidence or whatever, you always infer, well, it could be this, right? That's what the globular Earth. That's the whole critique of all the different sorts of
You're talking too many
evidences
generalizations. I
that you
wish to be
might use for
specific.
globular Earth, and you've just done that, and I've just repeated to you what you guys do to globular Earth people, and you're saying, well, just because it could be the case doesn't mean that it is, because it's ad hoc, right? No, that's not how it works.
No, dude.
Listen, the difference between what we say and what you say is we provide evidence for our shit and you don't.
Well, no, because
Hold on,
let's take an example. Let's take a hypothetical, right? Let's say the
British.
Yeah, let's not take a hypothetical. Let's take an actual real world example of something that was actually done.
No,
let's
British
take
guy,
that.
are you saying they're making an ad hoc?
No, I'm not saying they're doing that. I'm saying that they're. So let me give you an example. They do that. They do that for globular Earth evidences. So let's take for instance.
You keep saying that, but I want like a real world example.
I will help you, right?
You're just a claim stacker, dude.
Let me give you.
No,
I'm going to give you an example.
I just mute you. You can shut the fuck up while I talk.
No, come on, don't do that. We were doing good.
I'll mute you next. I'll mute you next.
He ruined his argument the moment he agreed with Indio that water lays horizontal and flat.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's not the point.
Well, I don't be overly sensitive, right? Don't be snowflakes.
No, that isn't the point. He's over talking me, and he's not listening. It's real fucking simple. He's
So you
making
muted him,
accusations
so-
saying flat earthers do this and flat earthers do that and flat earthers make this argument.
All right.
Well, be specific.
Well, he gave you that
said?
example of the deduction fallacy, right? That you were not able to deduce your own
I did.
premise.
But I did.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, he posted.
How did you do that?
Look.
Oh, okay.
Were you not listening?
I mean, I was listening, but I didn't follow the deduction.
If A equals B and B equals C, then A also equals C.
There.
He disputed whether a laser goes straight or not, and he said refraction. But there's no evidence for that because, lasers have a momentum. Like, yeah, light has a momentum. It can actually push shit. So, like, it can't be deflected unless something changes its momentum. And you could say refraction, but you actually need evidence for it. But the objective evidence of testing for refraction shows there isn't any. And when they did these tests, they put a meteorological station on both sides of the fucking laser. And it's off by 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. Not a little bit, 2 orders of magnitude. Now, if you've done any math or science, you know how big of a discrepancy of 2 orders of magnitude from a prediction is. This isn't like a little deviation. This isn't a measurement error. It isn't like, oh, I read the tape measure wrong. I accidentally read it at 4 feet, but it was actually 440 feet. You don't mistake 4 feet from the length of a football field. Right? It's not a measurement error. And him just saying nuh-uh is not a refutation. It could be refraction. Yeah, it could be fucking magic fairy elves. That doesn't negate the deductive syllogism. Okay? Because you actually need to contradict something in the deductive
Right, but like
syllogism.
you guys use this one argument, right? You're like flat Earth is propped up on
asked
like a
for
couple
it.
arguments. I'm just saying that there's a couple arguments for flat Earth and a couple thousand for globe Earth, right? That's
No.
all.
No. You just think that, right? So
Maybe.
check this out. Yeah, you just think that.
Well, you just think what you think. I mean, why do you think what you think? Because you just think it. I mean, what kind of argument is that?
Well,
That
because
makes
you've
no
never
sense.
actually
That
looked
makes
into
no
the globe or
sense.
any. Listen, you've never looked at the globe so-called model with a skeptical eye. You've never looked at anything. It's face
Of
fact.
course, I'm on this server. I've listened to the arguments.
No,
I literally watched Neon do like a disprove that like 1.2 mile black swan thing, right? He literally
Wait, did you
disproved
just
it.
say Neon, the guy who said the oil rig is the horizon? That guy?
That guy, exactly that guy.
Okay.
Okay,
So, but he also, but hold on, but his thing didn't it? he made the hypothesis for the 1 foot object, right? It was like the 1 foot object. It was irrelevant whether it was a oil rig or like, you know, right? Like it's all relative heights and distances, right? But the fact was that you could demonstrate that after a certain point, the reason that the object was no longer visible on the horizon was because of the curvature of the Earth, right? That was, I was there for the whole thing, right? That was like plain as day.
What about
No?
just saying when he saw it? So when we see something, we're not really seeing it. Is that your claim?
Well, that's what the refraction part is, right?
That was easy. You just get them thinking a little bit, get those gears moving. So we're not really seeing what we're seeing. Is that your final answer? I'm just going to put my feet up. I'm going to put my feet up early, guys. You guys continue. Thanks.
But are you basically denying that refraction
Have a nice day. I'll be. I just asked you a question. You don't even have an answer. So you don't even have a claim.
But why do you think that you just did a lot of work?
I said, can I trust my eyes?
You're saying I'm putting my feet up as if you just did like some great labor.
Because you're hesitating to answer a basic question. I said, are you saying we can't trust our eyes? Are we really not seeing what we're seeing?
Yeah, but that's like a child's argument, right? You're talking about.
There it is, guys. There it is.
It's just a question, bro.
These people are nuts. You can't make this Indio.
But that's like
Indio.
But
it's
that's
that
like
easy.
saying.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to the dungeon. Have a nice day.
Yo, man.
I love how
like,
okay.
Well.
I mean, whatever. I mean, if that's how you guys want to argue, you're welcome.
It's not even an argument. It's just a question.
Yeah.
And that is what you're saying. You just don't want to say it.
Because I don't mind saying it. It has no relevance.
Yeah,
right? I don't mind saying
an optical illusion.
Yes. Optical illusions exist.
The oil rigs
optical
they
illusions
photographed
exist.
was an optical illusion.
Do you believe that optical illusions don't exist?
No, they do.
I literally can't.
Okay,
I literally can't trust my eyes. Right? I need glasses. I'm short-sighted.
That's right. You can't always trust your senses, right? Like that's why
the air. Wait. The air never replaces my glasses.
I mean, listen, if that's your guys' whole shtick, if that's like your main argument is that refraction is a myth, then that seems like a pretty weak argument.
Say refraction's a myth.
Who said refraction's a myth? Like you've been trying to straw man over and over again.
Well, so what is it? So
exists
what
as
am I
a
missing?
phenomenon. The question is, does terrestrial refraction exist and make things
Why
appear?
wouldn't it exist?
Right.
Because
Refraction
there's
corrects
no
my
evidence
eyesight.
for it, dude. That's why it doesn't exist. Because there's no evidence for it.
There isn't? Okay.
Okay, what's the
maybe.
evidence? No, I know there's no evidence because it's been tested, dude. Because they've tested for it in the real world. This is another case where there's no predictive model. It's an ad hoc hypothesis to explain why we see so far. You know what an ad hoc hypothesis is, right?
I do.
Okay, so it's stapled on after because they got evidence that would falsify the model. So they have to staple something onto the end so the model is not falsified. So, right, we see too far. And what else are they going to say? Well, shit, the Earth's not a globe. No, we'll staple on refraction. But people have gone out into the world and tested this shit, right? Not theoretically. They've actually tried to quantify what it is by measurements, using lasers, using LiDAR, using a bunch of different methods.
I'll
they
be
find
back later,
out
but
is that
Indio, thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Have a great night.
You too,
I
bro.
have to get off soon too. It's like 3:20. So they've tried to quantify it. I'll give you an example. So there's a property of diffraction. Maybe you remember this from physics. They'll probably in physics too. But so refraction is based upon wavelength, right? So different wavelengths refract at different rates. So the refractive index for, like, say, 550 nanometer is different than 650 nanometer, right? You know this, right? It's how a prism works, right?
Yeah.
Why a prism splits the light. Dispersion.
Okay.
Well, we don't see any dispersion when we make long distance observations. Why?
All right.
So when we take distance of like a mountain 300 miles away, if there was refraction, dispersion should make the colors separate by the time they reach the camera. So you'd have like a blue mountain of an image and a red mountain of an image underneath it.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't observe this in reality.
And why is that?
Because there's no refraction. So they actually they did a kind of a test of this, right? So the Air Force at the Hawaiian Islands, they had a gimbal with 3 lasers of 3 different frequencies on it. and they beamed it from one Hawaiian island to the other, right? And they picked it up in a 3.4 meter telescope. Well, here's the problem. After the fact, they did this after the fact, right? So they did the test, right? Because they were trying to measure turbulence, because they're trying to make a freaking laser, right? That'll shoot down missiles, right? So they have to know how turbulence affects the laser. So in order to quantify what this turbulence was, they picked up the lasers, all the different wavelengths of the lasers in a telescope, all at the same time. They fed it into a fiber optic splitter and measured the speckle. That's what they call it, speckle, so they could model the turbulence. Well, it was too chaotic for them to actually model it. But person afterwards took that experiment, ran it through terrestrial refraction, right, using the U.S. standard atmosphere, spherically symmetrical, frickin' temperature, vertical gradient, all that crap, and it showed that the beam should have been separated by 20 meters, right? Well, how did they pick it up in a 3.4 meter telescope? All three lasers at the same time, when they should not have been able. It's like trying to fit like a 20 meter board through a 3 meter door sideways, right? Can't work, right?
I'd have to look into it more. Like, it's what you're saying makes sense, but I don't like. I'm not again.
Okay,
This is not my
so
area of
well, I'm
expertise.
just saying, dude got his freaking master's degree off of this. So he did the test. He used the refraction model that they use, right? So-called standard refraction. He simulated it all out, and it showed that by the time the three beams reached the telescope, they would have been separated from each other by 20 meters. Well, how did they get all three beams into the 3 meter telescope then? This isn't like an optional thing. Like, if there's refraction, you're gonna have dispersion. It's just a thing. It just happens. Okay.
But isn't the refraction like a quality of like the water? Isn't that like have to do with how the water's in the air? Like the moisture in the air or something?
Almost all that stuff is nil. The major contribution is a temperature gradient. Water in the air will make the gradient a little different because you have a, what do they call it? I can't remember the name of it.
So isn't that enough to account for the discrepancy?
Of no diffraction? There's like no refraction, dude. It's 149 kilometers.
Is that? I mean, I
So
don't
they
know.
shot a laser 149 kilometers, and the beams weren't
Right.
separated. That means over
So
that distance, there's no refraction.
So is there supposed to be a refraction over that distance?
Yes, just told you
'Cause
they
that's the-
modeled it. Well, I'll post it in the chat. So they
'Cause
modeled
it's the
it.
same distance as the oil tanker or something? The oil rig?
No, it's a lot farther.
Oh, it's a lot further. Okay.
Yeah. So listen, if there's refraction, the farther the distance, the farther something will be displaced, right? Because the beam is continuously bending a little bit, right? So you have a light, and it's continuously bending. So the further you go, the more it's going to be.
Just like your sexuality, bro. Continuously bending.
Don't get triggered, Brit Bong. I love you. Don't get triggered.
That's weird,
Stay
man.
strong.
Not sure about that, Trill. Yeah, that's kind of. So when the battleships get a line of sight target acquisition on a target that's 5 to 10 miles away, are they adjusting for this supposed refraction claim? Wait for the religious belief here. So yeah, the railgun system has a line of sight target acquisition capability of about 70 miles. That's what the Northrop Grumman, McDonnell Douglas claims, not me. But so they're saying line of sight, target acquisition 50, 60, 70 miles. What if we were able to also see that far on a small boat? Would that confirm what the government already says? And should we take that into consideration?
Was that open to the room? Or
I'm just
I
planting
don't
some
know.
seeds.
Take your time up.
I'm just going to plant some seeds there. We'll just do some visuals later when we have some more time. But yeah, there's some open how do I say, long range photography that seems to show the same thing. If I'm just looking for a claim, would that do it for us? We can wrap this up and know that we're being lied to if we can see 50 miles inland from the water. I don't know.
Right, what are you saying? That the line of sight is only 50 miles?
Line of sight, yeah. So when we use weapon systems, whether it's like a missile or a bullet, the target acquisition has to be done with line of sight. The weapon system might fall or have a drop. Like when a bullet leaves the muzzle of a barrel, it starts to immediately drop, right? But the target acquisition, the system, the laser or the radar or the range finder or the AWACS or the J-stars has to have a direct straight line between the receiver and the target. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you.
So on the ocean, so when these ships are on the ocean, they're called like destroyers and frigates and things. They put little weapon systems on it. They're trying to get the railgun system going, but they're having too many issues. The heat, the maintenance, there's a lot of problems. That you actually have to have a boat the size of an aircraft carrier, they're thinking, to even make one operational. But the system's already been proven.
That's true.
The system has already been proven to have that line of sight capability of 70 miles. That's not my claim though, but if I go out on the water and then look inland 70 miles from the water, wouldn't that confirm that we are clearly not on a cartoon ball on TV?
Yeah.
I'd
agree.
You made me think of.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Atheism Plus username checks out. You can be server muted now. So you made me think of something.
Dude, come on! Don't just mute people. Like that's not. That's
Look, listen. I'm muting
he's
trolls.
arguing. He's arguing in good faith.
If you're gonna
No, I'm
walk
not.
night,
That guy
if
that
you're
was
gonna
just
walk
making
night, you
random
can be muted
sounds
too.
was arguing in good faith.
Oh no,
That's
that guy. No,
Yeah,
no.
it's not me.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
he ain't
thought.
muting me, man. Trust me, he ain't muting me. He's muting the guy that's having the panic. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, dude. I mute
My bad, my
shit
bad, my bad.
stirrers, dude. Trolls and fucking. Listen, don't concern troll for these clowns, dude. Very few people are in
Concern
this.
trolling. That's a new
Yeah,
term. I've never heard that.
yeah. Well, don't be concerned about what's happening to them. Just be concerned about yourself. So anyway, what he was saying is, okay, so the horizon distance is supposed to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? What good is a sub periscope?
It's not. It only works in reality.
What good is a sub periscope if the
It's not.
horizon's a mile away?
Yep.
It's fucking useless, dude. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, apparently we needed to put like some training wheels on the Red October to see over the hump. My goodness.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I got you.
Yeah, you finally realized that a
Fuck, that's
ball
actually
has curve.
wild.
You finally realized that a ball might curve. Yeah, we're starting to figure that out. You can't see forever on a ball. Yeah, it's crazy. It's weird.
Hey, Australian
Gears are
guys,
turning.
we've also got some laser tests over a frozen lake that you can look at too.
I mean, I can see 12,000 miles square out here in southern Arizona. There's literally 100 miles in every direction. So I don't know what to tell you guys. And I'm not a flat earther, but this earth is not an object. It's not measurable. And people thinking that they're claiming curvature over distance and all this refraction nonsense, that's just all religion, bro, to hide from morality. There's a big lie happening and it's being uncovered. And it's not just that flat earth topic. It's a whole other thing. It's about the Shamayim above, the heavens. They didn't hide earth from you. They hid heaven. They gave you outer. But we let people drag us down to this, little conversation. There's a lot more in the waiting.
And what's waiting?
Well, I mean, the globe is the foundation for the Big Bang. Nobody did anything and everything sprang into existence from nothing. You evolved from monkeys and now we have Nikes. That idea that starts with the globe. Without the globe, that doesn't exist.
And you can choose which bathroom door you want now, too. You don't even have to, biology no longer matters. So,
well, I mean, you need like one of those like revolving doors, but it revolves both ways. So you put the girl icon on the right and the guy icon. Depending on how you feel, depends on what side you enter the bathroom.
But look, like it gets worse than anything when they claim that sunsets prove that it's a globe.
At least the
No,
globe earthers and the flat earthers can unite against the trans
was I
propaganda. All right, I'm happy to.
was I
I'm
finished?
happy we can do that.
I call it the
That's
alphabet terrorist. Is a new term.
it's one issue we can unite behind. All right, let's put this mess behind us and deal with
Alrighty.
the real issues.
Well,
Yeah, we are
anyway.
the sun proving the globe. Go ahead, Elijah.
So, I mean, they can't even predict when the sun will set on a globe because let's keep it real. If the horizon was geometric and us turning away from the sun and the Earth's curvature getting in the way is what it is, then sunset would be at exactly the point where the bottom of the physical sun would hit the horizon and continue to descend. That's not even, we don't see that anywhere ever.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be that specific that a ball literally gets obstructed. I mean, the sun literally a ball of gas.
Yeah, the ball
Gets
of grass. Yep.
obstructed by the Earth curvature.
Yeah.
At exactly this point because it spins at this rate and it's this size. We should
Yeah.
know at exactly what time that happens, and we don't see that.
Well, that's called the like an ephemeris. So like the sun's ephemeris, or you could have like, I don't know, for any other like orbiting body or something like that. That is known pretty well.
What is known?
The ephemeris of like all the, objects that look like the Earth, like, that appear to be orbiting, the Earth.
Where do
Tell
they
me
appear
how.
to be orbiting from?
Tell me what that has to do with, predicting when one of these bodies are going to, the bottom of them are going to hit the horizon and then continue to descend.
Yeah, those things are known pretty well. Which
To what accuracy?
I'm not gonna add. I'm not
No, I'm
gonna
going to
throw
ask
so
you because
much
I know
fuel.
the answer to this.
I'm not
So
gonna
they've
throw
actually
so much
tested
fuel
this.
into this fire.
We
because
all
they've
know the
tested
sun.
this, and you're just
we all
making a
know
these
nonsense
things are
claim.
known very
Yeah.
well.
To what accuracy? What accuracy is the sunset
These
down
things
to?
are known very well.
Yeah. What accuracy is the sunset known to? Yeah. What accuracy is the sunset known to? What is the mean error in accuracy of sunset times?
I'm guessing you're about to tell me.
No, I'm not. You're going to tell me because you just said something, right? And you don't even know what you're talking about. You're just saying, yes, this is just well known. How do I know it's well known? Because I know it's well known. Because
don't
I've never
need to
read
think
anything in my
about it.
fucking life, but it's well known. So they've tested this. So the mean error for the prediction of sunset times is 5 minutes with errors as large as 15 minutes. Yeah, so really accurate. And if you want to get to the super outlier, so in 1597, above the Arctic Circle, the sun rose 2 weeks too early. It's recorded by Barents in 1597. And it's so well known that they tried to get him canceled back then, however they canceled people in 1597, because they couldn't really believe that their heliocentric nonsense was wrong. So they tried to like a bunch of university professors tried to get his what do you call it? What do they call it back then? Because he had like a grant from the king to like do all this stuff. They tried to get that like revoked.
Not his peers.
Well, I mean, he wasn't like a university professor. He was just like, more insular society, right? So you got like what the hell is the name of it? It's not a charter, but it's something like that. A commission. He tried to get the commission. No, a commission, a royal commission.
Mm-hmm.
He was commissioned to run the world and
So my question to you is, and
So you
I
get
don't want to argue with you or anything, but like, so have you like done your own experiment? Like, have you gone at any point in your life? Have you seen
well
that
before
the sun
we get
sets
to that because we did all
at
that,
a
but
15
before we get to
different
that,
15
before we
minute
get to
Yes.
Before we get to that, yeah, we did. Before
I
we get
can't
to
hear
that,
what he's
though,
saying because you're talking over him, but whatever.
me?
Yes.
I couldn't hear either one of you.
I
But
just
what? I don't care who talks. Just somebody do like make sense.
I don't know. I don't care anymore. Go on.
the whole sun thing. So if it was a globe model that predicted precise times and precise locations of things like where the horizon is and then where you would see a sunset, you would see a sunset like say a boat is 6 miles out. Like that horizon should be in front of it. The sun should be blocked by that physical horizon. And that's just not the case. It's not the case. But this is the claim. The claim is that we're spinning away from it and this is what's going on. Well, if I could find the video, there's Dirt's video. I think it's titled Fade Out. And when you have like no obstruction of the horizon, the sun just like fades into the background. Doesn't even dip below anything. So I mean, that's got to be damning. You got to be like, let me see that shit because if it's as you're saying it is, then that's kind of a problem, right? There's got to be something that
off.
you believe in. Ridiculous.
Yeah, he took off. I didn't hear what he said. He mumbled something about 15 degrees per hour or fucking something. 15 something. I don't know.
He was asking if you did your own experiments with the sun.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what. Yeah, I heard that, but like what the experiment was that I was supposed to do, I think had something to do with the sun or something. But I didn't really hear him. I mean, I could go back and listen.
Yep. My bad. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not important. I'm like, guy's obviously like head
Hello,
in
how you
clouds,
doing? How you doing, India?
just stare into the sky and imagine. What's up? You said something to me?
Well, yeah, real quick. So somebody brought up, did you do your own thing or whatever? I mean, people say the word experiment. I don't do my own experiments. I just do my observations. So I put in a video in the text chat, Indio. I tagged you with the one of the screenshots, but that's one of my observations that I don't have to test anything because I don't have a naturally observed phenomena because I understand I don't live in a cartoon. There it is, the city 15 miles away. I'm on the ocean, so my height isn't that high up. I'm about 20 feet above the water. I'm looking inland past 50 miles. And there's the silhouette of the city right there. Just click the video. That's why I call it Empress Tiger Demonstrate Navy Railgun Distances. I'm out there on the water looking at distances the Navy Railgun, I guess, could only know about. But you just go outside and there it is. Look on a.
If you take multiple observations, right, at different times, different weather, then that is an experiment because you can say these observations were different. Hey, look how far I could see on this day.
Elijah just put sun fade out.
Well, I don't need to do an experiment because I always see very far on a clear day. So when it's a clear day, it's very clear. The clearer it is, the farther you can see. So
Absolutely.
when you're looking at these, like, what are they called? Battle engagements from the 40s when the Germans and the British were going after each other, the Prinz-Eugen, the Bismarck, of course, in the Hood. When the Hood was sunk, the Bismarck was shooting at for about 15 miles away. They weren't correcting for anything. They're shooting straight out 15, 20 miles away. And that's how naval combat works. That's how artillery works. That's how all systems work. And here it is. I'm just looking out into land 50 miles inward. So, I mean, this is just a normal thing. We don't have to do an experiment. And I'm not a flat earther. I just go out and observe reality. That's all.
So, there's a bunch of videos on Telegram about the Russian-Ukraine war, and there's some Russian Ministry of Defense videos, and they'll show like some artillery unit or like their rocket artillery or something, and it'll be like showing them setting it up. They always they have a surveyor telescope built into it. They aren't taking refraction into account when they're looking through their telescope to aim their artillery piece. Okay? They're not taking curvature into account. They're just aiming it into a direction. They're like, what's the azimuth? Right? What's the coordinate? Which way do we got to point the frickin' gun? How far do we tip the gun up? Pull the trigger. And then the projectile flies to the target and blows it up. They're not accounting for refraction, curvature, or spin at all. Fantasyland stuff. No combat veteran ever came back from the war and was like, oh, we were in a counter battery artillery battle and I forgot to account for refraction and 3 of my best buddies died. Like, no, that shit never happened, man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I didn't account for Coriolis and my whole platoon died. It's ridiculous, like, especially when you start applying it to, like, to military operations. Like, no. No, there's no, like, war stories that are about refraction and Coriolis and curvature of the Earth.
Did you see that video, Indio?
Which one?
That
that?
Timbo Flight just
I'll
posted.
check
Yeah.
it. Check this real quick.
Yeah, man.
Is this an old one? Yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
this one. Yeah.
2018.
This is with the negative density filter. Yeah, I've seen this.
Like, that's as clear as it gets.
Yeah, they even. I mean, if you look at the comments, I mean, I look at the comments back then, and they even complained, well, you're using a negative density filter. I mean, a negative density filter is like, it's just not as strong as a solar filter, so it cuts the glare, but it just doesn't cut it as much. Right? A solar filter cuts out like 99.999% of the light, allegedly. And a negative density filter, I think he used a 25, cuts out like something 89% of the light. Like, it's not that big of a difference, quite honestly. Not
But
for
it's
like
crazy. It's
their
crazy
complaint.
because, like, say I don't really care about, you know, the solar filter and yada yada yada. The bottom line is whatever that is supposed to be, it's not the Earth turning underneath the sun, and then it going below the horizon. That look, we can see that. I don't care if it's solar, like we can see it. Whatever it is, it's not the phenomena you guys claim it should be.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think using the sun to really like do pretty much anything is a fool's errand. Because there's all sorts of observed sunsets, what sunsets look like. It changes all the time. I doubt a sunset would be the same between, at one on one Monday to the next. They would look completely different. I mean, just
What might be a red Tuesday or what, like a red October, something like that.
I mean, there's recorded like triple sun sunsets, double sun sunsets, vase sunsets, flattened sunsets, hourglass sunsets. So it's like there's tons, right? There's tons of different types of sunsets.
Solar eclipse on the 15th. It'd be nice to know where it would be sunset at that time. Be interesting.
What I want to find out is where is it going to be on the horizon? Who's going to see the solar eclipse while the sun's coming up over the horizon? That's what I want to find out.
Right,
because that eclipse is impossible on the globe.
Really?
Yeah.
Say that again.
The solar eclipse on the horizon is impossible on the globe because the moon, sun, and Earth can't be lined up with each other. Okay, because the moon's 400 times closer, remember? So how are they in the same line? From your line of sight, right? Your line of sight is the line of sight is brushing the horizon, right? Tangent. And then you extend that to the moon, 300,000 miles away, and then extend that to the sun, 93 1 million miles away. Well, that angle, right? So on the globe, it's a 0.02 degree angle looking down because they say there's a horizon dip. So if you draw that all the way out, you take a straight line and draw it from the center of the Earth to the center of the sun. The moon's not in that path. They can't line up. They can't line up in what they call syzygy, where it's Earth, Sun, Moon, all the centers are aligned. It's not possible. The angles don't work out. Think about it. Now, if you took 3 balls and you set them on the road, right, and they're all lined up, right, they're on the road. So now let's do it this way: you set them in the gutter, right, in between the curb of the sidewalk and on the road, right. So you line them up 3, right. Put Earth, then you put the moon a little further away, and then you put the sun. Yeah, how could the sun, right, and the moon line up to somebody standing on top of that on top of that first ball? They can't. The moon can't be in the way of the sun because you're looking at another angle because the sun is so much farther away. So I actually have a video about that. A guy named Mike Bowl found this. Discovered it. Let's put it that way. Discovered this little
I heard of Mike Bowl.
Yeah, so this little overlooking. There's a lot of like it's not like there was like a shitload of people.
Is it about to be a full? Is it about to be a full moon, or is it coming out of the full moon?
I don't know. They said there was supposed to be some super moon eclipse or some garbage like that.
Does that happen soon?
I don't know.
Did it
already happen? I don't even know.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Eclipse.
There was a partial solar eclipse for me on the 15th of September. It was the day I started work at my new job.
Yeah, this is a full moon coming off of it right now. So now it's waning. It was a full moon this Sabbath, so 24 hours ago.
Waning, that's my time. That's when I was born. The moon was waning.
So there's a lunar eclipse like 15 days before, or I think it's before. I don't know if it's ever after, but before a solar eclipse.
Well, it's waning before an eclipse and it's waxing after, right? It marks that exact point. So it's a good timekeeper, these partial solar eclipses or solar eclipses in general, or Rahu. Someone tell me a story about Rahu. What's this? What's the mythology of it? Yeah, these stories are important. What does it signify? What's the symbology of this? The moon going in front of the sun when the moon was not visible before.
Is it the moon going in front of the sun? Because you don't see
It's
the moon.
supposedly something else. That's the story. It's just another dust cloud or some sort of something that we can't see that's getting in the way.
Rahu.
These invisible bodies.
So what's Rahu? Who's this Rahu? What's that about? Haven't had enough of it.
Well, I don't know if there's some mythology behind it. I don't know that much.
Did this guy just?
But yeah, the fact that they can't predict, like that, I mean, we can predict all these things happening with supreme accuracy, but you can't predict the sunset that happens every day, ever. That's why they say there's refraction, right? Because when it gets below 15 degrees, it stops descending. So it just stays there for a few minutes and then just fades out. Like they admit that. So the thing that they claim a sunset is, when they're asking us, well, how do things go underneath and on your flat Earth? Well, that never even happens. Not even on the globe. You don't see it happening. They just have an excuse as to why you don't see it happening. So what's up with that?
Why does the sun ignore the rules of perspective and it doesn't take over distance?
Why is that more important than the question I asked? Clearly one is lied about every day, and the other one, who cares? The sun does what it does, but what it doesn't do is what they claim. Why doesn't anybody care about that? Mum's the word.
I don't know. This guy just requested a solar eclipse at nighttime. I don't think anyone can provide him that.
I walk this lonely
No, but
road.
what he wanted was I didn't know I was muted. What he wanted is he wanted an example of a solar eclipse during a sunrise or sunset sort of thing. But the real question here is, are you smarter than a fifth grader?
No. Do I retain the information that a fifth grader has just learned? Absolutely not. All that useless information.
What about Pluto? He's like the kid that got kicked out of the soccer team.
I don't know, but we should start putting our fifth graders on Jeopardy. I'll tell you what.
No.
While it's all fresh, you know what I'm saying?
People don't have much scientific knowledge, and that's okay, but it's also no good. So you have to think about like material sciences and some physics and some just basic stuff. Very easy to explain, very easy to put very simple numbers on it, and make it understandable for everybody. Reachable, teachable. Reach one, teach one. That's all you have to do. That's your only job, is just to teach and reach one other person on a personal level. Because you have to reach one to teach one. And you're not going to reach anybody by telling them they're wrong.
Yeah, it's a lot easier not to tell them that they're right.
Well, I mean, get them to ask the questions, to think about the science. If you have an interest in why this is happening, try to describe the mechanism with physics, and understand the natural principles at work. Then you go, hey, well, let's apply that. Hey, well, it works better for flat Earth in this situation. Oh, fuck me, like, okay. And then they're on the path. Done. How many? 33 users in here. What's going on?
It's a popular topic.
What do you think about the Earth as the floor of the universe?
We don't know.
What do you think about infinite plane?
No such thing.
Nothing is infinite, as far as we know.
How do you know it's not seemingly infinite and it wraps around a body?
We don't assume things that are imaginary to begin with.
Yeah, I'd have to see some evidence for that, and then maybe I'll look at it. But
Okay, but anyway, my thesis is, or the basic theory is, different cosmology. We are standing on the floor of the universe. I think I can say that pretty confidently.
okay.
Yeah.
Is it flat?
Obviously not. It's rugged.
So check this out.
A pool table is flat. A wall is flat, etc.
Is it level?
No, man, it's rugged. Look at these hills, there's mountains, there's valleys, there's fucking rivers, there's all sorts.
Water lay level?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So Timbo, I got some citations I know you'll like, but you're gonna have to wait till I get to the house to get them. So check this one
That's
out.
all right. I'm on a good walk, so I'll be able to get them.
So I'm gonna read a few of them out because I've been cleaning out my phone, and I'm like, oh man, I'm the goat when it comes to finding good shit and screenshotting it, but I just never go back to it. So I got like gold that I'm not even paying attention to. So look at this.
What I've noticed with the iPhone, when you save things, they automatically go to the file. Have you ever noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I checked the other day. I got heaps of shit in there. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, man.
Mm-hmm. So you know how we say that Eratosthenes made assumptions, and they're like, no, he didn't, right?
Yeah.
So look, in contrast, on that same day in Alexandria, staff, or non-mom, did cast a shadow. With a few measurements, some assumptions, and a little geometry, Eratosthenes was ready to approximate the circumference of the Earth. Eratosthenes' original account of this measurement does not survive, but his argument has been preserved in the writings of many other ancient scholars such as Cleomenes, Strabo, and Ptolemy. Eratosthenes makes 5 assumptions which he will use as hypotheses in his argument. Number 1, that Alexandria and Syene lie on the same meridian. Number 2, that light rays from the sun which strike the earth are parallel. Number 3, that the distance between Alexandria and Syene is 5,000 states. 4, that the angle formed by the shadow on the staff in Alexandria at this summer solstice is equal to 1/50th of a circle. 5, that the earth is a sphere.
Wow, it's even more than I thought.
Hey guys, I am currently learning about this flat Earth. So I just had a question in my mind. So, do you actually think that the sun is actually 93 million miles away from the Earth? So
No.
I
Hey
just wanted
Tony,
to
how
ask
are you,
you.
mate? How have you been?
I'm fine.
He
What
came
about
on
you?
24/7 a while ago. He's a cool little kid.
So
14, I
what
think
do
he
you?
is now. Go ahead,
So
mate.
what do
Sorry.
you? Yeah. So what do you think that the sun is actually 93 million miles away, or the space agencies are just lying to us?
Well, the problem is there's no measurement of 93 million miles away. So how they got it was the transit of Venus. So they had to assume that Venus was the same size as Earth. I don't know how they do that.
Yeah, I see. I see. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
There's been I'm not sure if anyone's got it in here, but there's a picture with all the different distances to the sun for the last couple of hundred years, or maybe even earlier. Started off at 1 million, and so going up from there. And everyone changed. Everyone had a different distance to the sun. No one can get the distance.
So check this out, right? The sun is supposed to be a condensed ball of hydrogen and helium, right? In the vacuum of space, of course.
Yeah. Yes, you're right.
So check this out. In an insulated container, gases do not slow down and eventually condense. The gas
Give this man
molecules
the
do
Nobel
not.
Prize of Science. He's right. Yes.
Yes, you're right.
The gas molecule do not interact with each other except for colliding with each other. Gases expand to completely fill a container. They would not if they were attracted to each other. Westfield.ma.edu, gas laws and kinetic molecular theory.
I want to say
Oh,
something. So
oh,
basically, the
hold on.
best argument. I'm sorry. No, no, no,
Before you
no. I'm
go
sorry.
there.
I'm sorry,
No, no,
sir. Ten
before you
seconds.
go
Give
there.
me 10 seconds, please.
No,
10 seconds.
10 seconds, all right.
10 seconds. Yes.
All right.
The best argument against the flat earther is to say, well, my friend, since the outer space crushes everything into balls, that's literally why stars are balls, and every celestial object is spherical. So therefore, Earth is spherical. Voila.
I think we've got a Dunning-Kruger
Yeah, hold
defense of
on.
the
Hold
building.
on. Hold on. No worries. No worries. Yeah, that's why what I said contradicted you, and I was just talking about gas law. So, now look at this. Oh, snap. The British astrophysicist Arthur Eddington have a stern warning to would-be theoretical physicists in 1915. Oh, who's a would-be theoretical physicist in 1915? Could have been the likes of,
That would be Einstein, wouldn't it?
sounds like it. Or Edwin Hubble even. So
Yeah.
I quote, if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation. Newscience.com. Oh,
Elijah,
wow.
he ran away, man.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. How sad.
So his argument was a logical fallacy. Fantastic. He really got us. And
Haven't
he
heard
said
that
that
one for a while.
he
Everything's
said that was
compressed into
the
balls.
best argument against flat Earth. The best argument against flat Earth is a non sequitur fallacy. Fantastic.
After having heard what I just read.
For real? You read that before?
No, but this is what I read before. So I said, I said, so is the sun a condensed ball of hydrogen and helium? And then they go, yeah. And then I said, oh, okay. And then I read this. In an insulated container, gases do not slow down and eventually condense. The gas molecules do not interact with each other except for colliding with each other. Gases expand to completely fill a container. They would not if they were attracted to each other. And then he said what he said.
Oh, I mean, Huey, I remember back in the day, Robert Bizzano, Huey called in or joined the Skype chat, and they were talking about the sun. And Bizzano had called the Soho team, which supposedly observes the sun, and they were saying that the sun is colder in the center than on the outside. That in the center it's something like 10,000 degrees, but on the outside in the chromosphere it's 1,000,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's thermodynamically what Huey called it. It's thermodynamically uphill, right?
That's crazy.
It was so funny the way he said it back then too, because that's what it is. It's thermodynamically uphill. It's like going up to a wood stove, and the further away you get from it, as you get far enough away, you'll spontaneously combust.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest laughs I ever had.
Yeah, you remember that. Yeah, the good old days, man. But they don't even know their own claim. That's the funny thing. The sun's just gas plasma thing. Like they can't make up their mind. Is it gas? Is it plasma? How does it emit light? Like what? Anything. It's just it's a joke at this point.
Look, I've never asked this, but what's the actual description of plasma? Like how do
Plasma
you
is like
describe that?
that's because there's no electrons bound to the nucleus of the atom. It's all free. So the electrons are just whizzing around. It's so hot that they can't stay bound to the atom.
Well, but let me explain all all that stuff after I explain the simple part. So hydrogen and helium, for some reason, are so close together. Like, so, you know, they're combined in this particular volume, and there's too much mass of hydrogen and helium, and so then it turns into a new phase, and it's plasma, and now for some reason all this happens. And
The
then
secular camp has a hard problem explaining all the elements by star formation or explosion. They can't do it. They admit it. I'm sorry. It's not true that we got it all figured out. No, we don't. Scientists admit to create elements above iron is very difficult. Some of them can't figure it out. Just don't have a mechanism for it. So the secular camp declares, oh, we know how this happened, but they don't. So they're liars because they say out of one side of their mouth, we know that this is true. But the other side of their mouth, they admit when the science papers they publish for their peers to review, well, it's difficult to figure out how this could have happened because we don't really have a mechanism for it in physics. We're not sure how that could have happened. See, it's contradictory. They admit that they're telling on one side, they're telling the truth, and the other side, they're telling their paradigm. Okay. So
yeah.
we don't know how all the elements came into being. We can't do that with physics, okay? That's a fact. They admit it's a fact. We don't know how all the elements came into being. And star formation, they can't even figure out how stars formed. They don't actually know. They have a model how they think it could have been done, but you know what? They've been plugging models into supercomputers since the 1980s. Believe it or not, they had supercomputers in the 1980s, and they were way more powerful than any desktop computer you've got right now. Way, way, way more powerful. They had multiple CPUs, 150 CPUs in one motherboard, right? In multiple motherboards in CPUs in computers in the 1980s, right? But only the government could afford to make such computers, right? And they've been punching their numbers into these things and running similarities since the 1980s, crunching billions of numbers per second, and never found a mechanism for the formation of the star. They can't because
That's if
they don't
stars
have
are
a
actually
mechanism
what.
for it.
That's if stars are actually what they tell us they are.
They
We don't
tell
even
you
know
what they
that.
believe according to their paradigm, but science doesn't support it. That's why they've been using supercomputers to crunch the numbers for the models that they create in their mind all these years and still can't make it produce a
So
star.
what they do is with the computers they run what's called a Monte Carlo simulation. And what's Monte Carlo known for?
Please leave your message. No
Monte
taxes.
Carlo is known for gambling. So these simulations, they start with, so they have a bunch of variables in the simulation, and they start the simulation with different values, right? And they run different iterations of their simulation with different starting values until they get the simulation that matches what's observed in reality. And then they say, well, this must be the starting value of how it worked, right? It's all ad hoc nonsense.
But it's an astute
It's an astute observation that you made about when scientists talk to each other, like at a conference or some talk they give, they don't talk with as much certainty as what they say to the public. To the public, they say, "Yes, we know this," and that science, shows this. But when they talk to other scientists, they use like qualifying words.
Please leave your message.
We think, we know, we like it indicates this or is consistent with that, right? They use all these qualifying weasel words, and all that certainty that they profess to the general public just goes out the window.
Yeah, they need certainty to get the funding, don't
Exactly. If they sound wishy-washy, right? Public's not going to support their
Yeah,
little.
I called back.
You're hot, Mike, Elijah.
My bad.
I'm off to bed. I'm gonna go listen to an interview with a John Wayne Gacy survivor.
they? All right, good to see you, Indio.
Yeah, man. I'll be back. It's like 4 a.m. here, man. I need to go to sleep to something positive.
John Wayne Gacy's.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, so I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the YouTube channel called Soft White Underbelly. He interviews like all these like
Serial
it's
killers.
hard to describe. He interviews people from like pimps, hookers, murderers, rapists, homeless people, drug addicts, trans people. And one of the people he interviewed I saw the other day is a John Wayne Gacy survivor. If you don't know who he is, he was a serial killer back in the 80s. They found, I think, the bodies of 20 boys in the crawl space of his basement. So they try
Yeah, I
to
know
figure
the
out.
name.
Yeah.
The name rings a bell.
Yeah, he dressed up like a clown and went to kids' birthday parties. Really fucking weird. But
Oh,
his
that's it. Yeah, I
yeah,
do
and
know
he
who he
does
is.
art like of clowns, and they like sold
Yeah.
for like millions of dollars and shit. He's
Fuck.
doing. Yeah, while he was in prison for like mass murder and rape of children, like he's doing art of clowns and people are buying it.
People are sick, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah, they
I hope
are.
they're buying it. I hope all the funds go to the victims' families.
Yeah, I think it ended up something like that. I think he ended up getting sued because there's a thing. I know some states have a law where like you can't profit off your crime while you're in prison because like people who committed crimes and like tried to write books, they'll publish the book, but you can't make any money off of it.
Yeah,
So-
Obama did that, didn't he?
Yeah, but he hasn't been charged yet.
Yeah. Should be.
Yeah, that was a crazy hit and run that dude just did. Everything in this sky is round. The Earth has to be round. Where? Rage quit.
It's the same old thing in here every day.
Yeah, were you just here with that Brit guy? One of those. Oh God, what a fucking train wreck that guy was.
Who was that?
I don't know.
I think I caught the tail end of it.
Yeah, well, let me see his name here. Britnat Finat Fan.
Oh, yeah, he drives me.
Oh,
He's
second,
another
we
one.
can't even explain star formation, but they're going to tell us that the world, the universe, was formed by natural processes. But they admit they don't have a natural explanation for the formation of even a single star. I mean, come on, give me a break.
There's so many things they don't have an explanation for. They just look. The human body is made of trillions of cells, dude, and they don't even know how one of those works. So, and that's right here.
That's
Right?
true.
Yeah.
Imagine having to
and
look
they
at
can
a human cell through a telescope and then try to tell everybody how it works.
Yeah,
Well,
and
I
they can
mean,
experiment on them as well.
Yeah,
yeah,
good
there are
point.
no explanations how the complexity of a cell came into being by pure chemistry. None. It's failed.
Yeah, and the funny
Yeah.
thing is, every year they find out more shit that they didn't know the previous year. So like, they're not advancing; they're getting further and further behind. So that's the funny thing.
Eugene Koonin is one of the world's foremost origin of life researchers. He's an evolutionary biologist, and he's studied the subject for 30 some odd years. He's one of the foremost authorities on the matter. And he
Nice
admits,
score on, isn't it?
and he says the origin of he said way back in 2011, which, that's so long ago. Wow, 2011. He said the origin of life field is a failure.
I would agree with that.
They've got no idea.
Well, life itself is not chemistry. It's spirit. Biology is information technology.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like the idea that, like, especially in the heliocentric model, that the Earth was a big ball of lava and then it hardened into a bunch of rock, and
Yeah, it's
somehow
a myth.
water got here, and that stuff, that inorganic matter, started walking around and moving.
Right. Think about the absolute absurdity, right? The atheist belief system. So we have a cosmic dot that blew up, right? And from this exploding cosmic dot came Beethoven, rubber duckies for your bathtub, Beethoven statue, Michelangelo statues, Renoir paintings, novels like War and Peace or A Tale of Two Cities come into being because a dot explodes. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I always say Nikes, right? The Big Bang happened and then Nikes. Right? So
Well, yeah, you could use any such analogy. That's just as good. They're just as good. And it doesn't matter what analogy you use. You know,
yeah,
information
anything
technology, computers and supercomputers and computer programmers came into being because molecules bump around. Right.
randomly.
Right.
And sometimes
Oh,
they
that's
bump
so
around.
scientific.
They just bump around in just the right way, and now the rocks
Yeah.
are walking around.
That's right. The rock material, rocks are, according to these people, you are related to rocks because they're your oldest ancestor. Seriously. The minerals that were extruded by the rocks in the early earth are your ancestors. You're related to a cell, right? The first cell. And then why should that stop? Aren't you related to the minerals that evolved the first cell? Of
Yeah,
course.
the primordial soup before there
Right,
was
that's
any.
why I've got a video on my YouTube channel mocking that very idea. I call it rocks are our ancient ancestors.
Yo,
It
have you heard
watch
Michelle
it. It's
Taylor?
funny. It's funny. Watch
Yeah,
it.
have you heard Michelle Taylor, that NASA scientist, say people are she's just a complicated rock?
Yeah, they're your
She's
cousins.
yeah, like people are rocks, man. That she even says it.
We're just
I'll
complicated
find the
rocks.
video, dude. It's so absurd. Like,
Yeah, I think last time I looked, I just typed in Michelle. Is it Gaylor or Taylor?
Thaler, like Thaleer.
Yeah, and then I typed, and then it was complicated rocks, and it came up straight away.
Oh yeah, Degas got it. Yeah, good job, man. Thanks. But she's like, this chick is educated. She's a science communicator. She works for NASA. And this is the garbage that comes out of her face.
It's not okay to say the Earth is flat. We've known this for 2,500 years. A man called Eratosthenes measured some shadows and calculated within 2% of the Earth's circumference. It's not okay in this day and age to think the Earth is flat.
Oh my God, that one's crazy. You want to see a crazy person, Gulbers? Want to see a crazy Gulber? Watch that, dude. This chick is crazy.
Yeah.
They saw ships sailing over the horizon, and they worked out that that horizon was 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer.
I'm going to share with you a video I made back in 12 years ago.
12 years ago.
Yeah. Check this out.
Is this your channel?
Yeah. Oh, so I have this question from my global
I'm sharing
friends.
a video right now. You might want to wait.
Oh,
Go ahead, mate.
okay. So they say
Yeah,
the
so you ought to
Earth.
wait till the video's over. People are watching.
Oh,
Who's
what?
watching?
Oh, what?
Are you streaming, are you? I didn't know you were streaming.
Okay, here's a question for all
So
the
you ought to wait till
globalers.
the video's through because people are watching the stream.
Oh, okay.
How long does it go for?
Wait till I talk about rocks.
Still there, Tony?
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask
Yeah, we're
my
watching a video, so you need to stop.
No. Fucking watch the video in your own time, man. Fuck. Go, how long does it go
Yeah.
for? 10 minutes. Seriously.
Yeah,
We're all gonna
seriously.
sit here. We're all gonna sit here on the
Yeah,
channel and not
seriously.
talk.
Right, seriously. Most of the people watching the video, and you
Go
want to
click
just stop.
YouTube then.
Yeah, blah blah blah.
You can fuck off then.
All right, let's disrupt.
Alright. Well, go and watch the YouTube
Yeah,
video on your
disrupt.
own.
Yeah, disrupt.
Tony's got a question.
Gotta
So,
disrupt. Right.
what's your name?
Okay, I'll kill the video. So anyway,
No,
if you watch it
fuck
long
you,
enough,
man.
you understand. This
See you later. Go, Tony. It's your turn, mate.
Okay, so this is a question for all my globalers, yeah? They say that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour around the equator, yeah? And they also say that the Earth is chasing the Sun at 67,000 miles per hour. And then they also say the Sun is also shooting in one direction 4,083,000 miles per hour. So if that is the case, how come the Earth doesn't get left behind? And even the galaxy is moving in different directly at the same time. So how doesn't the Earth get left behind? So that's the question for all the globalers.
I guess it's gravitational tethering.
Can you explain that to him?
No, I don't think I can.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
It just never ends, man. It just never fucking ends. Sorry, like, dude, I'm not laughing at you, Zeros. I'm just like,
No, that's fine.
listen,
No, I
we've been
can't
doing this
explain.
for a long time, man, and it's like what you guys don't see what we see because we've been doing this for so long. And to us, y'all are like some NPC motherfuckers because you all say the same shit, dude. It's just. But
Like,
you guys
you
don't
can-
realize it because like you just get this like a small window of the flat Earth topic. Like we've been doing this for a long time. I've probably talked to 1,000 or more people, or 10,000 probably, and it's like there's like you guys all had like this pull string voice box inserted into your body, man, and like we ask you a question and you guys like pull a string and just the same answer comes out of all of you.
It's so predictable, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it should be predictable because all the models have been well established, so everybody's going to say the same thing, right?
Not really. That's not exactly what we're talking about.
Like you look into space, you can map the moon from multiple different places across the globe. There's no other way
What does
the
that
moon
mean?
would look the way that it does unless the moon is a sphere and the Earth is a sphere.
What?
That's
That doesn't work,
man. What?
And the way that
even
the
if
seasons
even
change,
if the
and the
Earth,
way that the
even
stars
if the Earth, even if the moon is a sphere, why does that make the Earth a sphere?
well, because
So whatever I just said right now, my question, does that prove that the Earth is stationary?
no, we can
I
see
guess it does.
we can see the Earth
'Cause-
is moving when we look at the stars in the northern and southern hemispheres.
But what about all those other motions that he asked you about as well? Like, that only explains. So even if we're going to give you that, that just explains an axial rotation if you believe that.
Well,
right?
no, it
There's
explains
other
multiple
assumptions.
things.
Wait. There's other assumptions that
it
you've got to put
explains-
in place to actually make that true. Now
No,
he asked you about 5 other motions.
Yeah,
You got an answer
well,
for those
I can
ones?
get into that a little bit. So just
Go for it.
observing the heavens, we can shit. I wish I had the word for this. I don't. It escapes me at the moment. But we can decipher. We can tell. We can observe. We can extrapolate. I still can't think of the word that I'm looking for.
Bullshit.
It's infer, dude. The word is infer. That's what it is. That's the word.
I like Timbo's
You don't
better.
want to say
I
it,
was
but
going to
that's
say
the
infer,
word.
but it has certain connotation. Inference has a certain connotations. That are
Because
kind
that's
of-
what it is.
Yeah, I get that.
Well, it's not
It has certain
deductive, so it's
It
inference.
has, yeah, deductive as well. But yeah, we can deduce based
You're
on
not
our
deducing
observation
anything.
from the heavens where we are positioned between the sun and the moon and the other planets in our solar system, and that we're revolving around a sun, we're spinning on an axis on a globe, and that the moon is also a sphere that rotates around us. Well, not rotates, but revolves around us. And then and this is probably the hardest part for you guys to believe, but we've sent powerful electromagnetic telescopes into orbit that can analyze the Milky Way galaxy in 360 degrees and then extrapolate out from that another model to
How-
see where we're
How do they
positioned.
stay
what you
How
believe,
do they
dude.
stay in orbit? How do they stay in orbit with all those other bodies around them as well that should be pulling on them gravitationally?
Where do they get the energy to speed up?
Yeah, they got to speed up, slow down.
It just amazes me, like what you're saying. Like you actually, I'm
It's pretty
100% sure
amazing.
you actually believe what you're saying, right? But if I asked an astrophysicist, because there's 3 flat earthers that debated 3 astrophysicists, and they specifically asked about observing the Milky Way, and they said, well, that's very hard to see.
Oh yeah, it's
Using a
very
telescope.
hard. It's not an easy thing. And in
It's
fact,
so
only the
hard. You
last-
know what they say? They say the center of the Milky Way is a Fata Morgana.
In a way, it kind of is.
It's a
In a way, it kind
mirage.
of is.
They say that the middle of the Milky Way is a mirage, dude.
Sure. Yeah, because you don't actually
Yeah, sure.
see.
Sure.
So they're analyzing a mirage and figuring out the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, because you can't actually see it. It's a super black hole. All you can see is what's barely escaping it.
What they say
I can see the Milky Way.
is that we're in the spiral
No,
arm.
the center.
Yeah, what they say, we're in a spiral arm of the Milky Way, and when they try to look at the Milky Way, because they're looking at on the plane of the galaxy, is that all the stars are too close together and they can't make any measurements. This is what 3 astrophysicists said. They were debating 3 flat earthers at a flat Earth convention in the UK. It's all recorded. It's not like
Imagine that though.
up.
You go, oh, look in the sky. That's the Milky Way. That's where you live.
Yeah, and that thing you see in the sky, that rift, that's not the Milky Way anymore, man. That you got to update your shit.
That's the
now
Fata Morgana.
No, that's a dwarf galaxy that's orbiting the Milky Way that's being swallowed by the Milky Way.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh,
really.
Wow.
Yeah,
and that's
even
going to happen
cooler
again.
now.
That's going to happen again. Because Andromeda and the
When
Milky
next
Way.
week?
Huh?
Oh man.
Next week?
That you cut me off to say that? Okay.
Yeah. Because you said it's going to happen again. So obviously you know the future. So I was just asking when's it going to happen?
Well, I
Next
do
week,
know the
next
future.
month?
Yes, I do know the future.
I
And
remember
can't
the last time.
I can't explain how, but that's a different thing.
When's it going to happen?
The Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way galaxy are actually moving towards each other, and they will also form a new galaxy.
How do you know that?
How do you know?
Well, that's what it looks like. That's what it appears to be, right?
That's what the TV told you.
Well, more or less. Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Okay.
That's what it looks like from, like 3 billion light years away.
Well, I mean, the TV,
Yeah, you can
quote
see it.
unquote, to use your vernacular, yeah, the TV told you that the black swan proves that the Earth is not a globe.
Incorrect. I've got my own black swans.
Yeah, you saw a picture on the internet. You watched some YouTube videos.
I've got out in my own camera. I've got my own black swans, mate.
So
We
the
don't
black-
just stand around watching TV saying the Earth's a globe. We actually got really fucking into it and said, "What do you mean the Earth's flat?" So I went out and did it myself and found out it was fucking flat.
I mean, you could get your pilot's license. You could fly in the most direct path.
I don't need to, mate. I go and do long range observations, and mate, it's flat. I don't need a pilot license.
Yeah, but how do you think circumnavigation works on a flat Earth? What do you mean get your pilot's license?
Well, because the way that we travel around the Earth, we take the most direct paths across.
No,
the
we
Earth.
don't. We don't, dude. There's called international flight corridors and domestic flight corridors, and that's how planes fly. They go within them and then they fly in them. They don't fly point to point. It's a total misconception, man, about flying.
Yeah, it's like when you got to most of the time when you fly from Australia to South America, you got to fly up to the US, get off in either Houston or LA, and then jump on a plane to South America. So you go up to the northern hemisphere and then come back down in the southern hemisphere. So they're not direct.
I heard of one going like into like. Well, I remember if it was Flat Earth Banjo that did it. He did one where like the flight was going to like what you were saying, right? It was Australia to South America, but it should have went instead of going to like Houston, it went to like Mexico City, but somehow it flew on the wrong side of the Hawaiian Islands
because like
Oh, really?
yeah, the flight just totally did not make sense. It made sense on the Gleason's map, but it didn't make sense on the globe because it's on the wrong side of the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, because they, I mean, they do the flight, the long haul flight from Sydney to Santiago. I know my wife's been on that flight, but that doesn't say anything. Yeah, most of the time it's a rare flight, but it happens. But most of the time they fly up into the US and then fly back down south. Same with the African flight too. That's not all the time they do that.
Who was the guy that took that flight, Timbo? And he took his compass and he had the readings from the plane on the back of the seat, on the seat in front of you, and it was showing completely different directions to what his compass was showing. And when they
Was
analysed
that Aussie guy? Yeah.
Max
and his
Egan.
compass read
He was
right.
a
That's it.
truther.
Yeah.
I got the
Who was
video. I'll
it?
post it
Compass.
real quick. Max Egan.
Yeah, Max Egan.
His personal compass readings were more closer to what it would have been on the Gleason's map than what the flight chart was showing, what the flight readings were showing.
Yeah, his compass was pointing in the wrong direction, and then he stopped filming because he was a glober.
Yeah, he
He
said
said
that
his camera went
flat
dead or
earthers
something.
were idiots. Yeah.
Yeah, he went to prove flat earthers wrong, and he shot himself in the foot.
Yeah, it's you know, we had a guy in the other day. He was saying plane flights, they prove the globe. You go what? You go, oh well. I said okay. So when you're flying over the ocean, how do you get speed, ground speed? And he goes with the air speed. I said, what are you talking about, man? You don't know what speed you're going. Yeah, waves.
But
You got to pick a
waves.
fixed point like a wave. You go what? Or a boat.
An anchored boat, yeah.
I guess they can tell Andromeda is moving towards us using Doppler, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, man.
Yeah, it's a blue shifted, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's right.
yeah, that was
Hey,
falsified by Halton Arp back in the 70s. Halton Arp was Edwin Hubble's PhD student, one of them. And he wrote I don't know what you would call it, a book, something like that. It's for astronomers. It's called the Atlas of Unusual and Unusual and Unique Galaxies and Quasars. So he wrote that book, and it showed that things in astronomy that they claimed was redshifted and moving away, also parts of it were blue shifted. So you can't be moving away and moving towards you at the same time. So he falsified the entire premise of redshift. And his reward for doing that was to take away his ability to look through the Wilson telescope at Mount Wilson and basically relegate him to the back burner because that's how they roll.
We got cancelled.
Yep, he got canceled. People have always got canceled. It's not new.
Disagree with me. Will be cancelled.
Oh, I got a link to that Max Egan video too. Hold on.
We will set you up as a rapist from 18 years ago. With girls that have no names. Like
Yes,
they're doing
anonymous
to,
people that
yeah.
we're going to have the recording and they don't even take a breath because they're definitely not AI audio.
Russell Brand, they're coming at him, aren't they? We've had two shows on him at the moment, 60 Minutes and something else. They had an
sad,
Australian
man.
girl on 60 Minutes, and I looked over at my missus and I said, you know why they're doing this, don't you? She goes, yep, I know exactly why they're doing it. He was speaking out against warmongers and, the political backbone.
Well, did they show, like, was that girl you just said, was she an actual, like,
No.
someone that
No,
complained?
she was sitting, it was just someone who was sitting in a dark room And they, I think they even used a voice changer. Anonymous. So trial by media again.
So, yeah, trial by media, no accountability for the anonymous people, right? If I was Russell Brand, I would sue them for their sources, and then I would sue that person for defamation.
He's got the money to do it. What country? Where does he live? Does he still live in the UK or does he live in the US?
I think he's in the UK. Pretty sure he's in
Because
the
he'd
UK.
have more chance of suing someone in the US than you would in the UK.
I thought UK had very strict, like,
Privacy laws?
defamation laws. Like, you can't
Yeah.
say stuff about people. I could be wrong, though.
I'm not sure they've done a show in the UK yet, but they've done 2 shows here on him, so he should be suing them. I would.
Well, I mean, you can't sue the news for reporting it, but you can sue you can force them to tell you who the hell that person is.
Yeah. You know, to me, it should be illegal to report on these things unless you've been actually convicted of these things. Yeah. That should be it.
I don't think, like, in the UK, I don't think they can, like, talk about your trial in the media.
No, they can't. It's they say it's what is it? It's coercing the jury or something like that. So
Yeah, here they call it.
well, that's if it even
poisoning
gets
the
there,
jury.
because he hasn't been charged with anything yet.
That's the messed up part. Is that basically you have anonymous people saying something to a newspaper for whatever reason, even though it's just accusations and probably zero physical evidence, right? Like, there's no rape kit, there's no video, there's
That's
no
just
anything.
hearsay.
It's just somebody saying something, right? And they're going to publish it, and then the UK government is going to demand that Rumble take them off his platform.
They already did. Yeah, they did, and they said no. It's got nothing. We're
Yeah.
not going to
Why would
demonetize
you
something
even
for something
try
that's got
that?
nothing. Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Why would you even try that? So
And what's
imagine
that
someone
got to do with the British government as well?
Well, think about if it was a murder case. Say it's not, grape and it's murder, and someone said you shot JFK, Russell Brand, right? They're gonna cancel him off a Rumble because some anonymous person said Russell Brand shot JFK. No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Even if he got charged, they still wouldn't cancel him. They wouldn't charge him. They wouldn't cancel him until he got convicted of murder. So
Yeah,
how
they haven't
come when it's
cancelled
a sexual
Beetlejuice.
assault allegation, it's just an allegation from anonymous people that somehow gets you canceled?
Yeah. But what's even weirder is why would the government be involved in contacting Rumble?
Yeah.
But why would they be involved in a rape case? It's got nothing to do with them.
Especially like it's like, the federal government for the United Kingdom. It's not even like the local, because when you commit a crime, right, they try you locally. They don't try you at the federal level, right?
Yeah.
So why is like the federal government of the United Kingdom inserting themselves in what would be a local crime, in a crime that might not even happen in the UK, it might have happened in the United States when he was acting here? Like, why are you inserting yourself into this shit?
That just shows something they've got to hide. Well, he's been banging on at them for a few years now, like
So
the
here's the
US
real
and the
question.
UK government have got together and just gone, fuck this.
How
Let's
many
get
other
this
times
cunt.
have they already done
Platforms
it?
are just cucks. They're just
How many-
cucks. They've got no balls.
Now, how many times have they already done it, though? Sent the letter to Rumble or YouTube or Twitter and said, why are you giving this person a platform, and got them canceled off those platforms? Is that why YouTube canceled them or demonetized them? Did YouTube get a letter?
Must have. Look at what he said on that
Gosh.
Bill Maher show that time. I just went, oh,
Yeah.
oh, national TV, he's fucked. He's going to get cancelled.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to get like physically canceled. Tucker Carlson. Dude's trying to interview fucking Vladimir Putin and put it on Twitter. My God, dude, they'll put a bullet in him before that fucking ever happens. Vladimir Putin is not getting interviewed on Twitter. That is not going to happen. Not in the
Why don't
United
you think
States.
what happened?
Because they'll put a listen. Because he's going to eat a fucking gun. Because that's what's going to happen.
Why do you think that?
The US will
What?
get to him,
Okay, so let's keep it real, right? Motherfuckers get killed over 20 hours of crack. Okay, so why do I think it would happen? I don't know. Trillions of dollars?
And you think the U.S. government would be the ones to employ this bullet tactic?
Of course.
Any NATO country, any NATO affiliated country, any Western country.
Is that how you
Well,
think Prigozhin died?
How did Prigozhin die?
Oh, he got in a plane.
I don't know how
and
Prigozhin died.
It just so happened to crash in his
Yeah,
plane.
it just so happened that the guy that sold him the airplane, the pilot or something, it just happened to disappear too. He vanished. Or did you not know that?
No, I didn't know that actually.
Yeah, so they're like looking
Funny,
for him.
they just got BlackRock just secured a $80 billion rebuild too of Ukraine. So
Who's going to rebuild it? Yeah,
80 billion.
Okay, who's going to rebuild Ukraine? All the men are dead. So what are the women going to rebuild it? Yeah, nobody thinks about this. They've done like 6 mobilizations. All those people are been called up. Something like 400,000 are dead. 1 million plus wounded. Something like 50,000 amputees. Who's going to rebuild the country? All the men are fucked up. So say the war ended tomorrow. Russia was like, we're done. Fuck you guys. We're going back. Ukraine was already a shithole before. When they had healthy men, what are they going to do now that all the men are dead? And nobody thinks about this, the war aftermath. No. Ukraine is not giving shit. They're borrowing everything. So they are mad in debt. They're borrowing money from the United States. The United States isn't just giving them billions of dollars. They're not just...
but the whole world's in debt.
Yeah, well, Ukraine is... Ukraine, I saw that like the average wage in Ukraine is something like $900 a month.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
It might get you living there, but that doesn't sound too good.
Yeah, it's the most corrupt, one of the like the third most corrupt country in the fucking world, dude. It's like it's not a good place.
Isn't that where
Ukraine
that
Ukraine
weird
is a
movie was
shithole,
filmed?
dude.
So get this, they do this all the time, yeah. They did it in Iraq as well, but they help fund the war. Everything gets blown up. Then they start lending them money, and then these companies go in, and the money that they've lent them, they launder back into these other companies, and then the people at the top of these companies get payoffs.
Yeah.
So they just money laundered $80 billion. Really?
Well, here's the other thing, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's part of it. But who's going to pay back this borrowed money?
The Ukrainians.
The state, like all their nationalized industries, because they were still Soviet, right? So they have a lot of national industries that the state controls. They'll all have to be privatized. And they're going to be sold off to the highest bidder,
to the
like
Reserve
BlackRock,
Bank.
so they can pay their debts.
And then
like
in moves
people like
the Reserve
BlackRock
Bank.
will get something like 500,000 acres of land on cheap, right? Some of the best soil on earth for growing wheat. They're going to get that on cheap, right? So there might be a couple cluster bombs and maybe some depleted uranium dust, but who cares about that? It's going to Europe anyway.
Gates will help them out.
Feed it to the migrants.
And why the fuck do we grow wheat anyway?
I don't know, man. Tradition.
Like, fuck that.
Oh, dude.
It's not even good for you.
Zelensky went to NATO because Poland refused to buy their grain because they had too much, and he said bad things about Poland, and he threatened to take them to court.
Yeah, and then they said, we're not giving you any more weapons. All Poland has to do is
Not
say,
only that, dude,
we're not going
Poland
to let
said
weapons come through Poland to go to Ukraine. If they just say that, it's a wrap.
when that happened, Poland said to Zelensky, all your refugees we took, they're going back to Ukraine.
Well, isn't that what Ukraine wants? Don't they want the dudes back so they can send them into the meat grinder?
Well, yeah, that's what those warmongers want, bro. More cattle for the destruction.
Well, a law just went into effect that women are getting drafted now.
In Ukraine?
Yeah, in Ukraine.
Damn.
Conscripting women. Now, you're gonna find out if the men are total cucks, dude. If they don't like revolt and march on Kiev, then like they're cucks, dude. If you won't defend your women, you're not a man. Just go into the minefield, then just fucking end yourself. Yeah, but it's like it's a different type of conscription, right? So if you have any type of medical expertise, dental expertise, and for some reason they wanted obstetricians, I couldn't really figure that out.
Indio, I got a question for you.
You're automatically drafted.
They wanted obstetricians?
Yeah, which didn't make sense to me. Like, what are you going to do with an obstetrician? How are you going to treat wounded military men as an obstetrician?
Men can get pregnant now. That's why.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay, nobody believes that.
I just gave birth to a 155 millimeter artillery round.
Indio, do you think all these wars that are going on are all like, stages to depopulate?
I
And funnel money around?
I wouldn't make a general statement like that. I wouldn't say all of them are to depopulate. That might be part of it, but I don't think.
And to funnel money.
It's always like all wars are about resources. Don't let anybody fuck you up. It's never about some ideological principle like democracy, liberalism, frickin', communism. It's never about that. It's always about resources.
Look at Afghanistan. It was about the poppies more than anything. We need heroin.
Look what Russia actually did. Now they have 150 million people in their country. They can mobilize an army of 15 million. They've mobilized something like 700,000, which is only enough to take a little bit of Ukraine. They don't have enough because Ukraine's the biggest country in Europe. What did they take? They took Chernobyl. They took the nuclear power plant. They took the entire industrial base, right? The productive enterprises, the industrial enterprises of Ukraine, and the rest of it, right? The poor dirt farmers, they said, "Fuck that, you can have it."
Did they end
About
up getting the
resources,
wet
man.
port? Did
What?
they end up getting the wet port
No,
on the Black
they haven't
Sea?
got. Well, they do have a port. They got Mariupol, but they haven't got Odessa yet. I mean, they haven't.
Yeah.
They're not there yet. They might decide to take that now, but it's not like necessary. They don't need Odessa, right? So they took some salt. They took some salt mines. They took some coal mines. They took some like steel production factories. Like the Azov plant was like the largest steel manufacturer in the world. So like they took a bunch of stuff for industrial that is good for industrial production, which is all in the eastern side of the country. And they just and they have a port to get rid of it, right? They got the Sea of Azov, and they can ship it out of there. So
Yeah.
they don't need Odessa. Odessa's for like shipping grain, but like Russia itself has enough grain. They don't need like more of it. It's better to keep it off the market, right? And keep an
Grain.
elevated price than to like take it over and like flood the market with this stuff.
Who's eating all this fucking grain? Like, we've got an overload of grain in
Africans or
Australia.
something. I don't know.
It's unbelievable. All we grow is grain. Like, it's
You need bread, bro.
We
Come
also
on.
feed it to animals, though, so we gotta consider that, right? We feed it to.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we got a lot of we grow a lot of lamb and cattle.
Do you ever think this? When do you think this war in Ukraine will end?
I don't know, but these petrol prices are killing me.
Let me think about that. Russia has a huge reserve just hanging around, and they're building up. They have something like 150,000 troops. They know, they know that they're building up to do something, right? They're building up troops. They're stacking the border. They're like, but they have a mobilization goal of like 1.3 million by like January or something, and that is enough to like. And they put out 2 propaganda videos of like, so the actors are soldiers, and one's like, my grandmother used to live in a house in Kiev, man. Like I want to rent the place there, right? So it's Russian soldiers like in a trench talking about taking over Kiev. And then they also released one that said, this is a Ministry of Defense recruitment video. And then the other one said it was about basically the same thing, but talking about Odessa. So the military defense of Russia is putting out recruitment videos talking about the Russian army camping up, taking Kiev and taking Odessa. We don't have enough soldiers to do it now. So you need more soldiers. So they hit the recruitment goal, 1.3 million to fucking, that's it, dude. That's enough. The only reason like the United States got away with the Iraq war with like so few troops is because most of Iraq is just useless desert. Like there ain't nobody out there. Like you don't need soldiers out there.
Indio, did you know that when Zelensky went to the American house, he actually called the Americans stingy for all the money that they were giving him. He called them stingy, bro.
Yeah, well, he's a drug addict, so I don't know what to say about that.
Just an actor, isn't he?
He was a comedian, technically. Yeah, and an actor.
And a clown.
Yeah, a clown too. That's a good one.
He played the piano with his dick. He's famous for that. He went to the gay pride parade in New York and dressed like a fairy.
He did?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, you didn't know
Maybe
that?
he played
No.
many pianos with his dick over there.
Oh,
Then
God, man.
In New York?
New York City.
Oh my god. No wonder the whole world supports him in the West.
Well, okay, so Kiev is known for its debauchery.
Chicken?
Let's put it that way, debauchery.
Yeah, chicken garlic butter.
Yeah. Zelensky said this war is never going to stop until they have Crimea, but historically Crimea has always been Russian.
Well, I'll tell you something. When this war started, I read a YouTube comment, and the comment was a guy that said, I was a DoD contractor, back in 2010, and the DoD was taking bids back then to retrofit Sevastopol. Sevastopol is their naval base. And back in 2010, Ukraine has not had possession of Sevastopol ever. So how would the U.S.
What is
DoD?
Sevastopol?
Sevastopol is the Black Sea naval base that's been the Russian since like 1817. It's in the Black Sea. It's attached to Crimea. It's part of Crimea, which is why they took Crimea, because they're not giving up their base. But DoD took bids to renovate and retrofit Sevastopol back in 2010. This wasn't like this was a plan. This wasn't an accident. The United States knew exactly what was happening. They published a paper about the Rand Corporation, or there's a published paper by the Rand Corporation called Strengthening can't remember. It's strengthening something Russia or something like that. And like the whole thing is what they say directly in it is it's a long shot, but if we arm Ukraine, we can get Russia to attack Ukraine and weaken Russia. Now I'm paraphrasing, but like in one paragraph, it says basically that they knew what they were doing.
Why would they want to weaken Russia? It's not like America's going to go into Russia and invade them.
Why would they want to weaken Russia? That's a good question. Because they want to weaken Russia's full of natural resources, and they want to chop it up into pieces. They wanted to do this since like 1912 or something. There's literally maps that the U.S. invaded Russia before. Did you know that?
No, actually, I didn't.
There was a war when the Soviets first took over Russia. 12 countries simultaneously invaded Russia, and the United States was one of them. But the United States invaded from the other side, right, from the Pacific side. And like they're in the middle of nowhere. Like the Russians, like, guys, just fucking leave them alone. This is Russia. It sucks so bad here. They'll eventually leave. And that's exactly what happened. Right? They were like in Siberia. And the Russians were just leave them there, right? What are they going to do in Siberia? What are they going to march across Russia to Moscow? Good luck, right? So it's up to them, and then the United States eventually just like gave it up. People don't talk about that, how Russia's been constantly invaded because it has a natural it's like it's the largest landmass on Earth, has tons of natural resources, probably more than is even known, and you can't get there, right? It's surrounded by natural barriers, right? If you want, say you want to take over Russia, how do you do it? Think about it. I'm a country. I'm the United States. I want to take over Russia. How would I do it? Well, you can't come in from the south. There's mountains. Can't come in from the west or the east because you have to traverse like nearly the entire fucking continent, right? Something like 11 time zones just to get to Moscow. That's a long supply line, right? Can't come in through the north because that's the Arctic. You got to come in through the east. And pretty much that ain't going to happen. God damn, man, it's 5 a.m. I really got to go to bed.
You haven't slept yet? I just woke up.
Yeah, well, I only need like 3 or 4 hours sleep, so it's not really a big deal. Just as soon as that
Are you
sun comes.
Are you
As soon as that
insomniac?
frickin' sunlight hits me, man, I'll be dead tired. Like a frickin' vampire.
Why do you only sleep like 4 hours a day? Or what's wrong?
So, I don't know. It's always been like that.
Do you not get? Are you not tired when you wake up?
No. If I get
Damn.
like 6 hours sleep, I feel like shit. I sleep
What?
like, yeah, I sleep like 3 or 4 hours, something like that. So typically, what I'll do is I sleep like 3 hours. Like, I usually go to sleep at like 3 a.m. and then wake up at 6:45. But you don't fall asleep right away. So that's like 3 hours. And then I'll typically fall asleep at, well, I mean, it varies, but sometimes it's at like, I'll fall asleep for an hour at like 4 to 5 or something like that. Then I wake up and stay up to 3. Yes, that's like my sleep schedule. It's been that way for a long time. I haven't slept 8 hours straight in probably 15 years or more, maybe more.
How old are you?
I'm 51 years old.
Oh, you're not even that old.
No shit, Sherlock.
It's a weird sleeping schedule. I don't know. I'd like to be able to only
I
sleep for 4 hours.
don't don't know, man. It's just the way I roll, man. I don't know how to explain it. I don't need sleep. And I work out, I go to the gym, I freaking run around, probably walk something like in an average week, I probably walk like it's gotta be near 30 to 50 miles. I don't even know.
That's a lot of miles, bro. It's like 5 miles a day almost. Do you walk
Yeah, well,
5 miles
I
a
don't
day?
drive. I don't drive though, so
Why, you
I
don't
live in,
want to
I
bust
live
out
in
the
this.
money for a car?
Well, I mean, that's
They
part
are a
of it.
fucking money pit.
I know they are, especially I live in a city, so it's a super money pit. Park in the wrong place, bam, you got like a $300 parking ticket. Get your
Bro,
shit towed, get your shit crashed into, insurance is higher, like it's just a pain in the ass. And like traffic is nuts. Like I can literally walk some places that are like a mile away faster than I can drive it because because like where you have to drive, the traffic is so shit that like it takes you like an hour to drive a mile.
I'm in Toronto, and the parking fees are fucking shit. Like, cost like $25 to $40 if you want to pay to park somewhere for a day.
Yeah, it's probably more than that here.
Either that, or you can risk it and take $150 ticket.
So a girl I was going with one time, she double parked in front of a convenience store that had a fire hydrant and a freaking handicap,
Oh,
and
that's fucking.
got a $375 parking ticket.
That's fucked.
Dude, I was like, literally, like, could you do anything more? The only thing worse you could have done was parked on top of a baby carriage. Like, what the fuck? Like, anyway, I'm out. There's no Globers in here anyway.
All right. Is anybody else here? Hello?
Doesn't
Hello?
seem like
8-inch. He left. Zeros.
what's up.
You got any proof of curvature yet?
I'm never gonna provide proof of curvature.
Yeah, I know you won't. It's not like you
Okay.
can anyways.
But once you get it, then you'll turn around. Then you'll change your mind, right? If once you see it.
We will never see proof of curvature on this realm.
Then you'll never believe that the Earth is a globe.
Well, we don't follow belief systems other than one of creation.
And I'm not looking to debate anyone.
So why do you come here?
I'm curious
Curious about what?
about this worldview that the whatever you call flat Earth.
In what you observe and experience when you're outside.
Why does it say in your profile that the flat Earth people are harassing you?
They made a video about me.
Yeah,
It's
you were
almost
spiraling out of
got
control.
I'm spiraling. Yeah, I'll admit I'm spiraling. Spinning on a globe that's revolving around the sun, that's revolving around a supermassive black hole in the center of the Milky Way. I'm hella spiraling. I'm moving faster than the speed of light. I'm basically moving at warp speed right now.
Can you prove
That's
any
your
of that,
NASA
or-
spaceball religion.
Can you experience any of that? You just experience flat, motionless. Yeah.
I mean, I can experience the moon.
You can see the moon. You can't. You can only experience it through your eyesight.
Yeah, I'm experiencing it through
Moving
eyesight.
across the sky.
Yeah, I can see it moving. I can see the stars moving. I can see the sun moving.
Yeah. What's your point?
I can see the space station. I can see the planets.
Okay. Okay. I don't think you can see the fucking space station, dude.
Yeah, I literally can see the space station
How?
with binoculars or a telescope.
Can you see the people on there too?
See the little guy waving through the window. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. I'm here.
That'd be dope. I wonder if there is a powerful enough telescope that can see that.
I like when they say it's going over, and you go outside and you see the light, right? And then you go and you look up the live feed, and it shows cloud over your area, and it's like, what the fuck? But I can go outside and what? Why doesn't it match?
I was just upset because I kept getting like muted and banned and shit.
People shine lasers at it, and then they go watch the live feed, and like there's no lasers pointing up at it.
But I find it fascinating, and a lot of you guys have some really interesting things to say that really makes me think. And I've never looked into my own understandings, I guess, about how I see the world in its place in the universe. I haven't really like examined it that closely until I was really challenged by you guys. And today I was given a really cool book recommendation from one of you guys too. So that's cool.
What book?
And I looked up an eclipse during a sunrise. I'd never seen that before. That was awesome to see. It's still in the side chat.
What book were you recommended?
Fahrenheit. It's Ray Bradbury book. What was it called?
451. Yeah, that's cool book.
Yeah, Fahrenheit 451. And apparently it was written before. No, it wasn't. I was gonna say it was written before 1984, but it wasn't. It was written after. Still, it looks really interesting, and maybe I'll read more of Ray Bradbury because I know he wrote the Mars Chronicles, and those are pretty awesome. Those are like part of the inspiration behind Star Wars.
Yeah, some of those like they were pretty like I don't know, predictive almost. Like I think there's like a description of what we could class now as like a you know um a flat screen TV, like wall sized. That book, I remember reading it when I was a kid. Pretty sure I remember that something to that effect, and I'd be like, "Oh, that'd be so cool." I was thinking to myself, why aren't TVs like that?
Big flat TVs. No, everyone's got one.
Right.
It's like hard to imagine
No,
like multiple color TVs in your own house, and now you have like just screens everywhere.
yeah. There's another author who was pretty predictive like that. You know the movie Imposter?
No.
Okay. That's with it's a good sci-fi. Who was Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump? He plays the main role in that movie, Imposter.
Yeah, he's a
and
famous actor.
Gary Sinise.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But the author, the movie's based on a sci-fi novel or novelette or something from like the 40s, 50s or something, and that author is known for like predicting things that have come true, like yeah, flat screen TVs and shit.
The Imposter from
Mutations.
2012.
Yeah,
Gary
yeah, good
Gary
movie.
Sinise.
I always say Gary Snide, yeah. Sinise. Gary Sinise, yeah.
Or maybe I'm looking at the wrong movie.
Like even like for today, like some of the shit in it we're just starting to develop today, like
2001.
smart houses and shit, you know.
Yeah, you can control. You can have the climate control all on your app.
Yeah, like he just tells the shower, like just talks to the house, and like he's having a shower and he talks to the house, says I want it at such and such degrees, and he's like the shower starts, and then he's like I want Chuck Berry playing in the background, you know. It just starts playing, you know.
Yo, yeah, we have that now. Oh, I haven't seen The Imposter, based off of Philip K. Dick. I love Philip K. Dick. I think there's greater truths to be found in works of fiction than there are in some of all this like whatever.
You'll like that movie. It's kind of got like a M. Night Shyamalan sort of feel to it.
Oh yeah, don't spoil it for me then. It's got a twist. Sounds like it's got a twist. M. Night Shyamalan, he's known for his twists.
I won't say anything else.
You said too much. It doesn't seem like you can see the astronauts from Earth. Oh, that'd be so cool if you could wave to the guy on the space station. Go to sleep. All right, thanks for the movie recommendation. Good night. Goodbye.
No problem. Catch you, man.
It's one of my favorite movies too. I like that one. It's like it's so interesting, you know. I mean, I really can't talk about it without spoiling any little part.
Right, yeah. I like movies like that. There was another one like same vein, but not sci-fi so much sci-fi. It was it Memory with American actor with the Irish accent. I can never remember the names.
Memento.
Was it Memento? Was it with
Yeah, it's where they play the movie backwards to show like a guy has like a short-term memory loss.
Yeah. Might be. Yeah, it is to do with the guy with short-term memory loss. The actor from Taken. I know the movies they're in. I just can't remember their freaking names. Right, I'll jump off. So catch you guys later.
All right, peace, brother.
Oh. Oh shit. We're doing it live. Oh, that's the wrong way.
Hello, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
What's going on, bro?
No,
I'm hanging in there.
I'm really not here. I'm over there.
Hello, Nephilim Free. Do you have any proof of curvature on this planet we live on, apparently?
No, I have proof of
That was easy.
Yeah, he left to a different channel.
Yeah.
Huh. Guess he just wanted to listen. You know what's funny is he went to a different channel where he's also muted. So he's like,
but why should I believe the Earth is round when I'm a student and former student of the
you
New
went to
York? Why
another
should I
channel.
mean, why should I believe the Earth is flat? I mean,
Yeah, you
when
went to another channel where you're muted.
I'm a student of had a former student of the New York Institute of Photography. Why should I believe the Earth is flat after
You
that?
went to another channel where you're muted.
You didn't answer my question. My
Yeah,
question is, why should I
this is
believe the Earth is flat when I'm a student of the former student of the New York Institute of Photography?
yeah, because you went to another channel where you're muted.
I'll ask your question again in a little different way. Why
Okay.
should I ask? Why should I believe the Earth is flat when I'm an expert in photography?
Yeah, because you went to another channel where you were muted.
I'll ask the question again. Why
Okay,
should I
yeah,
believe the Earth is flat if I'm an
okay.
expert in photography?
Yeah, because you went to another channel and you're
So
muted.
I'll ask the question again. Why
Okay.
should I believe the Earth is flat
Yeah. Okay,
since
ready?
I am an expert
Experts
in
don't
the
need to
field
tell
of
you they're
photography?
experts. It's painfully obvious when someone's an expert. I can show you're not an expert
That's not an
because you
argument.
went to another channel
You
and
didn't make
you
an
were
argument.
muted. You were muted on. You were red mic'd in a different channel.
That's not an argument.
You went to try to troll someone else.
Anybody else
They muted
here
you too. You're not cloaked, okay? You're not up
Anybody
here
here?
with your cloaking shields on,
I just
and no one
muted
can
you.
see who
I
you
don't
are.
agree with
It's painfully obvious who and what you're
you. I
about.
think you're right.
And not only is it here,
Why
it's
should I believe
everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, you are not cloaked, okay? You are not cloaked. You're out in the open, and everyone sees and knows exactly what you're about. So you can sit here and keep talking about how you're an expert in this and you're an expert in that. And you got all this knowledge. You don't have shit, dude. You're not cloaked. Okay. Anyone can call your bluff, and they realize you're just full of shit. Constantly. That's it. That's your full answer. Okay. You are full of shit. You're full of poo poo. You are not fooling anybody. You're not even fooling yourself. You can't even fool yourself, dude. See, look, now you can't even get his mic to work. You can't even get your mic to work. Yeah, go back and listen to it. Yeah, go back and listen. You can't even get your microphone to work. You're not cloaked. You're seriously not. You're in the open. Everyone sees you. You're not cloaked. You're not fooling anyone. You go to other channels, and you also are not cloaked. You have fooled zero. 0 people are fooled by you. That's right. Go on now, join a different channel and try the same shit there. They're all gonna laugh at you, put you on red mic, and you'll run away. Yeah, then he jumped down to another one, doing the same thing. Create your own voice channel probably down there. Blah, 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 blah. Another way I handle that is like at some point when they ask you a question and they're taking absolutely no answer, and your answer you've given them is wrong. It's like how many layers of inception do they need to get through? Okay, so number one, I've given you no answer. My answer is wrong, and you keep repeating the question because I've given you no answer. At that point, use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. Just go ahead and make it on up, make whatever, just fill in the blank, okay? And now that you've got an answer provided by you, for you, by you, drive on to the point you want to make, which I predict, using the flat Earth model, will be absolutely no point whatsoever. He's got no point to make. Literally no point to make. He can't even come up with a point given any answer he needs. What you got to say, Scott? You there, Mackie?
How did I get unmuted?
I unmuted you.
Interesting.
Interesting enough to use it or not use it?
I don't know. Do you want to talk about something?
Yeah, what do you got?
I don't know. Feels like every time I say anything, I get banned for 48 hours. It's almost as if you
Can
guys
you-
are afraid of hearing truth. It's weird.
Dude, you got no truth at
All right,
all. What are you
tell us
talking
what the
about?
truth is, buddy. What's the truth? Mr. Scott Mackey, tell us what the truth is.
Crickets.
So, is it us who are afraid to hear it, or are you afraid to say it?
Okay,
Yeah,
how
I
about
mean-
is this the truth right here, right? Is the truth that so was that Thursday, it was a super harvest moon. The last time, you won't see this again for another 5 years.
Uh-huh.
And no one gave a shit.
What's a super harvest moon?
Yeah, it was like a super moon that was red. And no one even cared, didn't even know about it, didn't even bother to look it up. All this astronomical events that you think are so important to prove your globe model, and you don't even know when they're coming, when they're happening, but yet you can predict all of them. Apparently, you never show your work, like you just tell the teacher, yep, I did my homework. You're like, can I see it? Nope. I just got to trust you. I just got that you told me the truth there, that you predicted a super harvest moon and you predicted when the next one's going to be, but you're not going to show me anything to prove
What
that
is
you
a
did
super
that.
harvest moon?
Yeah, it's a giant moon, a big moon that is red.
What do you mean a giant moon? Was the
Yeah.
moon giant last
Yeah,
night?
yeah, it was super moon. Fully illuminated. Every part of it. Same
We get-
illumination all the way across.
We get one of those every 28 days. We get a full moon.
Yeah, okay. This is a disqualified dude. This is why you
What was
get put on
different?
mute. This is why you get put on mute. So go look that up. Read up on your space religion, and Better luck next time. There's some the true smack himself. You don't know what you're talking about. You've never known what you're talking about. People put you on mute because you're just annoying, boring, and dumb. Duh. And even when you give you a chance, hey, what do you want to talk about? Oh, you want to talk about the truth. Okay, what's that? That you don't know. You don't know this stuff. And you never will.
Good day, Amish.
Say what?
To ice water right now. I don't know if that's you who just jumped in, Crip. I thought it was Amish. I said hi.
Wow, I'm a fucking ice climber, Dad.
No, the Kulo.
Hi all around.
I'm
Good
fucking
morning.
climbing the ice wall, guys.
Shut up.
Okay, you're climbing the ice wall,
Talking to
and
people better right now.
Mackie was here just a second ago. I unmuted him. He's like, interesting. I'm like, why? Because you guys always silence the truth. I'm like, okay, let's hear it. What truth do you got?
I know.
Couldn't figure out that, like, dude, there was an astrological event just on Thursday that you probably should have known about. He didn't know about it. Started asking me, what? What's that? Never heard of that before.
Well, that must be your fault for censoring the truth.
You have flat smacked so many people that now no one cares about stuff they said they care about.
Well, you've taken it out of them. All their enthusiasm is gone. The sky stuff isn't what they thought it was, so they don't like it anymore.
The dude Nephilim Free was in here like, I'm an expert and blah, 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 tell me why I believe the earth is flat. And then we're like, okay, whatever, dude. And he goes to another channel. He's red mic there. Goes to a different channel. He's red mic there. And eventually comes back here. Does the same thing. I tell him, dude, you're jumping all around channels. Probably saying exactly the same thing. I went to this college. I'm an expert in this. You know, he's like these really cringe atheists where somehow because he went to college and has some kind of degree, now he's debunked like all of Western culture. Like, really, dude? That's where you're gonna go?
That's a cool ego trip.
I told him that you're not an expert, and I know this because experts don't have to tell you they're an expert. It's obvious. It's obvious when someone's an expert.
Yeah, someone telling you that they're an expert is actually somebody wanting to be seen as an expert versus an expert.
Wouldn't an expert be dictated whether like they actually are called upon to be an expert, not claiming to be an expert?
Yeah, I'm just saying that's
yeah.
probably a sign of an actual non-expert when they're out there being like, "Hey, guys, trust me, I'm an expert. Did I mention I'm an expert? Yeah, and my
Yeah.
expertise, yeah."
That's normally how things work, so.
Yeah. Somebody's like kind of overcompensating, you know, like those guys that hang like those big balls behind their truck, right? Because they're trying to compensate. It's that type of thing. It's a flex.
Well,
It's
like normally what you'd
if you
hear from an
never
expert.
if you never said it, nobody ever would have thought it type of thing.
The
But,
normal
yeah.
thing is for you to go about your day, and if you find someone that's talking on the subject very, very well and knows so much in-depth information that like it seems like they know more than what you Googled, and then they turn out to be like at the end of the conversation, like, well, actually, like this is my field, like this is what I do, and yeah, that's probably the outcome.
No, that's fine because that
Oh, for
expertise
sure.
in that case speaks for itself, right? That's not a guy just saying, "Hey, I'm an expert," and you know, just expecting you to take it on that. The expertise itself is represented in how that person speaks.
Yeah.
It comes with articulation. Education, the higher level of education, the higher level of articulation. That's why they can overtalk Google. Because Google doesn't have any education. It's just stuff that people put in, or it got search results from a bunch of different websites. Where an expert will be able to articulate it to you because it's a live, back and forth interaction. They know how to explain something based on how how they perceive you're going to take the message.
This is true.
Yeah, you got to tailor it for the audience.
It's but like this is a flat Earth room. How many people are flat earthers here?
Well, everyone. Some of them are in denial about it, but we're all flat earthers here.
I'm personally don't believe in a flat Earth, but it's okay. You know, if you believe in a flat Earth, I don't give a fuck. I think that like there's some form of world you've prescribed to. A lot of people just give what's given and what's told to them. I deal in the world of I'm a machinist, so I have to do with the physical world. I've shaped metal. I've done things with material that most people haven't. And thinking about a flat world just never made sense to me. Could you sell me the argument?
Very simple. It all comes down to the nature of water and what it does at rest. Finds a flat, horizontal level surface at rest. So
Okay.
71% of the known territory is claimed to be covered in water. That surface has to be flat and level given the properties of water. Spheres don't have flat surfaces, especially not 71% flat surfaces. So the Earth cannot be the thing that they say that it is. So it's mostly about falsifying the claim of what the Earth has been said to be, more so than replacing that with, hey, actually, guys, we're a disk or we're this or that. It's more just the surface of this thing is generally flat, can't be a
Okay.
ball. That's kind
Okay.
of the position.
So I see that. I have a rebuttal for it, but is there anything else besides water?
That's what it's going to come back to every single time. The water
Oh,
isn't
okay.
curved.
Well,
Ultimately,
then
that's what it's going to come back to.
Well, I'm gonna straight up say like, okay, well, we have wind, we have like waves. The water's never settles. If the water fully settled and we had no wind and everything was flat, I can see your argument. But the fact that we constantly have like an enormous amount of water is being displaced constantly, like literally
Of
enough
course.
to kill everyone on this planet in like 8 times over. Um,
Of course.
so
Of course.
so how do you compensate for that?
Well, because water not at rest does not equal like a spherical curved body of water, right?
Say it one more time.
Well, I mean, because you're just talking about water not being perfectly at rest, which it never actually is. It's never
Um,
fully, completely at
I mean, when you
rest.
when you
We're
talk
talking,
about putting in a
you
cup
know,
and saying it's flat, then yeah, that's what you're saying. It's almost
we're
completely
talking,
at rest.
yeah, but we're talking about an ideal. Like the ocean's never going to be completely at rest. Nobody actually expects that. But tides and waves, they don't equal spherical Earth curvature. You know.
No, I get that. And also there's an Earth curvature thing that I always hear people saying, like, if you were to shoot a laser straight and look down like 10 miles, the calculated curvature doesn't add up and it just continues to be straight. I don't know why. It feels like everyone does it wrong. Like, do you level things out? Do you make sure everything's exactly perpendicular? Are you someone that's an actual like nitpicky at it? Are you just genuinely shooting a laser what you seem to be perpendicular from a 90-degree angle? Are you using levels? What are you
Yeah,
using to make
good
sure things are
morning.
flat?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm a CNC machinist, and
You are?
do you
Nice.
know what a linear encoder is?
Linear encodering?
Yeah,
We might call it something
optical
different
linear
here.
encoder.
Do we have any language issue? Do you work in America when it comes to machining? Because it's completely different in other worlds.
No, in Germany.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to be visiting Germany this summer, so I might be learning about that. Can you explain?
Yeah, have you ever used Renishaw
Renishaw, no, I haven't.
measuring instruments? Have you heard of Renishaw?
Renishaw, it sounds familiar. Is it a tooling, like a tooling company? What are they?
Yeah, they make those um, coordinates instruments for the CNC machines. I don't.
Coordinate instruments? Are you talking about like the internal process of a machine when it dictates a G code?
No, it doesn't come to me in English.
It's okay.
The
I know
word.
there's a barrier. I know Germans also do things quite different than Americans do when it comes to machining. There's like a whole different set of processes.
Yeah, but you asked us about, when we shoot a laser, if we made sure, if we used right angles and stuff like this. So, Renishaw is the best manufacturer of measuring ultra precision measuring instruments in the world, and they worked with Airbus. Um, Airbus built one of the biggest 3D printers in the world, which is printing large carbon fiber structures for the Airbus giant airplanes.
Yeah.
So this printer is 200 meters long inside the building, where the floor is super flat, with nanometer precision. Do you know what a nanometer is?
A nanometer is I think right above a picometer.
Yes, but
It's supposed
how
to be like
small is that?
picometers are used to measure, I believe, it's not neutrons and protons inside atoms.
Yo, what are you guys up to, fucking losers?
Picometers, yeah, you are going to subatomic dimensions,
I
but
really
nanometers.
fucking hate niggas.
So this is the highest precision grade.
For
Like
manufacturing, yeah, for
in
manufacturing.
1 nanometer, yeah, in 1 nanometer you have about a chain of about
Oh god.
180
Ugh. Yo, can you guys just mute me,
atoms
bro?
of
This is
gold.
fucking retarded. I
Now,
need.
listen, on this 200-meter distance, they hanged two plumb line in the building, yeah, and they measured with a linear encoder at the bottom and at the top the distance between those plumb line wires, and they found with nanometer precision that they are perfectly parallel.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what they used to calibrate this CNC machine, because the printing head of the machine, it's a U shape, and the tracks are the linear bearing tracks are on the floor of the building. And when this machine starts to move forward or backwards, um, it's not allowed to tilt, because if it's tilting, it will have printing errors.
Yeah.
This machine is printing with the nanometric precision grade, ultra thin carbon fibers.
Yeah.
So, how can you have two parallel down vectors on the surface of a sphere?
We can make things flat. I'm very sure you understand that as
I
anyone.
don't care. We can make this wasn't my question. This is not. I didn't ask you if we can make flat things. I asked you, how can you have two parallel down vectors, yeah,
Down
on a sphere where the down vectors are convergent and divergent to the center or outside the center of the sphere, just like the radius of the circle or of a sphere.
I'm just trying to take a look at what you mean by parallel vectors.
Yeah, can you
So
have
two
two
downward and upward
parallel?
forces.
Listen,
So two
listen.
downward forces.
Yeah, to better understand, answer this simple question: can you
Okay.
have two parallel radiuses in a circle or in a sphere?
A parallel, wait, isn't parallel and radius counterintuitive to itself? Because a radius means that it's a curving circle. That means it meets itself eventually, and parallel means that they'll never touch.
So, can a circle have two parallel radiuses to each other?
Can a circle have two parallel radiuses?
Yeah.
In a 3D
What the hell? You are
in a
the
circle,
you
I
claim
would,
you are
I
the
would, I
CNC
would,
machinist and you barely know what a radius is?
well, I know what a radius is, but you just said parallel radius. A radius
Yeah.
literally dictates that's a curvature. If there's curvature, it can't be parallel. And you just put parallel and radius together. So
Yeah, what's the
maybe
arc
I'm very
curvature? Listen, you're saying that yeah,
like I'll look up the
radiuses
term. Maybe
dictate
I'm wrong. I just
curvature.
don't know. Let's see.
So are radiuses straight lines?
No, radius can also be used in a round structure, so that's incorrect.
Let's see. I'm looking at
Listen,
parallel
so
radiuses and I can't find anything on it. A parallel curve. Let's look at parallel curves. Oh yeah, so
dude,
like, I get what you mean, like parallel curve. Okay, can a circle have
not
two parallel?
parallel curve. I asked you, can you have inside the circle two parallel radiuses? Do you know what the radius of a circle is?
So if a radius
How
was,
many
say for
radiuses
instance,
can you draw inside the circle?
so say
How
for
many
instance,
radiuses does a circle have?
technically, like radius is half of a diameter. So if you really want to, I guess two. If you really want to do like the math, like I don't know what you're trying to get at. Like if you draw it
So
out for me on a
a
board, maybe I would understand.
circle has only two radiuses? Seriously?
It can have infinite radiuses or two, depending on what type of
Okay,
what you're trying
infinite.
to get at.
Now, when a circle has an infinite radiuses, how many of them
But
are
none of them change
parallel
though.
to each other?
Real quick though, like if you look at like infinite radiuses, it would be all the same radius because regardless if it's a perfect circle or if it's not a perfect circle, if it's a perfect circle, it's going to be the same radius around the whole thing. The radius out
How
coming out.
many of them
True, they're
are
all exactly the same.
parallel to each other?
How many of them are? I mean, parallel. I mean, parallel
Yeah, do you
in
know
the
what parallel means?
parallel lines would be two lines that would never touch one another, and they go in infinite space constantly because they're always perfectly parallel from one another. I'm trying to think, like, are you talking like
Correct.
a
Yeah.
2D world or a 3D world? Like, because my brain works in both.
Yeah,
Again, what's the
obviously
point of discussing a parallel?
a circle is a 2D shape. Yeah.
Yes. So we're
But
looking
a
at 3D.
circle and a sphere, they both have radiuses. It's one of the basics of these geometric shapes.
Sure, and all perfect.
What's the point of the maths question?
Yeah, well, the question is very important. I asked him if he can have two parallel radiuses inside a circle. Can a circle have two parallel radiuses?
That's the basic maths.
And
The answer
he's
is
not
yes.
capable to understand the question.
I'm just
The answer is yes. It's basic maths. I don't get the point. What do you want to do with the
What?
math question?
Yes? Who said yes? Who are you?
Me, it's
What's
pure
your name?
geometry. Like we are talking about flat Earth and we're making it about the geometry debate.
We're talking
No
about
real point to it.
we're talking about atoms and how they have parallel vectors and how it doesn't make sense in a spherical world structure. Wait, I got disconnected? Oh no, I didn't.
So answer the question. Can you have two parallel radiuses?
Two parallel radiuses.
Yeah, can a
in the same
circle have?
circle? I would say no. My brain wants to say no.
No. Okay. Your brain wants to say no. Why?
Because it feels like an oxymoron. You're not an oxymoron. It's
Oxymoron.
not oxymoron. It feels like the term just doesn't make any sense. It's like it's opposite from one another. Parallel and radius just doesn't go with one another in my head. Maybe I just don't know the term. Maybe I just don't know. I'll ask like my teacher when I get to school the next couple weeks for machining, and I'll see what he has to say about it. But I don't know. I guess parallel radiuses isn't something that like ever has came up when I'm machining. It's not something that like I've ever like learned about. Maybe it's in more advanced machining courses that I don't know about. I mean, maybe like in 5-axis milling and machining. I don't know how any of this could be applied.
Yeah, I do 5-axis too.
But
But
5-axis is
anyway,
like pretty
this
solved
is
for.
irrelevant.
But like
This is irrelevant.
this is what you learn in machining. You learn the aspects of machining that dictates different levels of cognitive like behavior. Like I know how to operate a dual spindled 3-axis mill. I mean not mill, lathe, but I don't see how any of that would help me understanding a dual radius, parallel radius. If you can tell me what it helps me with, I would love to learn about it.
Well, you believe that you live on a globe, yeah? So whenever you move on the surface of the globe, the direction of your down vector, yeah, changes according to the radius of that sphere, globe.
Changes on the radius. So like when I walk around the world and I get
Yeah,
maybe I
it's
move a little closer to
always,
a high place, it gets
it
stronger or
will
it's
be
less strong.
always a continuation of the radius, your down vector.
Assuming that the radius never changes, yeah.
Yeah, well, you don't believe you live on a perfect
Sphere? No, I don't.
sphere,
Yeah, there's
round sphere.
mountains, there's
Yeah,
meadows.
it's the you believe the Earth is a little bit oblate, spheroid,
Well, you can call me
right?
a spirit all you want. It doesn't hurt my feelings, but generally
Yeah, it's
speaking,
not me. It's actually uh, your high priests
high
that are
priest.
telling you this. Yeah,
I don't have any
um,
religious
the astrophysicist, the
I mean,
most famous astrophysicist of the world. This is the shape that they call the Earth.
a sphere, yeah. Ideally,
An oblique spheroid.
like I know. Okay, I don't know, but I guess read that people fly planes around the world in circumference, all the way around, comes back.
Yeah,
Comes
well,
to the
you
same
can
place.
run in circle even in your garden. You can put a
Running in
pole,
circle.
yeah,
So
and run in circle.
continuing straight, and then
Yeah,
arriving side
when
of it.
you
Like a
navigate
circle.
using a compass, yeah, you are always following east or west
You can east or
because
west, north or south.
you know where the north is, and no matter what direction you move, yeah, your north, your compass north the needle will always align with the north, and you will see that
Do you?
movement in the needle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you correct and adjust to keep your trajectory.
Sure. So so what you're saying, do you believe like the Earth isn't technically flat, like a donut? That's the
Yeah,
only way to be able
so
to, because
when
there has to
you
be some curvature
navigate
involved.
using a compass, you are actually circumnavigating. Yeah, you are traveling in a circular fashion manner. You are not going in a straight line.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out like there's questions I always want to ask flat earthers. I'm trying to braid my head again. So one was water. Two, it's when we travel around the Earth, it's technically a donut because we always circumnavigate a northern pole.
No, don't put words in my mouth. I
No, I'm
didn't
not saying
say
you brought.
the
I didn't bring up the
Earth
water
is a
part.
donut.
I've talked to another flat earther, and they were telling me about that. I'm not saying it's you or you said it. I'm not trying to do that. What I'm trying to do is
Yeah,
like
we
get
are not
arguments
here
for
to talk
why.
about pseudo flat earthers or whatever.
Well, the thing
Yeah.
is, it seems like it's a room full of flat earthers and a handful of people that
Yeah,
generally are
well, this is a
formed to it.
you're making a stereotype fallacy now. Yeah,
Stereotype?
yeah.
I'm not saying you guys are crazy. Like maybe you guys are right and I'm wrong. Like fuck if I know, you know.
Yeah, but you are telling me, look, this other flat earther said this, so you believe this.
Well, I'm trying to gather arguments so then when I have my off time and I'm not like chilling and playing Destiny 2, I'll take the time to like, all right, well he said this, this, and this. Let me look into the internal depths of it because I work in the physical world. I genuinely
Why
have
don't we
like
start in reverse, right? How about we start
Okay.
by
So,
why don't we just start in reverse, right? By actually trying to find a curvature, where we can prove that there is the Earth's surface is level and or not level, flat, by actually trying to look for a curve, right? If we don't find the curve, it's obviously a flat surface. Have you tried looking for this curvature?
But even what's the fucking get even said there's curvature inside of a flat world.
I don't know about that guy, but when you mean curvature, you
But
mean
anyway,
mountains and shit.
What the hell are you
that's
saying? I never said
obviously
that.
But you said that we
He's
circumnavigate the
lying.
world,
Wait,
and I
he's
asked
lying.
you if there's curvature in the world because you have to circumnavigate a northern
yeah.
basis. So then
Well, if
there
you
has to be curvature involved, and you agreed to
Yeah,
that.
on the surface of a plane, yeah, on a flat surface, you can walk in circles also.
Because the problem is, if you fly in a plane and you're going around a world, and if there's no curvature involved, you would
he just told you that planes don't fly straight. They fly with respect to north.
yeah, they
Yeah,
fly in respect to north, but they don't change left or right.
the compass.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
you're
they
always
don't fly in a straight line across the globe as you would put it either. They just go from port to port.
Okay, I understand that, but my point is for the people that
Is
just
that
put
hypothetically
the
you think they could do it? Well, I mean,
so
I'd
so
like
well,
to see that.
so what I'm trying to say is people stated, at least from read from the books and understanding and teachings I've been given. I think
That's
Amelia Earhart was one of the people that like genuinely went around the entire world. Maybe I'm wrong. My
So
brain's starting to
let
get
me
foggy.
ask you a question.
Go
Let me
ahead.
ask you a question. Oh well, and it's actually I may as well tell you our only argument is that there's no measurable curvature. So if there's no measurable curvature, then there must be some sort of explanation other than there's curvature, right?
Um,
Considering just
I
consider
would
hypothetically speaking, if there's no curvature, then what
okay.
you're talking about is inconsequential, right?
What you said it's a curvature that we cannot dictate, right? We don't know if there's a curvature or not.
No, no. We know that there's no curvature
How do we know that there's no curvature?
because they say that there's a geometric horizon. This is a geometric shape. Um, it's a sphere or a ball, more, uh, I guess, accurately put. And that ball does have a radius, and 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give us the distance to that supposed geometric claim. So there's no evidence of that. So we all went home.
Mathematically, yes, but eyesight isn't mathematics. Eyesight's completely different from the actual
Right,
mathematics.
right.
well,
So in reified
Vision,
terms, right. So in
you can only
reified
see
terms,
so far.
right. So in reified terms, there's a claim on the table, but in reality, we don't see this.
I no, I see where you guys come
Yes,
from. I'm not
yes.
sitting here
No,
denying you guys, but yeah,
yeah, that's what I'm
unless
saying. A claim
yeah,
that's made on paper, but not realized in reality in all other,
yeah,
sense.
I have a question, like a legitimate question too, because this is the thing that I've always wondered. What
Mhm.
would change your mind? Would it be you physically seeing it,
Cur-
like
Curvature.
personally? Well,
That's typically what it is. Like someone claims that the horizon is obstruction from the rest of the earth. Like
hmm
that, you can't go back on that claim. We already know that that's not the case. So nothing can change. They already put their argument out there. I mean, I got links galore. I got arguments from 2019, 18, 17,
hmm
16, as far back as you can go. It is
I
what
hear
it
you.
is. We already know what the claim was, and we know that it was debunked. That's really all there is. It's like we're not trying
Um,
to do anything extra.
there's another thing too, like observably, like the curvature of the Earth.
It's not
From
observable.
our
So that's
well,
the
from
problem.
I'm saying perspectively from us, if the Earth is cylindrical, even when you go up as high as this the guy that supposedly dropped the whatever the Red Bull
Mhm.
height or whatever the record of he was like suborbital whatever dropped.
Mhm.
Even then, the curvature is very minimal.
Right. See, but
From a very very high.
that's not the claim though. The claim is that the horizon is geometric, and there's no evidence of that claim, so we can go home.
I'll bring up probably something you've heard. What about the study that the documentary that was trying to prove flat Earth? And you probably know what I'm going towards with the laser. What do you think about that?
Elijah.
Because
So
it kind of
we have laser tests that debunk that there is a geometric horizon once again. So
well in this
What
documentary
does
they
geometric
tested it.
horizon mean?
It means, I mean, geometric. The horizon is geometric, aka the horizon is a consequence of the size of the sphere we live on. So there needs to be obstruction, like a basketball that you can't see 100% of because the rest of it is curving away from you. So that's what I mean. It's supposed to be a tangent to a circle, quote unquote sphere.
Yeah.
And so there's supposed to be a mathematical prediction that doesn't really do that in reality. So again, it's a
Okay.
reification that can't
So
be
you're saying the
realized in
horizon doesn't have
reality.
a shape?
Anyway, so as far as lasers are concerned, they're not hitting any geometric surface of anything. So we can go home.
Correct. Now, when you look at a ball, yeah, like a basketball, it has curvature all around it, 360 degrees around it. It has curvature. Is that curvature apparent? It appears that it is curved, or is it curved?
I guess, but that's
Yeah,
geometrically
when you hold a basketball in your hand.
yeah, that's geometrically like the geometrically
Yeah,
an actual sphere.
is that basketball appearing to be curved, or it
Yeah,
really is physically curved?
no, it appears to be curved when you hold it.
Both.
It appears. So it's not curved. It only looks curved.
I get it. This is semantics, so yeah,
Yeah, we have to be specific when we talk about this.
yeah,
So is the ball really curved, or
yes.
it only appears to be curved?
Mathematically, if you break it down, the ball is actually curved. It's a sphere, so I would
Okay,
say yeah,
so it's physically curved.
yeah.
Okay, it's
Physically,
not apparent. It's not. Its curvature is not apparent.
it is apparent, but it's also physically. If you get what I'm saying.
Well, when it's apparent, you are not certain that it really is curved, round.
Yeah,
That's what apparent means.
but you're also
It could be flat,
it's
yeah,
semantics.
but you
You
see
break
it
it down
curved.
semantically because apparently light travels at the speed of it
Listen,
travels at
can
the
you
speed of
make the
light. Can you
distinction
tell?
between
Yeah.
those two phrases?
That's what I'm saying. It breaks down to what you're talking about is semantics.
No, I'm not talking about semantics. I'm talking about establishing what a basketball is. Is it a really spherical, curved
Yes,
object, or it only looks to be curved, but it's not? It's actually a cube.
it's both. That's what I was trying to say. It
It's
appears to
both.
look like a sphere, and it geometrically is.
It looks like a
Well,
duck because it is a duck.
now, Elijah, I think you know who are we talking to. They
But
are
also,
completely dishonest people.
when it
Yeah.
comes to like the NASA research, and like I said, I'm not coming in here to like shit on you guys or change your point of view. I have like genuine questions. With NASA, they have claimed that the Earth is not actually a sphere; it's more of an egg shape. So curvature is a little bit different, and it's
Not
egg
egg
shaped towards the
shaped.
center of the equator because it's being pulled. Like gravity's pulling
It's
it.
actually chubbier below the equator.
Yeah. No, it actually is.
Oblique,
It's like an
like
egg,
a pear shape, like a pear shape.
kind of. Yes.
Yeah, this is what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, described it, and he's the priest, the so-called science communicator
I'm
of
not a
your
fan of
church.
him.
Well, he's officially the pseudoscientist communicator of heliocentric religion.
Yeah.
So he's one of the greatest priests in the business.
I actually would
That
agree
is
with you. You can classify him as a priest because a lot of the shit he spews, it's nonsense. But I think what Neil deGrasse Tyson's very, very
Well,
good at doing is
when people
communicating complex terms to people
when
in
people
layman's terms.
talk about blind beliefs,
Neil deGrasse Tyson's a retard.
He is, but
they
he can explain complex terms in like Neiman's. So like if I don't understand what is being said, he can kind of break it down so I can. That's what he's only really good at.
If you can't understand common
well,
concepts, maybe you're the issue, not
you've
him.
learned very well, and I'm really curious to hear his opinion to in regards to your answer to my question. If a ball appears to be curved or it really is curved, you are not capable to give an answer to this question to make the distinction between
So if I have a ball in my hand,
reality fact check and between tooth fairy imagination. Okay,
you're saying if I have a
so
ball
either
physically in my hand, does
either
it appear
you
or is
are
it?
a dishonest clown, yeah, coming here to piss off people,
I'm
or
not.
well, this kind of question even a 5-year-old can answer. Okay, all children that play with balls, vast majority of them they do. Yeah, they play football, soccer, whatever, basketball, volleyball, you
Mm-hmm.
name it. Yeah.
So you're asking me if the ball
You're
is a ball.
saying that their balls they're playing with, they are not actually round, but they are square shape, which look round. Yeah. So
No.
where does that basketball that you imagine, where does it have a corner?
There's no corner on a sphere.
Well, you said it appears to be round, so it's not established fact that it's round, so it can have corners if it's not round or
No,
straight
it appears to be
lines.
round because it is round.
Flat surfaces, yeah.
A circle doesn't also have corners. So if you're telling me that if I'm looking at a
Yeah,
basketball
if
and
that
it looks like a
sphere,
circle,
if
not
that
a sphere,
listen, you are saying that the spherical shape is not actually perfect round, but it can have flat surfaces, and when flat surfaces do intersect, what do they form? What is that called? The intersection of two flat surfaces.
but geometrically a sphere doesn't have flat surfaces.
But it's your claim
Look, a basketball is going to be
that they
imperfect.
can
It
have.
probably may have a flat spot somewhere, but that doesn't mean that that flat spot identifies it as being a corner, and
Well, by
therefore saying that the basketball is a square.
refusing to answer the question honestly,
I'm
now
not
it's your
refusing.
problem.
I'm just saying it appears to be a sphere, and it mathematically is a sphere. So that's my answer. I'm not
Well,
saying
I
that there's
didn't
going to be
ask you
flat
if
spots.
mathematically is a sphere. I asked you if physically is a sphere.
Physically, yes.
Yeah. So now that we established that the ball is physically round, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there's no discussion about its shape. So it does not appear to be round. It really is round. That's a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, can you give me the definition of horizon?
It's a flat plane.
What?
Horizon.
Yeah.
It's a plane.
No.
I don't know what definition you want, but a horizon it's a flat plane. It's going from left to
Yeah.
right instead of up to down.
The
Let's
horizon
Google
is
it,
a
can't we?
straight line. But
I'm a
I
little
do
drunk,
want
so
to
I don't have the term
listen.
on the top of my head.
Listen. Just keep in mind your answer to my question. What is the definition of the horizon? Now, pull up Google and ask Google to give you the definition of the horizon. Oxford Dictionary or whatever dictionary you want to use, choose any of them, yeah, and read out loud the definition of the horizon. Can
Doing it
you
right
do
now.
that, please?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Well, there's two. Number one is the line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet, and the second one is the limit of a person's mental perception, experience, or interest.
Okay, so the first one is very good.
Yeah,
So
skyline.
the
But
line
also,
where
mathematically, horizon, I wasn't
listen,
wrong with it. It is left to right.
Well, it's not a plane. It's actually a line where the surface of the ground appears
To meet with the sky.
to meet with the sky. Yeah. And there is a key word there, apparent location. Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
Apparent location.
Apparent is like perception based.
Yes. And also weather conditions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like if
Yeah,
it's
'cause,
foggy, it's a lot easier or a lot harder
when
to
we
see.
make observations in nature, yeah, when we observe things, every day has its own temperatures, yeah, heat, energy and stuff, and weather, air humidity, and your visibility, yeah,
Yeah.
can be extended or reduced by these weather conditions. They affect visibility, and visibility is very important when a person is making observations.
Mm-hmm. I will
Yeah,
agree with you on that. Yeah.
because if you want to see something very far away, you will not be able to do it when in your area region there is fog, mist. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you will barely be able to see like 3 to 5 meters in front of you. Yeah, when it's a dense fog.
It's the same thing when I look up in the sky and there's light
Yeah,
pollution. You
so
can't see stars.
visibility is very reduced, and in those conditions, you can't see the horizon, even if you are by the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, that is the distance to the horizon is known to be changing according to visibility conditions. So the plane of the ground appears to join with the plane of the sky at various locations. So that's why it's called apparent location. And it's not a physical thing that these two planes then they don't really actually intersect each other. Never.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They only appear to do that.
Yeah, it's perception.
Yes.
the sky actually doesn't touch the ground physically. It's what you perceive where the sky is falling back beyond the horizon, and where the Earth is,
So
where
the
they meet.
horizon,
Here's there's a line,
the
but it's actually not.
horizon, the horizon is not actually an obstruction because the Earth is round like a hill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a hill is physically curved shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, and things that are behind that hill, you cannot see them unless you go on top of that hill, and you can have visibility in the valley of that hill. Yeah, in
Agreed.
the other valley. And when you look from the bottom of the hill, yeah, up to the tip of the hill, the
It's a
tip
horizon.
of the hill, it will appear, it will be a fake horizon, but it will appear to touch the sky, the plane of the sky.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is a physical obstruction, yeah, the hill, why you cannot see further. But this thing is not valid when we go by the ocean or large bodies of water. Yeah. The distance that we to how far we can see is always be given by the weather conditions. And if we use optical instruments, yeah, to enhance our visibility, we can see even 10 or 20 times or 30 times further than we can actually with human eye. Yeah. We have, for example, even high definition infrared cameras, which actually give us the ability to observe the world in the infrared light spectrum. And the infrared light is the light which has the lowest refraction index coefficient. So it's almost not affected by refraction. I'm not saying it's not affected. It's almost, yeah. So and in the military, this refraction of infrared light is considered actually a negligible factor. When they use these targeting systems based on infrared light, these targeting system, they really don't miss their targets. They always
Yeah.
hit the target. Yeah, they're very precise.
So you're getting to the point that
So when we use these
mathematically,
cameras of infrared cameras with a high zoom, we can see
further
at
than it should be.
distances, we can see even 50, 80, 100 kilometers far away
But mathematically, it shouldn't be possible.
on the sea. Yeah, well, there should be that arc curvature of the Earth, the bulge, the hill. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is our problem with the globe model. Yeah.
No,
Because That
I
the
understand.
the globe model curvature is physical, just like the basketball. It's not apparent.
Mm-hmm.
This is a positive claim.
You're not really
made.
using the right definition of the word apparent here.
Sorry?
You're not really using the right definition of the word apparent here. Things can appear one way because they are one way. The globe appears to be round because it is round.
Well, technically, the globe isn't 100% round. It's more like egg pear shape.
Fine. A basketball appears to be round because it is round. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, in the grand scheme of everything, Earth is a sphere for all standard purposes.
Sure, if you
by
want to be
NASA,
super
yeah.
anal and pedantic about it, sure, it's
Yeah.
an oblate spheroid.
Yeah.
So if the Earth is egg-shaped, how are they using mechanics that only work on a ball, a sphere?
Well, if you invoke...
They aren't. They work on egg-shaped things as well.
Can you prove that?
Yes, they work.
No, don't just say they work. Prove it.
Well, how do you want me to prove it?
Eggs do not have
scientific
What
method.
would be... Okay. But yeah, I mean, these things work. Is that not proof that they work? How do you think satellites work?
What are
I don't know.
These, like, man-made thing. Well, I suppose a moon's a satellite as well. These
Yeah,
things that
yeah.
orbit around the Earth provide, you know, geolocation, all that stuff.
Geolocation is not given by the satellites.
What's it given by then?
Ground-based radio antennas transmitting
What about when
and
things get in the way?
receiving antennas. It's a ground positioning system, not global positioning satellite.
I did
BS.
watched a video recently, and you might want to look into the video. There's a guy who he does photography, pretty good photography, and he had somebody like that in the comments saying that, well, you can't physically photograph the International Space Station from the ground. It's physically impossible. He proved the guy wrong. It took him a long time because you can physically track where it's going to be at specific points on the Earth, at specific areas, based off of where the moon is and where the sun is. You can get a shot of it, and he successfully did this. And the guy actually said, "He's like, I trust you. If you do it, I may reconsider what he's imagining with the flat Earth theory." The guy did it, and I just I find it hard, and I'm not trying to shit on your guys' like opinions of what you believe, but I just find it hard that like it's a hard thing to grasp that it's a globe and that there's some weird conspiracy that people are projecting.
I mean, you can see the ISS with your naked eye.
Yeah, you can see it fly past. It's not hard. You can actually geolocate it. You should try it one day. You can type it in. I don't know the website, but probably find it pretty quick. You could see it shoot past the moon. Might take you
I
2
know
weeks.
very well that. I know very well about that. Observation. Yeah. The problem with it is that in that picture he took, yeah, of the ISS moving in front of the moon, that's where you can see actually the shape of that thing which is up there in the sky.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at it, you don't have high resolution detail, yeah, like that it really is that ISS. I mean, yes, I
Yeah, you do.
see it
You can see it.
a shape. I'm not finished. You're saying, yeah,
You
you
don't need to
do,
finish. You're
and
wrong.
you have no idea what they want to say.
Well, the problem is what he did is he had to bring it into
I
Photoshop
haven't finished.
to
I
remove
haven't
grain.
finished.
There's going to be grain on the photograph because you can't take a photo perfectly. There's always going to be noise in the photo. So he had to take
Yeah, you can see.
specific stills and put them together to actually make it out.
Listen,
And yeah,
my friend, listen. I said in that photo you can see a shape which looks almost the shape ISS is depicted. Yeah, it has some like 4-8 wings and connect attached to some tubes and stuff. But all you see, this shape is very small and it's dark color. Yeah, that's all you
Yeah.
can see in that picture. You don't see details like it's made of metal. It has windows. It has a crane arm, robotic arm. You don't see those things in
Because of the
that picture.
camera, I'll tell
You
you
don't
why.
see those details. Yeah. So up there, it can be anything, even a balloon in that shape, and you would say, "Oh, because I see that, it must be the ISS."
Well, I'll promise you this: a balloon definitely doesn't look like the ISS. But the thing I just tried to explain is the reason why it doesn't look like the
Dude,
ISS 100% in the photograph is
listen,
because of video
I
grain
have a
and
friend.
noise.
I have a Romanian friend here in Germany, and using balloons, he makes or horses, elephants, swords for children on the street. You know, this is his job.
Yeah, I'm sure that was
Yeah.
what's going on.
So you're
A
telling me
giant balloon twisted into the
you
shape of the
cannot
ISS,
make out
flying
the
through the sky,
balloon
millions of
other
miles an hour.
shape?
And in order
Seriously.
for it to, for him to form an ISS balloon, it would have to be the actual physical size of the ISS, and I find that feasibly almost impossible at the height and then the speed that it's going. I don't know.
Not a balloon. Definitely not a balloon. It's a high altitude craft.
Yeah, it's a high altitude craft.
Is
And
this?
it's not in
Sorry,
space
guys, sorry.
technically. It's
Can I post
in
this in the
constant
chat?
free fall.
Sorry, just very
You're telling me
quickly.
this is a balloon?
No, we've just addressed that. It's not a balloon, mate. It's a high altitude craft. Just really quickly, no one's denying that you can see this thing, the International Space Station. No one's denying that.
Yeah.
That's actually
What we
a
are,
very good photo.
but what we are saying is it can be closer, as in high Earth orbit, as in still in the atmosphere, quite high up there,
Yeah,
stratosphere or just beyond.
it's
The claim,
still in our
the claim,
atmosphere.
the claim that it's in, it's doing all of these things. For example, have you seen the live stream? Let's start with this one. Have you seen the live stream
Yeah.
from the International Space Station?
I
Awesome.
have, yeah.
And that shows curvature of the Earth, yeah.
Yeah.
Shows a lot of
Okay.
things.
Okay. So
Let's have a look.
mathematically speaking, the International Space Station isn't high enough above the surface of the Earth to see that type of curvature. That's just one floor. So if you to do the maths, you're not far enough away to see the curvature of the Earth from that height. Now,
Purpose
no
never
one's
lies.
I mean, yeah, I can buy that.
no one's saying that there isn't something up there. We're definitely not saying that you can't get an app and you can't track its location. And if you're lucky enough, it'll have a transit of the moon and you can take a photograph of it. We're not denying that. Our point of contention is this: the vacuum of space bit.
Curvature.
Yeah. Pardon?
Oh, I just said, yeah, your concern is the whole like curvature and like the mathematics and like
Yeah.
if you put everything down on paper mathematically, it shouldn't be, but it is. I guess that's what it appears to be because that's what he was talking about is the appearance.
Yeah.
How come it's never live anymore?
Okay. We would suggest that maybe it's lower, and if it was lower, it would be going slower. We understand that, again, these, for example, that the the hands on a clock. Okay, this kind of radial thing right on the end, going really, really fast. Let's say that's low Earth orbit. That's where the International Space Station should be. Let's say a quarter of the way down on the end of that clock, it's not going as fast as it would be up there, but still angularly, it's still crossing the sky in the same angle.
Yeah.
There's also something you probably know about this too. The live feed. The cameras they use, there's different apertures, and they're not using just a normal like aperture that our eye would see, like 1:1. A lot of what they use is like fisheye lenses, so it definitely over curves the Earth from the angle that it is because they want to get a lot more in view. They use
Yeah,
fish eyes.
yeah. Okay, they use fish eyes and look, guys. There's the curvature of the Earth when it isn't actually the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
So they
no,
make the yeah.
I could agree with you with that.
Cool. Have you guys studied the footage from the International Space Station?
Actually I have. I've seen how like bullshit it does look. Coming from like the flat Earth standpoint of, I know there's a spectrum of like flat earthers, right? There's some people that believe in like the space. There's some people that believe that space isn't real. I was actually watching one when I was in Florida about people saying that space isn't real and that all this shit's doctored. They showed like the hatch of the space station and how flimsy and how cardboardy it looks. And even with like the whole moon landing and on how bullshit all that looked, it's strange. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. So just with that critical eye,
I
we can
can
start.
believe that is faked. I could definitely believe that footage may be fake somehow because there was a whole race that we needed to win against the Russians. I can see how they did something maybe to appear that we did do something even though we didn't.
Yeah. I mean, that would be kind of like the moon landings, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, they said
Yeah.
Neil Armstrong was the first man on the moon.
They rushed with the lunar program because actually the Russians were the first to launch a so-called satellite, which the Americans detected over the sky of USA, and it posed a big problem for them. Russia and USA in that time were in the Cold War.
Yeah.
It was the race for arms,
The
building
race for technological
more
supremacy.
nuclear weapons. Yeah, so there was a huge competition between the.
Russia actually landed a probe on Venus without us
Not
even
talking
knowing.
about that, but the Sputnik program, actually put the Americans like behind. So the Americans really had to do something about it, So they went to the moon even further, and they took people there.
Yeah, and even
Now,
Armstrong said it wasn't even
but
real.
you see, you believe that the Russians actually
He never
sent
said that.
physical object in the sky, which has been detected, but actually in radio communications, it is a known fact that radio waves, when you use more than one transmitter antenna, when you use two or three, an array of antennas, transmitting antennas, those transmitting antennas will have a point in the air where the radio waves will resonate. And when you use a receiver antenna and you point it to that point location, it will behave as if there was a transmitter antenna. So a receiver antenna can actually receive a radio signal from a virtual point in the air, from that point of resonance of radio waves. So this is now, you cannot prove that actually the Russians didn't had a huge radio waves antenna arrays, because they do have the Duga wall in Russia, a giant antenna arrays which they could use, to fake the Sputnik satellite program. So that was a resonance, a radio frequency resonance point in the air, which is not a physical thing, controlled by those antennas from Russia.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you're getting at.
I think it's counter.
Because the Americans, they didn't see with their eyes the Sputnik satellite. They actually detected the radio signal. That's what they did. Everyone saw it with the radio.
Yeah. Anything that comes out of space, the photographs that they have out of space, it's actually not a physical image. It's radio waves that are kind of converted into an image form. So even like the
Listen,
What is
we
it?
can use
The
radio
black
waves.
hole that they have, right? The photo, the first
No,
photo of a black hole. It's not actually a photo. It's radio waves that they kind of converted into an image format. It's not physical
I mean,
image.
it's a photo.
It is a photo,
It's
yeah, but it's not
capturing,
a
waves of some
physical
kind.
camera. Yeah, it's not a physical camera pointed
It's
at a
not
black hole.
like capturing
It's
light
radio.
waves,
Yeah,
but it's a camera.
so yeah, it's a camera in a sense. And I feel like you're kind of almost countering your point too, because with the whole system of arrays is that's how you can
no, you are
detect
trying
everything.
to demolish. You are
It's not
trying to
one
demolish
point on the earth.
what I said. Listen, can you show me, like, except the sky, yeah,
Yeah,
a natural radio wave transmitter in nature?
What?
a natural one. I don't know what you
Yeah,
mean by
radio wave
natural.
transmitter.
What do you mean by natural radio?
Something that emanates radio waves in nature.
Nuclear material,
Neutron stars, black holes.
white holes, theoretically.
No, I didn't say. I specifically
Oh,
said.
lightning produces radio waves. The sun
True.
does. Other galaxies and nebulas do. Other planets do.
No,
Pretty much everything does.
Look, lightning and radioactive materials. Yeah.
Yeah, those are naturally
These
occurring.
are
Yeah.
good. These are good examples. Now, if we build a radio antenna receiver, yeah, we can detect those radio waves and record them. And do they contain any information?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really? So, what information is transmitting a radioactive rock that contains uranium? Yeah, it's radioactive. So, what information is that rock broadcasting? Tell me, what show? TV show?
No one said a TV show, but it's information. The more radioactive things are, the more radio waves they emit.
Information.
That's information. That's how you detect
define
things.
information for me.
Define information. You know what? Let's go to Google.
You don't make the distinction between radio waves and actually using radio waves to transmit
Information. Facts provided or learned about something or someone. So there you go. If you can detect a radio wave, you know there's something there.
Yeah.
That's
So
information.
when I asked you what information does that rock, yeah, transmit, broadcasting?
That it exists.
That it exists.
You could probably determine, I don't know, the size, the age of it.
So it's alive and intelligent, the rock.
No.
It
I
also.
think you're straw manning a little
that
bit.
rock speaks actually. In what language?
It speaks in radio wave language.
Yeah, it's hard to describe what a radio wave is, but it kind of emits what it's made of, and that's kind of how we determine all these planets that we're so-called like finding. Right? That's how we can determine whether or not they're kind of habitable based on the radio frequency, because you can see a light spectrum from a certain distance, and you can determine whether or not the spectrum of light, the chemicals that are found, right? So they got that Kepler, or whatever they say they found that is habitable for like human life because it's got like carbon dioxide and all this nonsense, whatever. You can see it through radio waves and the spectrum of light that's being emitted from it. You can detect chemicals and all that shit. I'm a little ignorant to the subject of all this. I'm not a scientist.
The radioactivity of uranium, yeah, I don't know from my head right now, but let's say it gets half in 6,000 years, yeah. So it's emanating all sorts of radiation and subatomic particles, alpha, beta, gamma, whatever, yeah.
Alpha gamma rays, they're being shot out at bullet speed.
Yeah, that uranium element metal, yeah, is actually doing that. It gets half in 6,000 years. So
Yeah.
if you had 1 gram of uranium, after 6,000 years, you have half of a gram because it's decaying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an unstable element.
Yeah. Now,
I mean, the half-life of uranium is more like 5 billion years, but sure.
yeah,
You're just a little off,
the
but
way
okay.
it's doing that, this radioactivity, is not a broadcast of information. It's a broadcast
Yes, it
of
is.
radio waves. It's a broadcast of radio waves. Yeah, they don't
But
contain
that's the
information.
information.
You can actually detect with a Geiger counter or even with a radio, yeah, those clicks and ticks and sounds, yeah, that
Yeah.
the way we interpret that radioactivity signal, yeah, emanation,
It's the Riker
and
scale or something, right?
it's not a language. It doesn't contain any information.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
But
No.
not
No, it
not
does.
information you can understand, but it's transmitting information. It's like emitting
No,
that it's
you are
basically
saying
there.
now. You are saying now that actually those radio waves are actually information, and
They
they are
do.
not matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they are information.
You can graph
Listen,
them.
matter is not information.
It is.
Matter is anything that is at least
No,
a
the information
subatomic
about the matter is
particle.
information.
But you can also graph radiation. That's how we know the difference between alpha, gamma, and I don't know what the other third one is. There's like 3 different forms of radiation because you can
Yeah.
graph it based upon which version is being
Okay.
emitted.
What is a radio wave?
A band of electromagnetic radiation.
A what?
It's a type of electromagnetic radiation.
A type of electromagnetic radiation?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but electromagnetism is not radiation.
Yes, it is. You're wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay, so then what makes the distinction between an electromagnetic wave, yeah, and a radio wave?
Nothing. A radio wave is a type of electromagnetic wave.
What's the difference?
A radio wave is a band of electromagnetic radiation.
A band?
Yes.
Well,
I know that laugh. Go
I
on.
know the electromagnetic spectrum, yeah, that radio waves belong there. But I asked you, what is the distinction between the two? Why? I mean, you need an electromagnetic wave to actually to be able to achieve a radio wave.
Yes.
But
So radio waves, microwaves, visible like lights,
which
ultraviolet
kind?
rays, X-rays, gamma rays, these
What's
are all
the
types of
difference? Yeah,
electromagnetic radiation. Radio
between
waves are just the
electromagnetic
largest
waves,
frequency.
between the electromagnetic wave and radio wave, what is the difference that distinguishes them? What
Okay, you're not
is
really
one
listening.
doing and what is the other not doing?
Radio waves are produced
Okay.
by sinusoidal current, while electromagnetic waves do not need sinusoidal current to be produced. That's the definition or the difference between them.
Okay, so
And it depends on hertz.
radio waves have a frequency.
Yeah, hertz.
Yes.
Yeah, and
All electromagnetic radiation
waves,
has a frequency.
They
The
don't
difference
have
between radio waves and microwaves and gamma rays and X-rays is just how big that frequency is.
Yeah, but an electromagnet doesn't have a frequency if you use continuous current. Yeah, DC current.
Yes, it does.
No, what
Yes.
frequency does it have?
Still does have a hertz.
Whatever you set it to.
Well, when you supply, yeah, when you put it in a circuit to a battery of 12 volts, yeah, an electromagnet, what frequency will it have?
Whatever you set it to.
He's not answering the question.
I just
Whatever you
told
said.
you what I set it to. I connect
What,
the
1?
electromagnet, yeah, to a 12 volts battery. So now it's generating an electromagnetic field, yeah, and the core of that coil, yeah, the ferrous core becomes a magnet, yeah. So what frequency will it have? Because you claim it will have a radio frequency. On what frequency?
I don't know. There's no one answer.
Oh, there's no one answer.
I can tell you
Or
that it
it
definitely
will have
likes ferrous
no
materials.
radio frequency. It will emit no radio frequency because it's
No
not
one,
emitting a frequency.
no one's going
Okay.
to lose any points around here for saying I don't know.
Yeah.
It's okay to say I don't know.
I'm shit
You have to
faced
make-
and trying to keep up with what he's saying.
I don't think it says it really slowly. It's not keeping up with it.
Yeah. Well, I'm drunk, but I guess I could look it up if you want to know what the frequency radio waves of a 12 volt electromagnetic, whatever you say, is. You probably do some simple math or whatever. You can probably find frequency.
Yeah, they emit no radio frequency unless you connect it to AC supply, AC current, alternative current, which this current does have a frequency of 50 or 60 megahertz here in Europe, and in USA you have 110 volts, and I don't
Frequency is
know.
about 30,000 hertz. So it has a radio frequency still.
The current has a frequency in USA. Yeah, but it doesn't have a radio. It's not a radio wave.
Technically, yeah, it has a radio wave.
When you connect it to a electromagnet, yeah, that electromagnet will be switching poles north-south according to that frequency of that current that it has. So now when you have a flipping electromagnetic field, yeah, back and forth, north-south, north-south, yeah.
Yeah, I just looked it up. The 12 volt supply to an electromagnetic current would be about 30,000 hertz. And I know this for a fact because not as a musician, but my dad is a musician. If you stick a magnet slightly close to a cord going into an amplifier, it will mess up a frequency. So it will be either interrupted or it will change tone or whatever. I don't know how all of that works because I'm very ignorant to like current and electronic shit, whatever. But I do know that that is a thing. You can mess up frequencies with magnets, and that's how they get some of those like effects. Is they'll have shit running through magnets. South
Yes.
pole, North
Okay.
pole is kind of rubbing around each other.
Now the other guy was saying that a radioactive rock that contains uranium, yeah,
Yeah,
is broadcasting information.
yeah, it does.
So
That's what a Geiger counter picks up. That like click. That's
yeah,
it's
when we
it's
use radio waves to
unstable.
transmit information, yeah, we actually have a language of communication that is established, yeah, and we make those circuits, Yeah,
There's a certain distance
to
between each wave of a radio.
to interpret our language and information into radio wave packets. Yeah, and those packets are being broadcasted and received by another antenna, receiving antenna, and receiving device, receptor, and will interpret those packets and will translate the information that it has been broadcasted through radio waves. Now, where is the intelligence in that rock, yeah, containing uranium, that established the language of communication with me, and right.
Guys, if you're going to put yourself on mute, otherwise I'll have to mute you. Come on, let's be polite at least.
Yeah.
Do we got any Globers that wants to speak up? Maybe say a word or two. Any Globe believers?
Yeah, we have the Globers, which.
Wait, so everybody here is flat Earth?
Mostly.
I mean, you probably hear the same things over and over, right? So I don't want to. I've never done it as a Glober. I guess I'm a Glober, but I imagine you just hear the same stuff. I will just say I will just say, where's the edge? That's what I've always wondered. What is the comeback to that?
Yes.
Where's the edge of the Earth?
The same arguments and questions from people that come from a different worldview paradigm. Yeah.
What is the answer to where's the edge of the Earth?
Well,
Then, if it's flat?
listen. So the only perspective of the world that you had is the heliocentric model. The only
You can't
the
just
only
answer the
concept.
question. Something
I'm
flat
sorry,
has an
what?
edge, right?
No,
Yeah, maybe not.
No.
we
The
didn't
Earth
invoke
extends
any
infinitely
edge.
across a plane.
Listen. That when you search on Google and you are
I'm being
given these
trolled.
questions, where is the edge, and they
No,
show
no, no, no,
you
no. I thought of
a
that on my own.
disk
Although
in
it's rather
space.
obvious. It is rather obvious, though. Like, where's the edge? Flat.
What is obvious?
It's an obvious.
Maybe there isn't an edge. Maybe it's an
obvious
infinite plane.
question to. Okay, so it is an infinite plane.
No.
No, we don't
No.
invoke
So there is an edge.
infinite plane.
No,
No,
hold on, Mike.
neither
Mate,
edge.
my friend, you've really got to answer the questions more directly instead of swinging around and roundabouts. Get if you're going to answer it directly, please.
Okay,
So flat earthers don't agree. Some of them say there is an edge, and some of them say there isn't. Or is there a consensus among flat earthers if there's an edge or not?
Well, in true flat Earth community, nobody actually have any evidence for any edge.
Any evidence for anything?
Yeah. Therefore, we do not make this
Keep going. Keep going.
Hold on. Think about it. Think about
It is you who's asking that where is the edge, because you are coming from your heliocentric perspective, where you
like, even we don't even agree.
listen.
So we don't agree on the definition of flat, is what you're saying.
No.
Flat is
You're
a
saying.
description of the surface.
Hold on, 2
Yeah.
seconds. Get me that, please.
Go
It's
ahead.
really right. So flat's a description of a surface. We all understand that, right? If you're talking about an edge, no one's been anywhere close to an edge to verify its existence. When you say edge, that means something that we can fall off, or do you mean a limitation to our environment? What do you mean edge? Because within that edge, you're kind of building a straw man, like the Earth is a disc, and if I go
So
far
we're
enough along,
not. So we're not a object in
no,
space.
the Earth.
You don't believe in space?
No, No, the Earth is not a disk in space. This is what I'm
Okay, so what
suggesting.
is
With
the moon? What is the nature of the moon?
Oh, so hold on. Now you're going to start asking other questions, even though you put
These
one
have
on the
gotta be
table.
the questions you do over and over, right?
Yeah, but we do
Well, can
them
you just
one by
quickly
one.
tell me what the moon is then?
My
Yeah, that's
goodness
fair.
me,
Let's
my...
go through it one by one. Okay.
Since you get it
fair.
all the time, what is the moon?
All right,
Is
dude.
it a
Which
circle or is it a sphere?
what is the moon? Don't know. Haven't been there. Can't verify it.
You don't see the
There you go.
moon at night?
Yes, we see the moon, but you asked me what it was.
Okay. So you
So
don't know
we
what
was...
the moon is.
No, because I haven't been there to verify it.
Is
Same
there
with the
light
limit.
emitting from the either bouncing off of or emitting from the moon, or you don't know if it's light? You do not concede that it's light.
It's light. I can see it, but where the light source is, I don't know.
Okay. And in
It's
the
about
daytime, do
verifying.
you see the sun?
Oh well, we're off again. We're off again. So you don't want a full answer to your question.
Listen,
No,
yeah,
I not really.
I'm
you
interested to hear
claim,
the full answer
listen,
of
you
the
claim
edge of
that
the
you
Earth.
know what the moon is and the distance where the moon is
I
in
don't care about the
comparison
Quick,
from
ask
the
that
Earth.
question.
right?
During the daytime, do you see the sun?
Yes.
And okay, so what is the nature?
If
Don't
we
know what.
see them, it doesn't mean we measure the distance.
Well, what is the sun?
Don't know. Haven't been there to verify
So
it. We can
anything you
speculate.
just don't
Listen,
know.
dude,
That's it.
dude,
You don't know.
dude. There's 3 questions you've asked: the edge of the Earth, the moon, and what the sun. I'm really sorry to tell you, but I don't have answers to those questions. One,
That's fine. That's
because
why
I
I'm
haven't
moving on
been.
because you don't have an answer.
Yeah,
Or
but
we
don't
have
get
not
upset.
convinced either. I have not convinced you, and you have not convinced me. So I just
What
go to
the?
the
I
Well,
can't.
okay, so
Hold on. No, don't interrupt him, dude. If you want a full
I
answer
have
to
an
the
idea of what the
question,
sun is, but there's no way I'm going to convince you of what the sun is based on
I
the
tell you
idea that
what.
you think
Let's
the
put
Earth
it like
is flat.
this. Let's put
Of
it like
course.
this. You've been told a story about what the sun is, but you don't know what the sun is. You
That's
haven't
true.
been there to verify the
I
claim for
concede
yourself.
that that's going to be your belief, and I have my belief, and I know that if someone does not believe the sun is what I think it is, then we're not going to solve it, and I'm going to go to the next one and see if either of us can convince each other on the next one. I'm just wondering if I can get to one where that no one's ever brought up, but I find that highly unlikely. That I'm going to
Awesome
find
stuff.
a Glober talking point that hasn't been hit yet.
Okay. But
You
with
think
the regards to the limitation to the environment, what the moon is and what the sun is, do apologise, mate. Don't know.
So, are there ever been any very rich flat earthers that have their own airplanes, or that tried to prove that
Do you have your own airplane?
they tried to prove in reverse? Like, I don't know, like they get a friend who's a Glober,
I like drunk
and then they
people.
like
They're all...
fly, like it's
should
tough to
drink.
get across the oceans, right? So you kind
should
of got to
drink.
be a commercial pilot, and so there's some trust involved, which is tricky. But like, you take a flight from New York to London to Moscow to Tokyo to Los Angeles, and then you're back to New York, and you were
Yeah.
both looking out the window the whole time, and you both
Yeah.
were agreeing which way the plane was pointing.
Yeah.
Like, you would not trust me to get in an airplane with you. Like, forget the fact that like the whole world is saying this is what the airplane's doing. Like, that's not going to be enough to convince you, obviously.
That's called a big flat
The
circle.
world's not
Sorry,
round
Jedi.
because we actually traverse around the circle of the moon of the Earth.
Circle. You do understand that you're just navigating around a point that would be north, and you're going in cardinal directions around that singular point, east and west.
But I ended
So,
up back in New York.
yeah, do you know why? Because you went
So
round
you
in a
say there
circle.
are multiple New Yorks that you can't tell
No,
the difference on a
no,
vertical plane?
idiot. Listen, please, because
I'm
you're
an
making
idiot
yourself
because
sound
I
good.
think the Earth is a sphere. Okay.
No, because you're not listening to
That's
the
amazing.
answer.
Okay.
You're not listening to the answer. You've answered the question already because you said you went round in a circle. Now, you don't have to be on a sphere to go round in a circle, especially when you're going around a singular point. That would be north.
No, but the
compasses.
plane would be
No,
turning.
okay, brilliant.
That's
Just
what I'm
no,
saying.
just hand wave this with it. Go and have another beer, mate. Sit down.
Yeah, the way you're asking is like the moment you step out your house from your house door, yeah, and you walk around your house, you will not come reach again back to your door, to the door of your house, if you walk around your
Well,
house.
you can do both things. You can walk around in a circle in your house.
Yeah,
same
and
point,
that's what we
and
are
you can walk
explaining
around
you.
the sphere in
When you are always
neither
walking
one
around the
precludes the other
center
one being true
point,
or not true.
yeah, you are walking in a circle.
Yeah, I can walk in a
But
circle on a flat
listen,
surface.
circles
also
are
walk
not
around a sphere.
spheres. No, circles are not balls.
If you've got a magnetic point,
It's
let's call it
just like
north.
you
East.
guys are
Sorry,
just
dude.
like,
Dude,
is it
listen,
is
you need to be educated on this, otherwise you're going to
what
come
you
back and
do
ask
is
the same
like
question.
to see if you can
I
actually
just want to
convince someone the Earth is flat, and then you laugh at them and say, "Haha, it's a joke. No one ever like that's
you
is that what's
haven't
happening right
actually
now?
asked any
Or do you
questions
actually
about
think there's a flat
dude,
Earth?
dude, you haven't even asked any questions about the surface of the Earth. You've asked 4 questions, and not one of them has been about the surface of the Earth.
Why would I ask about the surface of the Earth?
Because that's the claim, that the Earth is a horizontal plane.
That's your
Idiot.
claim, right?
Yeah. So why don't you ask us
Why do I
about
care
that?
about? Well, we all agree
Idiot.
we all agree that when we look down at our feet, and what's
Yeah.
below our feet is either something that man has built on this plane and or sphere, or it's something
Yeah.
that's natural. What does that have to do with the issue?
Well, we're talking about the surface of the Earth, primarily water. We're told 72% of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water is observed, measured, and
The water
practically
is your
used.
guys' biggest ally, right? Because we can't get a glober and a flat earther to just join hand in hand and walk across the whole damn thing. And that's
Well,
what
no
saves
one's
you
going to be
guys.
able to walk on water, mate.
Yeah, you could walk around the whole Earth, and
Right.
if we
I'll
never
tell you
can get a
got
what.
boat,
back, if we never
sail
got
across
back
it.
where we started, then you guys would be
What are
great.
you, Jesus, to
Right?
walk on water?
Yeah, you
No, I
just
mean,
went in the
if there
big
was
I
flat
mean,
the
you've heard of
circle,
boats,
dude.
right?
lack
You
of
start
water,
answering
and then
yourself. He's still
and then you
fucking
don't believe in
talking.
airplanes.
I can't believe you're still
So
talking. I
Why
literally
can't
can't
you
believe
dig to China, bro? Why can't you dig to China?
I think you can, right? We just haven't done it.
Right,
Hey,
so
what's
I'm going to answer this question.
The core, the
I'm
molten
going to
core
answer
of
this
the Earth
question.
is
Are you going
very
to listen
hot.
to the answer, or do I have to mute you so I
It's
can answer
very
the question?
hot.
Hello, Crit. Hello,
How
Crit.
how do you navigate around the Earth? What tool do you use?
Why
Primarily.
doesn't Crit say hi to me?
I myself do not navigate around, but
Can you guys
Good.
tell me how to convert my globe to the flat Earth?
My
Crit, why don't you
goodness,
say hi to me,
We're having a
mate?
very serious discussion here, Benny. Okay.
Crit, say hi to
Shush.
me, please. Say hello to
To answer the
me.
other guy, a
There's no such
compass.
thing as a
A
serious
compass.
discussion about flat Earth.
Where did
Holy
Crit
crap!
go? Where is
Jordan
he?
Peterson's
Where's
in this
Crit?
room. Oh my goodness!
I just want to say hello to Crit. Where is he?
Well, he's probably asleep, mate. My goodness, mate.
You,
He's
yeah,
awake.
shut your mouth, you freaking mong.
Well done, mate. You're educated as well, aren't you?
This fucking
Brilliant.
idiot, bro.
What is it? Fucking
Swing that
stupid out
hammer, Jedi.
You guys don't represent, you guys do not represent yourselves well.
I mean, I know the whole thing about like you guys claim that when you get in an airplane, you can't see the curvature. I can see the curvature, but like I don't know how I'm going to convince you that I can, but I can. So
Mathematically
What the fuck? Are you
speaking,
serious?
yeah, I can see the slight curvature of the Earth up in an airplane.
Are you on
And you guys
mushrooms?
see it too. I mean, you see it.
Do you get
What
on
the
mushrooms
fuck?
when you get bored an
The
airplane?
window's a little bit bent.
Do you know what?
They
If
are.
you just all over talk
We'll
each
just
other,
move on
then
from
you're not
that.
going to get a fucking answer. Yeah, so you're not going to get an answer because you keep going from
Why
one
not?
thing to another. As soon as somebody starts answering, you start vomiting out your fucking mouth, mate. How's anyone supposed to hear the answer? How are you supposed to get educated on our point of view? There you go. Started talking again. Can't keep your mouth shut, can you?
So do we have a physical depiction, like a picture of what the flat Earth looks like?
Bro, let him answer the question first before you jump into another one, bro.
Okay,
The
do
fuck
we
is
have
wrong
a
with you?
depiction of
Can
what
you
it
stick
looks
to
like?
one fucking topic at a time, bro?
No, can't.
All right, awesome. Then
So what you do is you draw the ice wall around the whole edge, and then you put all the continents in the middle.
Is it like this? Somebody has it as their avatar, like this black hole thing in the brown?
Are you a
Is that what
pussy?
it's supposed to look like?
Are you a pussy, bitch?
Pull up, man.
Yeah, what percentage of the Earth do you think you could see from an airplane?
I have no idea.
Should probably figure that out.
He's a frustrated bitch.
Yeah, well, I've muted him.
He's not a man.
Don't entertain drunk people, especially when they get belligerent and start asking 5 fucking questions when they don't even listen to the
No,
first answer.
Jedi, I don't give him the credit of a drunk man. Drunk men, they behave. They still behave. Sometimes they misbehave, but they realize and they apologize. This one is a frustrated princess. He's not a man.
So you said that you're not sure what the moon and the sun are, and you don't know because you haven't been there. Which I think that's fair enough, you know. So, but why do you then go to the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Because we measure it to be flat.
There you go.
No, I'm asking the other guy.
It's quite
Because you measure it to be flat.
So-
Well, how have you measured it to be flat?
several reasons. Several reasons. I like the
What?
practical use of the surface of the Earth. So when navigating and engineering, we use it as a flat horizontal plane. But we measure it like Get was said. We've measured it in several different ways using lasers, signal propagation, line of sight, all of that type of stuff. But the Earth itself is observed, measured, and practically used as a stationary horizontal flat plane.
Okay, I mean, I get that for like, you know, engineering, you want to build a bridge or whatever. For all intents and purposes, the Earth might as well be flat for that small area. But you know, that's because, well, me as a stupid globe head, I would come to the conclusion that, well, that is only because the Earth is so big that the small amount of curvature that you're going to get when building like giant engineering projects is very small.
Well, according
the curvature is negligible at that scale.
According to the globe model, it's not that big sphere. Go ahead, Jedi. Yeah.
It's when you say it, the engineering's very small. What, like a canal and a dam? Do you know how big the biggest dam in the world is?
No, I don't. How big is it?
Okay, so you know where Holland is, right? You know the Netherlands.
I do.
Awesome. So you know that Holland was reclaimed from the North Sea, right? They pumped all the water out, yeah? There's a 34-mile dam dike that keeps the water from the North Sea out of Holland. Now, this dam, when you look at the engineering schematics and so on, doesn't take any account for Earth curvature. None whatsoever. It's a horizontal dam, keeping what should be curved water out, which is a bit of a fucking problem. Canals, the Panama Canal, which built on locks, for example, no account for curvature within the engineering schematics. The Suez
That's still
Canal,
very small.
126 miles long.
Yeah.
No account for
Yeah, do
Earth
you know
curvature.
what curvature should be there in that distance?
It's going to be a few miles.
Yeah.
Like the radius of the Earth, 6,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
100 miles
So
is
when you've
very
got-
little.
So when you've got two canals, Panama, which is built on locks, and the Suez Canal, for example, which are over 100 miles in length, you will understand that's a mile of curvature. Now, there's not a mile of curvature in any engineering schematics for these things. The Suez Canal is just a trench dug through the fucking desert. If you were to look at it, that's a horizontal line meeting two seas at either end, the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. Now, the water is observed to be level. It's measured to be such as well. You know, when you're engineering around this water, same with the Panama Canal built on a lock system. You know what locks are? Because of elevation. You have to use locks, the pressure of water, to move the boats up and down over elevation, but not curvature. Same with railway lines as well. They always have to account for a gradient, right? You'll notice this when you're on a train. You've got little signs about the gradient, what you're going up and what you're going down. There's never any account for curvature. This dam that I bought up in Holland, 34 miles long. Engineering schematics, no account for curvature. Bridges. Now you can debate on this because some of them do. One of them, I think it's I think it might be the Golden Gate. I might be incorrect, but that one's built in accordance with the curvature of the Earth. But the water that it passes over, that's level underneath.
Okay, but you know the way gravity works, right?
Well,
under
yeah,
the globe head model, it all pulls it to the center, so any curve
but the water's
of like
level.
a railway doesn't matter.
But the water's level. If mass attracts mass or gravity pulls everything to the center of a radius, yeah, we get that. That's what gives you a spherical shape. So that means the water should curve over distance, but when engineering along it, no account for curvature of that water. Observably as such, you don't observe any curvature of water. From a height of 35,000 feet, you've got a radial point of about 200 to 225 miles out towards the horizon. So you can imagine the square mile footage that you can see underneath. But ultimately, that that water that you look at underneath you is reflecting light like a perfectly mirrored surface. The same as salt flats, right? God's mirror, reflecting light like a perfectly mirrored surface. So observably, the water's level reflects light as such.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll be honest, I don't know much about these giant engineering projects. But you believe that these don't have any kind of, these are so big and they don't account for the curvature of the Earth at all. So if I bring up things like NASA, satellites, whatever, these things that do account for the curvature of the Earth, what do you say to that?
The vacuum of space argument. Have you heard that one before?
No.
Well,
Okay.
you're claiming that satellites account for the Earth's curvature, but you have no physical evidence of the satellites being up there, physically up there.
Yes, you do.
How
You can see
can
them.
you prove they are up there?
I can see them. Telescopes.
What, the ISS?
Yeah.
Yes, we've done this one.
I've seen
Yeah,
the
we've
ISS. You can see the ISS with the naked eye.
Okay, and then what other satellites can you see with a telescope?
All of them.
All of them? How many of them are?
I don't know. Thousands.
This is off the point. Get
Thousands. Okay.
Well, I mean,
the claim is, dude.
if a satellite is not is orbital, how can I say orbital positioning is not passing over the UK mess, I don't think you can see it, right?
No. I can't see
Okay.
all the satellites from where
So-
I am. But I've been around the world. I can see the ISS.
Oh,
I've seen the
you
ISS.
meant like if you're around the world, you can unironically see
Yeah.
all of them. Sure, okay, that's
No, I think
reasonable.
you saw pictures of the ISS, not actually the ISS in the
No, you
sky.
can see
No,
a
you can
very
see the
fast
ISS.
object crossing the sky, which if you zoom in looks like the ISS, right? Like obviously you cannot like 100% guarantee it, but
We were
you can't
thinking
see
about
that.
that half an hour ago.
Let's
No
get
one's
back.
denying. Yeah, no one's denying that you can see things up in the sky. The claim is the vacuum of space. No one's denying you can see the International Space Station. We spoke about that earlier. It could be lower and going slower. We understand about the arc. All right, it's not a problem. We're not denying technology in the sky. NASA will also admit that they've got satelloons, for example. Satellites on balloons at high altitude in the stratosphere that go around on known trade winds. For example, you can keep them in the air for like 2-3 years. The technology that they've explained.
Okay, but
the
what I'm
claim
getting at is why do you think the engineering schematics or whatever for these like dams proves that the Earth is flat? But if I say, well, the engineering schematics for satellites, rockets, planes, navigation systems, all this kind of stuff, this proves that the Earth is round. Why do you believe one and not the other?
Awesome, because I've got blueprints for the Manilian Vulcan, mate. It doesn't mean that the Manilian Vulcan's real. All right.
Okay,
Now,
so you don't trust NASA?
Listen, down here on the Earth, where we engineer with stuff, where it's practical, when lives are at stake, yeah, we're going to be not accounting for the Earth curvature. There's a story about satellites in space, and no one's going to deny that lots of people have built shit. You know, their families have been involved in building little gizmos for fucking satellites and stuff. Yeah, not a problem. But the claim's the vacuum of space. You can't have gas pressure without a container. If the Earth is an open system, you don't achieve gas pressure, and a gas would disperse into the vacuum of space.
No, because we have gravity.
No, you don't.
Yes,
All
we
right,
do.
Gravity
is
So what's
not a
this then? What's this?
container.
What was that?
Gravity
What's this?
is not solid
What's all this
container.
stuff?
Two things with this. I'll give you gravity in the first instance. Observably, it does gas. Gravity is just a vector downwards, and gas moves in all directions. You put gas into a vacuum chamber, it disperses in all directions. Fill a limitation of its environment. You remove the container, the gas escapes. Point number two, you don't have a viable scientific hypothesis test that's proven gravity. There isn't one. Go on.
I've proven it.
Let's
All
see
right,
it.
I drop things, they fall to the ground.
Awesome stuff. You understand that that's not a
Okay.
hypothesis test, my friend. That's not science what you just did. That's just the observation of a phenomena. You've missed the second part to your
Yeah,
hypothesis.
that phenomena is gravity.
No, because if I was to uncontain gas, the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. Not everything goes down.
Yeah, because there's There's no pressure in space, so there's nothing to pull the gas out. Gravity pulls it towards the Earth. There's nothing else that pulls it out.
My friend, the energy comes from the gas. Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So when you pop a tire, there's entropy in action, no energy imparted to the system, but the high pressure would disperse into the lower pressure
Yes,
environment.
because the pressure of the tire is higher than the
Yes.
pressure of the air. So
Well,
that's why
yeah,
the gas
that's what.
escapes.
So if we've got high pressure here and there's a vacuum space out there, guess what's going to happen?
Yeah, but there's nothing to pull the air out of the Earth's atmosphere.
The energy, my goodness me, the energy comes from the gas. Vacuums don't suck. We're not talking about Henry Hoover here, my friend. We're talking about absence of gas. Absence of gas doesn't pull. The gas with energy moves into that space. You just described it with the tire. So if I've got a vacuum chamber, you'll understand the only thing that's separating these two environments is the physical barrier. The high pressure outside and the no pressure at all, no gas inside. But if I was to have a tap halfway up this vacuum chamber and open the tap, the gas would fill that chamber in all directions, pressing on the limitation of its environment, pressing upwards and downwards and outwards. There's no observation of gravity acting on gas because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions.
Yes, there is. It's because the weight of the air above the air that's around the gas chamber is what forces it into that vacuum.
My goodness me.
Because of gravity.
Just because of gravity. Inside the vacuum chamber, which way does the gas go?
Inside the vacuum. I'm not sure what you mean.
Yes. Well, I've already explained it to you, and you're starting to sound like the last guy who started talking through my shit. Start again. You've got a vacuum chamber. Halfway up the vacuum chamber, you've got a tap.
Okay, yes. Let's take this slow. Okay, so I've got like, let's say a cylinder. It's a vacuum, and you've got a tap, say halfway up it. Okay, and it's a vacuum inside. You open the tap, air floods into that vacuum chamber, filling it.
Yes. Which way does the gas go when you win? Which way does it go?
It goes everywhere.
Awesome stuff. So being as this vacuum chamber is on the Earth, and the gas is going everywhere, pressing on the limitation of its environment in all directions, and gravity is just the vector downwards, gravity is not affecting gas. You say that you can drop a rock, or you dropped your pen just a minute ago, or some drop gas that goes in all directions. The very thing that you're saying gravity is keeping from dispersing into the vacuous space. Observe it's not doing as such. Where's the gas produced on the Earth?
Was it produced? I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's just there.
It's just there. You understand what a nitrogen and oxygen cycle are, right?
No, I don't actually.
You know what a biological and chemical cycle is, right? Methane, for example. Evaporation cycles, for example.
No.
No, you don't understand the evaporation cycle.
I understand what evaporation is. I don't know what you mean by evaporation cycle.
What, you don't know where rain comes from?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Some stuff. So let's start a little bit more simpler. You understand a methane vent at the bottom of the sea, yes?
No, I don't know what you're getting at.
Bubbles of gas that come out of the bottom of the seabed, where the gas is produced, methane, and the gas bubbles up through the water. Awesome stuff.
Yes.
So being as the gas is closer to the mass, its first movement is away from that mass, out of the rock underneath the seabed, through the mass of the water up to the top and disperses outwards through all of this mass. You understand the inverse square law with regards to gravity. Further away from mass, gravity gets weaker.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So up here in the sky, where gravity gets weaker, the further high up you go, are you going to suggest to me that the gas is now going to be pulled back by gravity, where it was once on the Earth where the gravity was strongest?
Well, it's always affected by gravity.
Observably, gravity.
But the difference between like the difference in the strength of gravity on the surface of the Earth to like the top of the atmosphere is very small.
Okay, but you're going to suggest to me
It's negligible.
that the gravity. You're going to suggest to me that at some point the gravity is going to make that gas that it's not in contact with turn around and get homesick and start coming back and not follow laws of nature?
No, it won't come back down because the density of the gas that's rising is lower than the density of the gas and all the other materials that are below it.
Okay,
that's why it rises.
Can you demonstrate to me in any way, shape, or form gas pressure without a container?
Um,
The reason why I asked this question, my friend,
no, I don't think you can.
yeah, no, you can't. The reason why I asked this question, and it
Oh
comes
no,
up
you,
quite a lot, about the
suppose you
vacuum
can,
of space. No, you
because you
can't.
can measure air pressure.
Yeah,
Like, you know,
that's
air
the
pressure is higher on the surface of the Earth than it is at, like, on a mountain, just because there's less air above you.
that's a gas pressure gradient. You understand that when you put your hand out horizontally, the gas is pressing upwards against the palm of your hand and downwards against the top of your hand, right? It wants to fill that space that your hand's in, so that's why it's pressing on it, right?
Yes,
So
because gravity.
yes, so no, not in what? It's pressing up because of gravity. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You understand, mate, right? That the vacuum of space violates 7 known gas laws and the second law of thermodynamics. It violates them. It's not compatible. And second of all, you
I don't think it does.
Well, it does. Boyle's law.
Why? How?
For example. How?
Boyle's.
Yeah. If you want to look up all the known gas laws, that's absolutely fine. We understand that entropy is a direction. High pressure goes to low. Hot goes to cold.
Mhm.
If I've got a hot cup of coffee over time, it's going to go cold. We've already spoken about the high pressure dispersing into low pressure environments. The tire example. Up there's a space. Down here there's gas pressure without a physical barrier so we can achieve pressure. The definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If there's no container, 1, no pressure. 2, there's no fixed volume. Nothing containing the gas. So the gas will disperse in all directions and fill that void, the vacuum of space.
But why would it? Why do you think it would disperse?
Because it's entropy. High pressure, low pressure out there, the gas will fill the space. Have you ever popped a balloon?
No, the pressure would. No.
No, you've never popped
When
a
high
balloon.
pressure meets low pressure, it equalizes.
So if there's lots of space up there and there's no physical barrier between the gas, where's the gas going to go?
Nowhere. It stays on Earth.
It's going to fill that space. Come on, mate. Think a little
No,
bit
there's
harder.
no. There's what force do you think would cause the gas to fill that space?
The force from the gas, the energy from the gas.
The energy from the gas.
Yeah, the gas.
What? Why?
Why?
What?
What do you mean, what?
What energy? What force from the gas?
The gas is moving in all directions freely and randomly at high speeds, right?
No, not necessarily.
The only thing that changes the path of gas is what? Tell me. What changes
Some
the
other
path
force.
of a gas molecule? Okay, so you're going to completely miss out the collisions that it has with other gas molecules and the physical collisions it has with physical objects. You're just going to assert a force where observably that doesn't happen.
Well, yeah, atoms, molecules, whatever, they repel each other.
Yeah. So the gas has elastic collisions, right? It'll hit something, it'll go off in another vector. It hits a mountain, it hits a wall, it'll go off in another vector. If you contain that gas, you will.
Yes.
If you contain that gas,
Yeah,
you will
well,
achieve
it'll.
gas
Because when one atom meets another atom, they repel each other.
repel. And we're talking
But
about
as they
gas
get further away, that repulsion weakens.
I'll tell
And
you what,
there's a certain point where when these particles are so far away from each other, the force of gravity is stronger than this force of the atoms repelling each other. And that's why they stay on Earth.
My goodness me. Does gas attract gas?
I don't know. I don't know what you're getting at.
No. And gas doesn't attract gas. Gas disperses freely
Okay.
in random directions. So I'll give you, and I'm trying to point this out to you. It's not a fight, mate. This is just observable reality. When we look at what gas does, I'll give you all the fucking gravity that you want. It's not affecting gas. Now, don't have to, being as you don't have a hypothesis test that's proven gravity in the first instance. That's just not me. Right? That's your scientific institutions and blah, 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 blah. They've got 2 ideas, but they definitely don't have a scientific test. There's no experiment to prove any of these ideas. It's the problem for them. What's gravity? What do you think gravity is, mate? Tell me.
The bending of space-time.
Awesome. Is there a scientific experiment that's proven that?
Yes, when you drop things.
No. That's the observation of a phenomenon. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
This phenomenon is
Yes.
Awesome. So formulate a hypothesis for me. Let's start with water.
Okay, when I drop something, okay, I've got a theory. Okay. The bending of
got a theory,
space-time is going to cause my wallet to fall to the ground when I drop it. Okay.
That's not. My goodness me. That's not a theory.
There we go.
That's not. Dude,
My
you're not listening.
theory is working out so far.
It's not a scientific theory, though. The scientific theory comes after the hypothesis test where you've demonstrated something to be true. You can then build your theory on things that you know. This is a colloquial theory. You drop something, that's just the observation of a phenomena. You've come up with an idea that you haven't physically manipulated in an experiment to demonstrate your presumed cause. I'm going to ask you again, what's a hypothesis?
What you're asking is basically
I'm
impossible
asking-
because
I'm
you're
asking
asking
you
us
what
to
a
like measure a fundamental
next?
force of the universe
Awesome,
to
so
like
it's
prove the
impossible.
underlying mechanics of it.
Awesome, so it's impossible now. Thanks.
Well, yeah,
So you can't do it then.
but this phenomena that we can observe
What?
of things
I'm
falling to the
asking-
ground, and we can measure it and measure how it works and like things happening. That's like your theory, and we can
Brilliant.
like the way
Brilliant. So
theories
we've got the
work is that you put together a bunch of measurements, hypotheses, and say, okay, because of these things that we've observed in one way, we can predict how they're going to work in the future. That's what
Let's
like a
get back-
theory is.
No.
So when I
theory
drop
comes
things
after-
and they fall to the ground,
No.
that's the theory of gravity staying consistent.
No, it isn't, because it's like you're not listening to what I'm saying now. Theory, scientific theory, comes after hypothesis test. Something that I'm trying to figure out whether you know what it is or not. Again, you're just going to assert I drop things, they go down. Awesome, let's get back in the vacuum chamber. Let's drop a bowling ball, a feather, and
Yeah. The
contained
theory
gas.
is our understanding
ball
of the
and
way
the feather will drop
these things
down.
work.
But when why are you not listening? Why are you not listening? I'm going to ask you in a minute to
I'm
repeat
sorry.
what I've said. Good.
Okay.
So bowling ball, feather, and a container of gas at the top of a vacuum chamber. We drop the ball, we drop the feather, they go down. Iron container gas, it goes in all directions. Not all things go down. We've had this conversation. Stop dropping your pen. Do you know what
Okay.
a hypothesis is?
Yes.
Awesome. Do you know what a dependent and independent variable are then? If you know what a hypothesis are, what are they?
I don't know. You explain it to me.
No, you're the one who seems to know that you think you've got a standard to hold. I know what that standard is. That's the hypothesis of the science. You think you know what you're talking about. You said you know what a hypothesis is. Awesome. What's an independent and dependent variable then?
I don't know. You explain it
So
to me.
you don't know what you're talking about then? This
I
is
mean,
why
I'm not
you
sure what you're
keep
getting at by
dropping-
independent and dependent variable.
No, okay, so that would be within a
Look,
hypothesis.
I'm open to being educated here. So come on, educate me.
Cool. So a hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship. The cause is your independent variable. Your dependent variable is the effect, the phenomena. So every time you drop the pen, that's your dependent variable. The phenomena, the thing happening. Now in science, we need to presume cause of that thing happening. That's the hypothesis. If this presumed cause, then that phenomena. We then test that hypothesis in an experiment where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it has the effect. That's what science is. Very simple hypothesis construction. You must remember at school, I literally probably was year 7 when you started using a Bunsen burner for the first time and it boiled water. Awesome. If heat, then water boils. Brilliant. If I vary and manipulate pressure, then water boils. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. So this is science, the standard that we should hold all of these scientific claims to. Unfortunately, there's not a hypothesis for gravity.
Well, yes, there is.
Brilliant. Give it to me. What is
Well,
it?
the hypothesis
You better
is
formulate
that
this correctly.
when I drop something, it falls to the ground. That's a hypothesis. Then you can test this hypothesis by dropping things.
Okay. Awesome. What's your independent variable then? Being as I just wasted 2 minutes explaining to you what a hypothesis is and you've done exactly the same fucking thing. What's the independent variable?
I don't know.
All right. So you didn't listen. You said you wanted to be educated. I educated you and you went round, circle jerk, back round to your first fucking point. Like you never listened in the first place.
Here we go. Hold on. I'm googling it. The independent variable is the cause. Values independent of other variables in your study.
So you,
I don't think there is an independent variable.
You got to vary and manipulate your presumed cause. What's your presumed cause of pen falling?
That it falls.
No, that you're just reasserting the phenomena again. I've given you the phenomena, the pen falls, awesome, dependent variable, the thing happening. What's the cause of thing happening?
Gravity.
Awesome.
What
Vary
can
and
you
manipulate.
manipulate to make your wallet fall upward?
But you could manipulate a lot of things to make it fall upward. Well, actually, you couldn't make it fall upward because falling by definition is gravity working.
I'll give you an experiment. I like what you just said about the wallet. So I've got a fish tank full of water and I've got an egg. I drop the egg
Okay.
into the fish tank of water and it goes down. Okay?
Mhm.
If I was to put salt into that water, the egg would start to rise and go up. Now, being as I, the researcher, have varied and manipulated the density of the water, what do you think the cause is?
What do I think the cause is? I'm not sure what you mean.
I've literally just fucking told you. I have varied and manipulated by putting salt into the water and the egg rose, the density of the water. So
Yeah,
I've done
you
this
increase the
for
density
you.
of the water, so then the density of the water is higher than the density of egg, so the egg rises up.
So what's the cause? Density. Brilliant. So when you
Okay.
drop a pen, what's your independent variable for it falling down?
I don't know.
Well, you're the one that's claiming that we have got gravity. I'm trying to point out to you by helping you along that there isn't a hypothesis for gravity. You brought up Einstein, the bending and warping of space-time. That's math, no scientific experiment, and a reification of non-actual things into a space fabric that can be bent by mass, whatever the fuck mass is. What's space? Absence of anything. Height, width, and length. Does that have physicality?
Does space have that?
Height, width,
I
length.
don't know.
Space,
I don't
absence
think it
of
does.
anything. Is nothing physical? No thing. Is it physical?
Is it physical? Well, you're getting into like very, very, very complex questions here.
It's not very complex, mate. Space, absence of anything.
Is space
isn't
physical? I mean, there's a
Not
fabric of
space.
space which can be bent by mass.
Listen. I'm not pointing up to the sky and talking about that space. I'm talking about space. Height, width, length. Is
Okay.
that physical?
Yes.
No.
No? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No. No.
Awesome. Is time physical?
See, this is like.
Is time physical?
All right, let's go with no.
Awesome. Good answer. No, it's not physical. You can't give it to me so I can put it in a jar and paint it red, and I can't impart energy into it like electron volts and stuff like that. It's not a physical
Okay.
thing. Absence of anything, not a physical thing. Einstein
Sure.
reified these non-physical things into existence and bent them and warped them with math. Not physical. No science here. Being as natural
No,
science.
he didn't bend them and
physical
warp them with math.
He
He had
did.
an explanation of these phenomena.
And he bent and warped space-time. A fabric that
No, he didn't.
reified-
He didn't bend. Well, technically, he did bend and warp space time because he, being a physical object, bends and warps space time.
Do you
But
know
no,
what a reification fallacy is?
No.
Taking non-physical things and reifying them into existence. This is why I'm talking about space and time not being physical. And within his math, he reified them into existence and bent and warped this reified concept with math because of mass, whatever mass is.
Whatever math.
No science. Yeah.
We're like lost in the weeds here.
Well, let me.
I'm
put
not
it
even
like
sure what
this.
the point we're getting at is anymore.
Well, there's no scientific experiment for gravity. Let me put it like
Yes,
that.
there is.
You've had no. Well, give it to me then.
You drop things, they fall down.
That's not a hypothesis. You're
Things with
dumb
higher mass are heavier.
You're dumb fuck. Now you're just being stupid.
I don't know. What do you think like makes things fall down?
I don't know, mate. And this
Well,
is the
my fucking god. So you don't know. So I've got gravity.
Yeah,
We've got
but you don't
Einstein's
have
theory of relativity and all this bollocks, whatever, and
any
we can
science
test it.
for it. You don't have
You
any
say you
science
don't
for it.
know. So why should
Yes.
I? Why
Give
should
me the cause
anyone
of
believe I don't know over
Give me the
things
give me
we
the
can
cause of
test and observe?
I'll tell you what. Do you know what a law of nature is? And you understand that they are without cause. Give me the cause of entropy. What's the cause of
The
entropy?
cause of it.
Yeah.
The cause of it. I don't know. It's just a thing that happens.
It's just the way it is, right? It happens that way, right? Yeah, it's a law of nature. So laws
Yeah.
of nature are without cause. There is a directionality. No one's going to deny that. You drop rocks, they go down. You uncontained gas, it goes up. No one's denying that. The thing that's up for debate is the cause. Now, you say that you've got an idea for it. There's no science for it, but you need your fucking gravity because you've got people in Australia standing upside down from you. You've got gas not dispersing into the vacuum of space. You've got all this bullshit that you need gravity for. You need this force to pull you down to the center of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the earth is flat. We have an upwards and downwards with relation to rocks and gas and shit, but no one knows the cause of this directionality. It is what it
Well,
is, mate.
actually, the cause is very much complex because all these things happen to matter. Matter shows distinct behavior inside electric, magnetic, and electrostatic fields of the world. The whole world has an electric field, a magnetic field, and electrostatic field. So,
I mean, you're saying we don't have a cause for
the
gravity.
person first needs to understand
I'm going to mute this guy because
the motion of a particle
he's annoying.
inside the field.
So you say we don't have a cause for gravity? I mean, sure,
sorry, I
like
thought
gravity is just like a thing that
okay.
just exists.
Of course, for
Gravity
gravity.
is not what you think.
We don't have a
But we
cause
have
for
like
gravity. You're
look,
trying to
okay,
tell me
so
that
look,
gravity.
there's some sure, right. Let's go back a bit. So we have like we can observe some phenomena. So when I drop things, they fall to the ground. Okay.
Yeah.
This phenomena, I'm calling gravity. Now, our
Okay.
understanding of the way this works is our theory of gravity.
It is limited.
Okay.
It's limited.
Yes, it has limitations. You know, our senses are limited. We don't have omnipotent knowledge of the universe.
There you go.
But
We're
you know, we
sorry.
have like Einstein's theory of relativity and all that.
Yeah,
This
according
seems to
to
hold
your
consistent with everything that we do. So why shouldn't I believe that?
Because you don't have a scientific experiment and you don't have a direct measurement of Earth curvature. Within all of
We're
the-
sure we can. We have a theory, which is, you know, the theory of relativity and all that
It's
stuff.
not a scientific theory, for fuck's sake.
It's not scientific, correct?
Whatever you
And
want to call it, okay. We have these. We
science
have this formula for the way thing fall down works, okay, and it seems to hold consistent no matter what we do.
What's the rate of fall of a rock?
The rate of fall. I mean, on Earth,
Yeah.
9 point. Well, that's the.
Yeah. Awesome.
The rate of fall of. I don't know. What do you? Doesn't even make sense. What do you mean?
Your magic G, the value of magic G, the acceleration.
You
Well, it's
understand that
9.81 meters per second, whatever.
and stuff. So what's the rate of fall of gas?
Well, it's the same.
No, it isn't, because the gas is going in all directions, doesn't fall.
Yes,
How
it does.
do you breathe it? How do you breathe the gas if it's falling?
Because the pressure that I create with my lungs overcomes the pressure of gravity,
So
or
the
the
gas
force of gravity.
from high altitude, the gas from high altitude is falling to the ground with an acceleration of 9.81 meters per second per second.
Yeah.
Do you realize that from 10 kilometers altitude, that gas accelerating with that acceleration rate at the ground, it will be falling with hundreds of kilometers an hour?
Yes, but there's other bits of gas and
So
things in the
are
way,
you breathing? Are you
which is
breathing
air resistance.
molecules?
Air resistance
Are you
also affects
breathing
air.
molecules of air which are moving with 1,000 kilometers an hour?
No.
No. then
because
you
they're not in
contradicted
a
yourself.
vacuum.
You contradicted yourself
No, I
because
didn't.
gas molecules, they don't fall with 9.81 meters per second square per second.
They will if in a vacuum.
In a vacuum, yeah? If you
Yes.
have one molecule of gas, it's not a vacuum anymore because that molecule will be colliding with the walls of the container. So you will have a low gas pressure.
Yeah, but then that's not a vacuum, is it?
Yeah, it's still a vacuum chamber.
Yeah. Yeah, if you made a vacuum chamber, all the way from the surface of the Earth up into space,
Vacuum
and you dropped
chambers,
a molecule of
vacuum
anything really,
chambers.
it would fall at
Listen,
9.81 meters per second,
sir,
whatever.
Sir,
It would fall at that rate.
What do the vacuum chambers do?
They make a vacuum.
No.
They hold things out. I don't know. I don't know.
No. Vacuum chambers achieve low pressures,
Yeah.
but they never achieve a perfect vacuum. They never achieve a vacuum because a
No, they
vacuum
won't
is
achieve a
something
perfect
that is
vacuum.
perfect. Yeah. Good. Now
Sure, it
we
won't be a perfect
clarify.
vacuum.
And for a science guy, I heard you many times stating the phrase "I don't know." You said it too many times.
Yeah. There are limits to my knowledge, okay?
Well, not for a scientist.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure every scientist worth his salt will admit there's limits to his knowledge.
Yeah, well, you know, a scientist
No
starts out
knowledge
not knowing
in a
no,
very
everything, then
progressive
he
time.
learns everything as he
The
goes on in
things
his
that
career.
No, science is a process of understanding things.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, but
But what I just
We
said.
have to start somewhere. We don't know
we were
everything yet.
talking about natural science, and there is too much of natural science that you don't know. You claim that you don't know. Your answer to Jedi's questions were a lot of I don't know. In regards to gas pressure, to second law of thermodynamics, to entropy, to all these things, to gravity, even Newtonian, Einsteinian.
Okay, yeah. And?
Well, then your belief is not knowledge, it's blind belief things that you have.
Oh, sure, I have to put trust in things.
Yeah.
But the
So
things I'm putting trust in have yet to be
when
contradicted.
when you
So,
follow blind beliefs,
what are you putting your
yeah,
trust in?
when you believe things without evidence, without experiment, without test, without verification, then that makes you a fanatic person, a parishioner. You are a member of a religion.
Oh, sure. If I were to believe things completely without just, if
Well,
someone just
yeah,
told me
you do
something out of the
believe
blue and I
things that
believed
you
it,
don't know.
and it was just something wild and hard to believe, and I did believe it, then sure, you could say I was
Well,
like fanatical or whatever.
you
But, you know,
believe
when we
the
have things
theory.
like, you know, I open the GPS on my phone and it has an accurate location of, an
No,
accurate.
I'm not talking about your GPS in your phone. I'm talking about the theory of relativity. You believe it,
Well, yeah, sure.
yeah.
But
And
I need to. So when I see that
Jedi
this thing
told you,
works, and I can look up how it
listen,
works, and I
don't
see this
interrupt
explanation
me.
of how it
Let me
works with
finish.
satellites and
Let
whatever,
me
One at a
finish
time,
my
guys.
then yeah, I
statement
believe it.
before. I like to have a back and forth conversation with you. So when I start telling you something, listen to the end of it, and then I will also be listening to you what you have to say to that.
There you go. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead.
So Jedi explained to you how the theory of relativity is not a scientific theory, and you choose to believe it. So that is a blind belief act.
But no,
It's
it is
an
a
act
theory.
of blind
Let him
belief,
finish.
and Jedi asked you, okay, if you think it's a scientific theory, then provide me the verification of this theory. And you are not capable of doing so to show an experiment that demonstrates theory of relativity.
Well, yes, everything we do it proves that. Well, I say prove, but it has yet to contradict the theory of relativity. We have a theory of relativity. It seems to work consistently. Everything we do and observe, it can be explained by the theory of relativity. So there's no reason to not believe it. It might be wrong, sure. Maybe we'll discover some knowledge in the future, which means the theory of relativity needs to be updated in some way. But for now, it's working fine, and it's worked fine for as long as we know.
What is that famous equation, Einstein's equation of special theory of relativity?
E equals mc squared.
So energy
That.
equals the mass times the constant speed of light.
Yes.
Yeah, squared. Now, between 1930s and 1940s, do you know how much the speed of light decelerated officially in science, in physics, in the science of physics?
No, I don't.
Well, this thing happened, yeah. So the speed of light, constant, yeah, it's called c in that equation. It stands for constant, yeah. Constant means something that doesn't change. Correct?
Yeah, it didn't change.
Yeah.
Our understanding of it changed.
Now, the problem is between 1930s and 1940s, the speed of light decelerated with about 30 kilometers an hour. How can you explain that?
Well, it didn't change. Our methods of measuring it
It
got
did.
better, and we got a
It
more
is
accurate measurement of it.
officially accounted. And this is the biggest shame in the science of physics. And physicians, yeah, they wiped out under the carpet all this mess, yeah, and they don't want to tell people what actually happened.
Okay.
So obviously they did a good job, and they didn't inform you, and you have no clue about it because you don't care about knowing. If you at least care a little bit about science, to know science, to learn, you would have known.
Yeah, I mean, I care a little bit.
Okay. I'm glad that we understand
So the speed
each
of
other.
light changed like a little bit. So what? Whether it was like our understanding of it changed, or maybe like there was the fundamental nature of the universe shifted a little bit, and it caused the speed of light to vary slightly. So what?
You don't know what this change in the speed of light actually was and is.
No, we don't.
But
we don't have a blueprint of the universe.
Now that I told you about it and you know about this thing that happened, maybe you will search and read about it. Yeah, because there are many books written by most famous Nobel Prize laureates in physics. And they debate this subject. They explain it very well. So I don't want to be the one that's telling you. I want you to go to these guys and actually see what they say, what they have to say, to verify.
Okay.
So I advise you, my advice for you is to do research, do learn, know things, stuff, yeah, factual, things, and not to be a person that utterly ignores and dismiss scientific theories, or observations and measurements.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't understand what a
For example,
a slight disagreement of the speed of light by 30 kilometers has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Hmm.
Yeah, neither do
Do you know how the speed of light was measured?
There's lots of ways you can measure it.
Sorry?
There's lots of ways you can measure it.
Does what?
There's lots of ways you can measure it.
Oh, there is lots of ways. Like the first method when they measure the speed of light.
I don't know. I don't know what the first one was.
The first two guys that came together and decided, let's measure the speed of light because nobody else measured it, and let's see what speed it has. So what did they did? What did they do?
I don't know. You tell me.
So you don't know how to measure the speed of light?
Let's just say no. I don't. You tell me. How did they first measure the speed of light?
Oh. Well, the setup, yeah, in which these two guys claim that they measured the speed of light involved a wheel, yeah, with tiny slits inside it, and they assumed